What is up, my ninjas? I'm Strydent, and welcome to Off Our Brains, episode 23, the year-end wrap-up. This isn't a traditional year-end wrap-up. This is more of us just going over random things that might pertain to, shit that happened this year. We kind of we were in the middle of a quandary, I guess. We wanted to do a wrap up, a traditional wrap up, and then we realized how much negative we would be talking about. So we decided to just kind of do more of a preview of 2017, kind of like a segue, if you will, to 2017. And I think we succeeded. I like what we came out with. It was a fun talk. I mean, we covered everything. I even talked about shit that I don't even give a fuck about, like Star Wars. I was like, why am I talking about Star Wars? But, I had some questions and I wanted to run it by our, the rest of the guys and see what they think. So, I don't know. This was a different one. And I hope you guys dig where we're coming from. You know the drill. Sit back, relax, enjoy this video, and expect more great things in 2017. So, without further ado, here we go. That movie was like completely terrible, man. Like, ugh. I remember that was one of the few ones back in those days that like I left the theater kind of pissed off at. Did you guys see that when you were kids?
I think Agent O had to step out for a moment.
Oh yeah, I'm back.
Oh, well, thanks for telling everyone.
I know, you're just in silence.
No, I just literally got back.
Boom! No, I'm here.
Yeah, man, I was not a fan of Super Mario Brothers, the movie, and it's weird too because in those days when we didn't really have that much to compare those kind of video game movies to, it still was bad. Like, it was just bad as a movie. Like
I didn't see it until I actually saw it. I was like, oh, damn. what is this?
Oh, when you were a kid?
Because, like I said, I don't know what they could have did. Honestly, I'll give them benefit of the doubt. Said maybe they couldn't literally reproduce what was happening, and plus, I mean,
it would have really, been a cutesy film.
A bunch of guys climbing up on a wall and jumping on a flagpole and sliding down. And okay, fine. There's some parts you have to change.
I don't. They could have just made it an animated film.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it could have been.
That's what I was. That's what I was hoping.
A cutesy animated film, or it could have been more along the lines of those fantasy films we used to get back in the day, where like you have crazy costumes and like shit that Luc Besson would have done. Like, he always does crazy shit, but he at least will pick the genre and stick with it, Either it's sci-fi, or it's hard action, like Pulp, or it's like, fucking insane sci-fi, you know what I mean? Like, he does some like that fucking Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets. That shit looks nuts. Like, when it's weird to me, like, when I see those films, and then I see Star Wars, and I'm like, wow, so why don't these movies catch on? Like, you look at The Fifth Element and you look at Star Wars, and like nothing in Star Wars looks that believable like as the Fifth Element. Like the planets, the planets, the way that Earth looked in The Fifth Element looked along the lines of where Earth is heading. You know what I mean? Like, I could see it. It didn't look like traditional sci-fi, I guess is what I'm saying. But like, you look at everything in Star Wars, and everything in Star Wars has that feeling, that similar feeling. I guess now that different directors are tackling the source material, it might change. But you know what I'm saying? Like, everything has that homogenous, I don't know.
Cocaine feeling?
The cocaine feeling, I know, right? Agent O just snorted a line or something.
Oh, damn, I hit the mute button on my microphone. I thought that would have...
Yeah.
My bad.
You failed, brother. It's okay.
That's homogenous cocaine.
Cocaine. Yeah, man. You get that shit hard.
Oh, my bad.
Tell everybody I do cocaine. Damn.
I need to put you on. That's why we don't use real names, motherfucker.
All right.
code names. Use alias names like Too Short.
Like a pimp.
My name now is Agent Yayo.
A pimp named Slickback. Oh man. But
and I'm Thugnificent.
Yeah, I don't know. Mario Brothers was kind of womp womp. So you said a special edition Blu-ray. Wow.
Yeah.
Of that movie?
Of that movie.
Of that movie.
Oh my god. I'll place that movie right next to my Blu-ray copy of Street Fighter.
Yeah, it's not even the same. It's not even the same kind of comedy. Street Fighter at least understood the absurdity of what it was working with. You know, like Mario Brothers didn't even represent the source material at all. You know, like it was 100% like some other. You could have named that shit like, I don't know, fucking the land of cocaine, and like it would have fit because it wasn't Super Mario Brothers. You know, it could have been anything. It could have been fucking, you know, the acid universe. Universe on acid. But I don't know. It just didn't. I don't know. I guess Super Mario Brothers actually could be renamed the Acid Universe because it does seem like Miyamoto was on some serious recreational drugs when he came up with that. But
you know what? So that's okay. Okay, if that's what you want to do, if that's what helps get the creative juices flowing, hell, do what you got to do.
Oh, get high.
So, but obviously be healthy. You know, I'm not saying go out and do that and like risk yourself, but you think it helps you? You know, you think it helps you like in the creative process? Just do what you got to do.
Exactly. Well,
but just understand that some people may ask you about what you're doing and have an answer.
Well, they may or may not approve.
I know. How did you get to this point? Like, what is wrong with you? So we're not gonna do a big thing. We were trying not to do is doing a I hate 2016 type thing because it was pretty bad. But the one thing I have to add, and other people have said it too, is a lot of the people who passed had like substance abuse issues. So it was kind of like, they did a lot and then it caught up with them to some degree. But there still was such a number of people that we lost that it was just like, ooh. So we're not going to retread that. I think everybody else has said, their piece, and we all know it wasn't fun. So, and I mean, amongst other things. So we're going to talk about positives moving forward. So we want to do this year. We're going to do a bunch of martial arts films. We have to because, like, I think I've done one, and it was fucking Bangkok Knockout. Of all the martial arts films I got to talk about on the video, I think that was it. You know what I mean? There were so many better ones that came out in the last. What are you gonna say? Sorry.
I think we should also like throw in a bad one here and there too, because the other day I watched No Retreat, No Surrender 2, and I was like, "Holy God, this movie is bad!"
Wait,
but it's
like
that
the one where they went to like the Golden Triangle with
they had Huang Zhang Li and Cynthia Rothrock, and both were like super underused in that film.
Yeah, but there were some cool fights in it. There were like that. Lauren Avedon was the main character.
The big dude, the big Russian guy.
He wasn't the main character.
No. I'm thinking of the bad guy. Yeah, the
main character.
The main dude was like this skinny,
a white guy. Yeah, Lauren.
Yeah,
Avedon,
you can tell he was like really dope with Taekwondo.
Yes, it was Lauren Avedon. Yeah, I like that movie. I don't know. I have the whole trilogy of No Retreat, No Surrender.
Man, that shit made me mad. Really mad. I was like, damn, Ann Corey Yuen directed this? I was like, man.
But the fighting, to me, wasn't the problem. The story was the problem. The story was just like, why is all this shit happening? Like, why? How did we get here? That's like what was bugging me. I'm like, wow. But, yeah, we do need to do some bad ones. Like, Born to Fight. Remember that one?
Yeah.
That shit was terrible.
Situational Kung Fu, the movie?
Yeah, pretty much. Everybody wanted to be Tony Jaa in that movie, even the old people. It was like, yeah, no, um, we need to, we need to do that one. We'll do that. We'll do what's another bad one? The new Kickboxer was kind of bad too.
I didn't watch that one yet.
Yeah, you should check it out just to see what I'm talking about. And then like they had the nerve to have Elaine Moussi imitating Van Damme's dance. I'm like, the movie wasn't a hit. You don't get to do the dance.
Oh.
How do you victory dance when you failed? Like that doesn't make sense. The movie was like I don't see what it is. Here I am being negative, but I couldn't see from the film, like from what you're shown in the film, what is it that makes Elaine more like more suited for this role than any other martial artist that may have tried out for the role or whatever. Like I can't tell. He doesn't have anything that's he doesn't have a signature move that's on the same level as Van Damme's helicopter kick. So like you can't really give him props because he's doing moves that like John Fu does them. What's his name? Tony Jaa does all this stuff. Like all the younger guys that have come since Van Damme and them, they all do the same moves for the most part. There's only a handful of Chinese guys like Max Zhang and Eddie Peng and what's the dude's name? Philip Ning, him and the other guy. What's the other dude's name? Andy On. They're like a few of the young guys that have their own style, and there's so much that they do that's theirs that I can't really be like they have this one move that they always do. It's like a lot of moves they always do that's theirs. But Elaine, he's doing the same XMA shit that everyone else does, so it's kind of weird watching him take on Van Damme's role. Even with Van Damme in the movie, it's like Van Damme still could have played that role. And then it's sad because it was what's his name's last movie, Darren Shalavi, his last movie before he passed. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Phil doesn't know who I'm talking about.
No, I'm trying to remember who that is.
The kicker in Tai Chi 2. You know what I'm talking about? He played Kano.
Shit! I forgot he passed away.
Yeah, he passed away. He had like heart issues. It was earlier last year. He was one of the early ones.
God, what was I watching that he was in it?
He was in Pound of Flesh.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it. There's a lot of martial arts films that, I've been saying since I started my channel that martial arts movies, but I was always afraid because I felt like, the companies are going to come after you for that and pull your movies down like they did with my Kamen Rider video, which is
how dare you give us free publicity?
I know, right? Which is up on Daily Motion, so people can check that out if you still want to.
Did you have the sound playing on it? In any of those cutscenes?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
I had the sound playing on like one scene, I think. There's one, maybe two scenes in there where I had the sound play because it was perfect for what was going on. I mean, I'd let people know this isn't me. I'm not giving you the full film, I mostly use freeze frames for the sake of the review. But, I mean, there's like hundreds of other people. I mean, there's people who literally, like Linkara and all those guys, they do Power Rangers by the episode. They review episode after episode after episode, and they play almost the entire episode. So I don't get how, my review would fall under the same, but whatever. But, I did it.
You're not big enough. Apparently.
Yeah, I don't have a million views. That's what I noticed, but, anyway, we're going to try and stay positive. So I don't know.
Difficult.
I know it is going to be difficult. There's a lot to complain about, but we did make it to another year. My kid's going to be 4 the end of the month, so I'm happy about that. I got a PS4. I'm happy about that. I got Rainbow Six Siege, so I'm happy about that. I could talk about Siege for a while because I'm pretty impressed with some of the stuff going on in there. I'm not the type to get all like, gotta join the community, guys. Like, come on, let's join the community. Like, I don't need the community. I just want to play the game because there's too much BS that happens amongst, the hive mind when people start getting into this thing together. because I was on the Reddit while I was at work a couple days ago, and just people trying to take other people down a couple, several pegs because they started playing the game early, or like, you know what I mean? Like, instead of just helping each other out, which I did see, they always have to add the "I'm better than you" part, and it's like, who gives a crap? It's a game where teamwork is kind of the cornerstone of the game. So by talking shit to that guy, you've just allowed yourself one less teammate. And I've been hearing about a lot of people killing their team. So like when they get bored, they just turn on their team and kill them. I'm like, really? This is where we're at?
If you get bored, then why would you continue playing the game?
Exactly.
Go play something else.
Exactly.
Yeah, find something that doesn't bore you. Go down.
Yep.
Do something.
I agree. That's how it works.
Because that isn't. I don't have an explanation for that. I'm like, that's just. Well, that is a lack of imagination.
Yeah, and in the new remaster, the Call of Duty, the Modern Warfare remastered, if you kill too many of your teammates, you get booted from the game like automatically.
Wow.
Should be booted permanently.
I know, right?
Because I was playing with a friend and he accidentally, he killed me once by accident. Because I mean, the game, now I know when they talk about how all the games look brown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That game, sometimes it's so hard to discern enemy from friend. And so, I've shot a couple people by accident thinking they were the enemy, and it was really a fellow teammate.
Yeah.
And he shot 8 times and got booted. And I was like, at least give us the option to turn that off.
I was going to
say, friendly fire.
Give them the chance to turn off friendly fire. I'm like, then how? Wow, that's another reason why I'm glad I never jumped in that game.
You talking about Call of Duty?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
And then play through the story and then put it down and never pick it up again.
Yeah,
most, I can't say like most people. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do that, though. I know I do.
What, you pick up games and you put it down, or you kill your?
No, I just play the campaign.
Yeah,
for Call of Duty. I just play the campaign. And I don't touch the multiplayer because I didn't start back in 2006 when everybody else did. So no.
Yeah, I was looking at my my stats for Rainbow Six Vegas because we've played for so long, and I'm like, it's gonna be weird trying to do that all over again with a whole new game. Got to learn everything, got to figure out everything all over again, get your stats up, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm kind of annoyed that shooting FPSs have, stats. It should just be, your stats should just be, kill to death ratio, and that's it. Accuracy, you know what I mean? Like, how many headshots did you get?
Nope, you need progression systems so you can know what we're doing versus everybody else.
It's just But, yeah, so... games, I don't know. The game I'm mostly interested in, besides Rainbow Six Siege, is Ghost Recon Wildlands. Because we're gonna wreck shop when that game comes out.
Yeah, I'm definitely eager to play that too.
Absolutely.
Because it seems like all the stuff that was missing from Siege, because Siege, they took away a lot of the Rainbow Six Vegas mechanics, like when the third-person stuff is not there anymore. It's all first-person. Like, you no longer have a button to hug the wall. You just duck behind the wall and then shoot out at an angle. All that shit, though, is now in Wildlands because the game is entirely third-person.
Third-person?
Yeah, so that'll be cool to see how that all plays out.
Definitely.
And just the fucking scope.
Also, it'd be nice to have a team that's all thought process as you. Because I've played online with some people just in Watch Dogs 2, trying to do stuff stealthy, and everybody just wants to run in there and just shoot up everybody and complete the objective that way.
Why is that everybody's default?
I mean, I get it. It's the easiest. It's the easiest thing to do. There's more room for error when you go in stealthy because people have a chance to get spotted. You have a chance for your enemies to get downed. And you have a chance for the enemy to get back up after you put them down. Whereas if you run in there and just run and gun it, You shoot them a few times, they never get back up.
Yeah.
Like, and they don't get back up. That's why, like, I don't know whether you want to make bigger. Like, no, because I don't want to say you don't want to tie better rewards to stealthier play. Like, I don't. I want there to be another sort of motivation instead of something a little more like it's got to be extrinsic because it's a game.
Yeah.
But like, it's got to be something where you don't want to, because you're like, more often than not, any game that allows you stealth, the non-stealth approach tends to be easier, except for like maybe, I don't know, Assassin's Creed. Like, you really shouldn't just go out there and try to
You can't go there and swashbuckle your way to victory in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, because you'll be fighting two guys, and then by the time you kill one of them, another one shows up, and that will keep happening.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't matter. There could be like
I could make it work. I'm just not going to.
You could have a human wall. You could have that. You could by the time you're done, and they're coming. Yeah. So,
Jesus, you're breaking up bad again. I hate this. God, I hate this.
It's like, I was hoping the computer would allow me. I mean, I can hear myself echoing in my headset, but it still sounds better than it did on the phone.
Yeah, it does. It does. We'll just roll with it. I'll try and fill in the blanks when I edit. But
over the summer, I'm just gonna have to like go over there and we're just gonna have to tape like 10 of them.
Exactly.
He's like, all right, I'm here live and in living color, so we're just gonna go and do this real big.
Exactly. But Wildlands looks like it's gonna be dope. I like you said, the tactical part. That's why I like Rainbow Six so much, because we actually get to be tactical. That's why I like, back in the day, people used to talk shit about who they could beat. Like the Call of Duty crowd would always be challenging you, like, I'll kill you in Call of Duty. I'm like, yes, you probably will, but you won't kill me in Vegas. You know what I mean? Or any Rainbow Six for that matter. So, yeah, we're not going to have this conversation. But,
not to disrespect those who, have Twitch and are good at that, not the streaming service, but, have good Twitch muscle movement.
Yeah, because I do not.
Like, that's what that game is mostly. I'm like, there's some strategy that you can employ, but I'm like, most of the strategy is, good sniping spots and whatever loadout works really well.
Yeah, and that the problem is that a lot of people, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it, a lot of people, the majority of people use the same loadout. Everybody does the same shit that you always see in most games. Like you said, path of least resistance. They watch the best players use these tools, they all use these tools. So it's not creative. It's 100% like, let's follow the leader. And they do that in fighting games. They do it in FPSs. I mean, it's just the way that people play games now. Few people actually branch out and try to get their money's worth. Like, you know what I mean? By experiencing the game 100% on their own, without anybody else's.
Or just going out of your way to try different methods, without the incentive of earning a trophy for it or something. Exactly. But just doing it.
Yeah, to see what'll happen. I mean, this is, again, we're at the era where, I mean, even though it's not like it was before, and I think I said this when we were talking or in another video or something, you're not paying per play right now.
Yeah.
If you want to take another character from a fighting game that nobody's using and try to see if they're worth a damn, well then try.
Yeah.
No one's gonna stop you. It's because this is, what was it? There was one video I watched from Extra Credits, and that was the whole thing. They went and they talked about League of Legends in the sense that people, the game is built so that basically people will figure out who's the most effective character, and everybody will use that character.
Yep.
And either someone will experiment and find someone else that cancels that character, or a buff will come out and kind of weaken that character, and then people will move away from it and look for something else. That's the point. That's what's supposed to be happening. If you're all right, everybody's using such and such, well, whatever, let's use a fighting game. Let's so far Street Fighter, since it's there. Everybody uses Ken or whatever. So, okay, find somebody that can counter what Ken does well. I mean, that person is out there.
Yeah. Or figure out a technique. Like what we used to do is you figure out a technique with the character you like, and you use that to counter that character. You don't just take the easiest, the path of least resistance with every character. Oh, you picked him? I'm going to pick someone else. I don't subscribe to that school of thought because we were fighters. But what I do, trade my leg in for a better leg so that I could fight so and so that has better defense in real life. Like I can't do that. I got to learn how to get around that thing that guy's better than me with. So yeah, I can't get behind that shit. It just bothers me.
It's like, yeah, if like you said, if there's somebody that because of a tactic they're using or something like that, you really can't get around it. Like you said, that's your choice. Either figure out how to get around it, and figuring it out may take some time.
Yeah.
There's another thing that I wish people would realize they had the luxury of doing.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're tournament players, in which case, yeah, you got to find something. Hopefully, you make some money.
Exactly.
Like, something like, but other than that, like, no, if you're just doing this when you're out of school, when you're out of work, and you need something to do, like, there's no reason why you can't just start like rocking other characters, like even like other shooters, like something like Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch or something like that. Like even like that's balanced pretty well to the point where everybody isn't trying to use the same characters.
Exactly. People like there's players for everything in that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a different, and they also did a great job of like whatever the character looks like, that's pretty much going to be their style of play. So that's what draws you to them.
Exactly, and that's what I miss. That's what I really miss.
Like just something to make it work and something to make it fun for you. I'm like, I understand. Yeah, most games it's not fun if you're getting beat, but I mean, if I'm playing like really, really well, like stuff that doesn't go my way, like I'm not gonna fall apart.
Yeah.
Like, cause I mean, I could like go back to Street Fighter. Look, I can win a lot of fights with Ken. Everybody can win a whole lot of fights with Ken.
I know.
I don't always have fun playing with him.
Yeah, but try telling people that. You try telling players that today, and they complain. Nah, it takes skill. Ken's hard. No, Ken's actually really easy to play as.
Yeah,
it's been really
and
easy.
I mean, and
that's what he was designed
and if you're good,
for.
It's like, and if you're good with him, I'm like, that's again, I'm not speaking to your level of skill, but it's like he's designed to be that dude. There's even a character again in that series of games you hate. There's another character you can tell because he's right on the cover, and you can tell by looking at him he's going to be, like a little more like a little better balance against everybody else, and he is. And you figure out how it works for 10 minutes, you'll figure out this guy's probably your best bet.
Yeah. But
is he unbeatable? No, I've beaten him with a handful of people in game.
Yeah.
So it can happen. You just got to put some energy toward it. That's what I want to see more of. I want to see people like making just try to play a game and like put your stamp on it.
Yeah, put more effort
instead of like you said,
doing your own.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
So this is more a hopeful episode than like a straight condemnation episode.
Yeah, like I got mad props for that Tekken player Tanukana because Ling Xiaoyu is not an easy character to win with. We've got other characters who do a lot more damage in a lot less time, and she's able to hold her own because she understands the character enough to be able to stand toe to toe with some of the other better players. I mean, she's not like the greatest player out there, but she's. I mean, like I said, she's able to hold her own. So
she's probably one of the best.
Cool to finally.
She's one of the best Xiaoyu players I've ever seen.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, mad props for that because
she's.
I've never seen people play in tournaments with Xiaoyu.
Yeah, exactly. What's the girl's name again?
Tanukana.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
And
that should
be. Like, and that's what it was made for. Like, there's no one who's ever made a fighting game and just straight up said, like, yeah, this character's ass. Like, if you pick him, you're going to get straight, like, friggin' like mollywopped.
Well, Dan.
I'm like, even what's the name? Even Dan. You can win fights with Dan, but Dan is kind of like, he's the closest thing to that.
Yeah, he was that character.
Yeah.
You were going to get your ass throttled if you picked him. But it's weird because he had some moves that did more damage. It's just his range was shit back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Then his basic attacks used to like hit really hard.
Yeah, like his basic punches and kicks, and I think his it was his the one super that has like it's like 13 hits and it ends with a dragon punch or something. You know what I'm talking about? He did like a whole bunch of chops, like all his technique, all his kicks, his punches, the close, the medium, whatever. And then he uppercuts you, and then he lands, and he's like, Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, I know. Oh, but that was because he was a joke character to begin with. But even
Yeah.
him, you could still win with him. I mean, shit, I remember when I was playing Street Fighter 4 when it first came out and we first got Dan. I remember I was like whooping ass with him online. And you're not supposed to. It's like they made a mistake and he was actually effective, and then they fixed it, I guess, and made him back, not so effective.
Back to reality. I'm like, but why? Like you made these characters. You balanced them when the game came out. Like you play tested them. Unless you just literally made Dan just set some stuff lower than everybody else's and just assumed it was a joke.
Yeah.
Or like someone's gonna take this character again. It's like we were talking about this before. Where like why like again gamers who again I say like to punish themselves, but I was talking to somebody and it was like it's kind of like a badge of honor or something when like a shooter and you take a weapon that's garbage and you like beat a hard boss with it.
Yeah, like the
It's
chainsaw.
like
I remember beating
and
Doom
that's
in Doom 2 or Doom 1. I remember beating the last boss with the chainsaw, and it took me like a half hour to do it. I still did it.
And winning a fight with somebody like Dan or somebody else that's like that's more of that like speed was like you can tell they clearly have disadvantages over everyone else. Like it's a little bit of it's a little bit of where I was able to take this character that nobody supposed to be so garbage and win.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean those characters are kind of designed for the players that they're good at the game and want to challenge for themselves. Like how we would play as Mokujin back in the day, like on Tekken 3.
Yeah.
Because we had played through everyone much knew everybody and like what their strengths and weaknesses were. So we would just pick Mokujin to get a random see who we were playing as and just to see to the situation with the random character every round.
Yep.
And that was even trickier because again, like I think what if he lost, he definitely changed. Like he definitely changed styles, but like you don't know who you're getting. You have to know if you can tell by stance.
Yeah,
maybe a handful of people you can like literally tell by the stance who you have, like the capoeira person or something like that. But most of them, it's like they're so slight. It's like, you gotta throw a couple punches, throw a couple kicks. Like, oh, that's who I got. Okay.
Well, yeah.
And even then, you might not know which version because like you could the character could be in like Michelle's stance, but it's actually Julia.
Yeah.
King and Armor King or the Jax.
Yeah, but you could tell once you do
figure it out with some moves by doing some moves.
Yeah.
And that wasn't like you said. So now you're almost at a disadvantage for what? Possibly the first 5 seconds of the fight, which could be enough to like put you in a hole you can't dig yourself out of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if Tekken is one of those games where you have the same basis. Every character has the same basis for their attacks. Your punches are all the same. Your basic kicks are almost all the same. So you can easily.
Yeah, everybody's got a roundhouse of some sort. And,
and a standing,
punch an uppercut,
standing left, a standing right, an uppercut on both sides. So like you could at least chip at them real quick to keep them away from you, and then figure out the moves while you got your distance. But no, I feel what you're saying though. It wasn't. It's not always straightforward, and if you want a challenge, that's a good way to have a challenge. But I dig. Oh my goodness, I'm losing my train of thought. I dig when they do this stuff though, when they throw in that joke character. But yeah, you still should be able to pick any character that you want to pick and put them up against any of the other characters, and figure out how to do what you got to do. Doesn't make sense that's not that's not how people play anymore.
Because you have what? Like how many games have like your Zangief or whatever the fighting community calls that character? Then your heavy grabs, no projectile character, and I'm just going to play somebody who has projectiles and try to zone you and keep you on the other side of the screen. That doesn't always work.
Yeah,
it's like a lot of times like that grappler character will like find a way to get across the screen and make you pay.
Well, eventually they always make that character get more moves to deal specifically with people who want to hide behind fireballs. You know, at least in the good games.
Yeah,
like Mortal Kombat does.
Because for a while,
but you know,
yes.
all the other games they do.
Because what's the name in Street Fighter 2? I think if he did the spinning clothesline, fireballs didn't go through. But I think that may be the only game where that didn't happen.
In the later one, when he does the green glove, that passes that can get around projectiles.
Well, no, in the original Street Fighters, his body wasn't his lower body wasn't invincible. But then I think there were. In subsequent ones, his lower body became invincible when he was doing the spin, so fireballs went right through. And then you had the green hand, you know.
Yeah, later on.
But yeah, I don't know. I would play more shooters also if this kind of logic went into how people play shooters, where you could, you know, just figure out, you get your team together, you figure out your tactics, and you have the freedom to go where you need to go. But, you know, that's not how they play. They all play towards... They actually tweak the games to fit the play styles of the players that are playing the game in the beta or, like, in the early days of whatever the game is. And that, to me, it sucks. That's why I like Doom so much, because Doom didn't do that. Doom was just like, let's just make our game the way we want you to play the game. And then you just have fun playing the game, because that's the whole point of it existing. So...
Yeah, Destiny could have came close to that if they weren't tweaking their guns every month.
That's just so literally by the time people get used to it, like, again, damage output, reloads, and everything else is like now they're making changes. It's like
they'll nerf stuff instead of trying to make everything well rounded to where you could run in there with a pistol, a pulse rifle, and a heavy machine gun. Instead, it's once people in the community who dissect and eat, breathe shit, and live Destiny, figure out what the best loadouts and perks are for the weapons, then everybody just starts following suit.
Yeah.
Like I said, for a while, like I said, if you're just starting, if you're trying to figure out, like, I would just like to not die for like an hour, it's like, by all means, go for that stuff. But eventually, you should get to the point where you feel a little more comfortable.
Exactly.
You know, like handling different weapons and differences. Many guns that we like float. I think we've all floated between every single assault rifle.
Oh yeah.
In Rainbow Six.
You have to.
At some point, I know I've used every single one. I remember the first time I saw the FNC, I'm like, oh, this thing is amazing.
Yeah.
And I tried to get my hands on it, and I'm like, oh, this is great. And then at some point, it didn't do what I needed, or same thing. Like I thought they didn't, and I'm like, well, then I moved to the next one, and then it was the M4, then it was the M468, and it was this, and then it was that, and then and now I'm back to like the second or third one you could possibly choose, like the G3. Yeah. Like I'm back to that, and I haven't left since.
I've stuck with the Scar. I think I've used a Scar from like that first couple months when I first got the game till now. I realized real quick, I was like, the Scar works for me, especially with an ACOG sight on it, and then it's perfect. Or, it's a 6 times, actually, not an ACOG.
Yes. So just find something that works.
Yeah. I just wish people would do that. I remember, like, I used to play, my favorite weapons in every game are typically shotguns and 357 Magnums or Beef Eaters, whatever you want to call them. And in Rainbow Six, shotguns and the Beef Eater or Raging Bull, I think is what's called in this one. They're both not, they're not as effective as they should be. They were, but at some point they patched the effectiveness of those weapons. And then they became really lame for us. And they were super, like, amazing for the bad guys, you know? So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of all that. I think that's not how you do things. But, yeah, Ghost Recon Wildlands will be dope. Freaking...
Oh, my God. From the first video I saw that, it was like, just like the freedom. Like, well, man, I told you, like, the one good thing that I pulled out of the malaria game was... just like attack your objectives from multiple angles. You can go stealthy, you can go loud, you can wait till it's nighttime and like creep through there. You can wait till it's nighttime and use the dark to hide you.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's Like that was nice. Like they put a little bit. They didn't put enough thought into it, but they put a good amount of thought into multiple ways of achieving these objectives. And I'm hoping Wildlands they're able to do the same thing. And again, because I know like for once, like we're also not like tethered to one another either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I imagine that like the thing that goes with that freedom is also that like we can like survive for more than 5 seconds under fire.
Yeah.
This way, it's not like, oh, well, they're laying into your cover, you're done. But like, if I'm coming down like the side of a mountain, and you're like making your way like up a riverbank, like and we're on completely different halves trying to like get to the objective. I'm like, there's going to be like some incredible moments in between there, and I'm pumped. I'm psyched. I'm liking what I see, and I want to play it.
Yeah. Me too. What about Prey? What do you guys think of that?
I hope it's good.
I don't really know too much about it, to be honest with you.
Because it's changed a couple times since they've announced it, and I hope it's good.
It's weird.
I really hope it's good.
The first couple times I thought it was amazing, like with the whole like aliens abducting the boat. I mean the plane. The boat and the flying boat. I thought it was cool the way that they showed that, and like it looked like you were abducted, and your girlfriend and your the people aboard your ship were abducted as well. And I guess at some point you become like a bounty hunter, because that's what it changed into. Like, or you wasn't your character a U.S. Marshal, or did you become? Did it just change? That was one of the changes. Because I could have sworn.
The first one, the first Prey.
No, the first trailer for the reboot.
Yeah, you were sort of Marshall or something like that.
Yeah.
I think you were like, Jesus.
Yeah, it changed a lot. It changed like a good 3-4 times. So
yeah, because you look like you were chasing like an alien. So I don't even know if you were some sort of like galactic law enforcement at that point.
Well, in the original, though, I'm talking about like remember the very first trailer for the new one. You were on a ship with your girlfriend, and you had like a actually you weren't a marshal. There was a marshal on the ship. You had like your camera or your phone or something, remember? And he's like recording everything as shit happens. All of a sudden, a green light hits the plane, and they're like, "What the fuck's going on?" And like a hole opens up in the plane, and aliens drop in, and shit's just going nuts. And then the side of the plane gets ripped off, and people end up getting sucked out of the plane up into these. Like, look it up. Look up the Prey announced trailer. I can't.
Yeah, I'm looking at a trailer right now for it.
Yeah, it's like real cheesy at first, and you're just like, "Wow, this is like a booty '80s film." And then the more it goes, you're just like, "Whoa!" Like it turns into something else. And then there was the trailer that had the Johnny Cash music, and and you're chasing like a perp. And then not the E3 2016. I'm talking about like Prey from where is it at? The reveal trailer from way back when. It's like Prey 2, I guess is what it was called back then. Because yeah, when they rebooted it, they dropped the sequel. They dropped the sequel to it. Because remember, it's supposed to be a sequel to the one that came out on the Xbox years ago. Which one is it? Is this it? Sorry guys, I know you can't see it, but look along with us. I think that was 2011 was the original trailer. If I'm yeah, it was 2011. Prey 2011. It's pretty damn crazy. I was like, holy shit.
I mean, looks really slick.
Yeah, you are a U.S. Marshal. And this is the second trailer where it shows the wreckage. Yeah, I was like, man, I want to play that game, and then it turned into something else altogether.
Yeah, it's like you're fighting like shadow creatures and shit.
That's the new one. That's just Prey. But look up Prey 2. The trailer I'm talking about is like 2009 or 2010, And then there's 2 trailers. There's one where you see the crash happen, and then there's one where you see your character, I guess, years afterwards, and he's a bounty hunter. He's like parkouring all over this like futuristic city trying to chase this guy that looks like a white slug with like 4 eyes. It's weird, man. It's like got some cool weapons and everything. But
that's the one I remember.
Yeah, because it begins with
the
aftermath.
Remember him chasing the dude.
Yeah, it begins with the aftermath of what you call it, of the crash, so that you can see, you know, what actually went down. It's pretty dope, man. I was like, wow. I wish that game came out, but now it's a whole new, different, you know, situation. It's like a brand new game. It looks interesting. It's like some project in the future where you're being tested for all kinds of craziness and whatnot, and it's like, oh, okay. So
yeah, I'm watching that trailer right now.
Cool. Yeah, I think it has.
I vaguely that alien.
What's up?
So that alien was booking.
I know, right?
He's like points to the dude. He's like, get him, and you're like, plop, 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 like 4 guys just down.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the gravity boots.
Yeah, I'd play this. I'd play this for.
Well, wait till you see what it's become. It's not this.
Well, this is what kind of kills me too. And again, I'm not going to get totally negative.
Yeah.
But it's like now that we have all of this technology, gaming has advanced to this level of graphics and this type of output and sound and everything. Shouldn't we be doing games like this? Shouldn't we be trying to like just a level of world building present in this trailer?
Yeah.
It is just nuts.
Exactly.
And again, I'm not saying that every game needs to be like this, but there need to be games like this.
Yeah, they need to exist. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But I'm interested. I want to see it. I want to find out what, you know, what the deal is with it. What about, excuse me, Horizon Zero Dawn?
I'm looking forward to this. Oh, yeah.
What were you about to say? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was but yeah, I'm happy they actually pushed that game back.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm tired of them hurrying up to release half-done games. So to get, you know, a finished game, they took time to actually finish it. That makes me happy.
Who wants to play a finished game? Who doesn't love day one patches?
Yeah, I know, right?
Plus, out right now that a game like that I want to take my time playing through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, you're lucky.
The back.
You don't have kids, so you can do that. Take your time. Yeah, I think the
Horizon Zero.
Sorry, the version of the Prey trailer. Sorry to go back to it. It's called Prey 2 Exclusive Premiere Trailer. And that's the one where you're on the plane. I usually hate scenarios that in cinematic form that take place on a plane because like I've always had issues with being on planes. Like I'm not so bad with that, but I remember as a kid and like, you know, a teen, oh my god, I hated it. And it's all from movies giving me a complex and shit. Especially when they sit you near the engines. Fuck that. Ugh, I hate that shit. But anyway, sorry. Go back to what you were saying. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn looks dope. It looks like you're going to have a lot of freedom to take on, you know, all the threats the way you want to. I mean, I know they have a specific series of animations for each kill, depending on what it is you're fighting.
Yeah, certain ways to reveal their weak points, or a specific way to reveal the weak point.
Yeah.
Or robot animal.
But I dig it.
Rope animal.
I just want to know what their
the explanation is for how we got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
too. Yeah. That's. I don't know what it is. Like ever since like
Enslaved,
like J.J. Abrams and all those other stories where they always hint at certain things and it gets you intrigued enough to want to find out. Yeah. Sucker for those things now for some reason.
Gotcha.
I know, right? They trained you, man. You got to fight.
Yeah, I want to learn. I want to find out what happens.
You love the mystery box now, don't you?
Mystery box.
It's like, well, what's until you find out what's nothing.
I know nothing's there. God, I can't wait for. I can't wait for. I really can't wait for Wildlands. I keep thinking about it. I'm just like, man, that game's gonna be sick.
Because that game was like almost in the same vein as not Wildlands, but Horizon Zero Dawn, almost in the same vein of damn it, just had it in my head, Enslaved.
Yeah.
Almost a whole, like, machines took over the planet like, a while ago. It's post apocalypse, so shit isn't gray back because it will.
Yeah.
Long after we're gone, if the planet's still here, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's just life as we know it will be different,
Yeah. So that, again, like I said, like that type of world building, which I dug in. What's the name too? Which I dug in Enslaved too. Like I like the world that they built, what they gave me to play with. Like they gave me enough, and in my imagination, like created some really awesome. I filled in some blanks. But yeah, like Horizon Zero Dawn looks like it's that same type of vibe, obviously, because you're still dealing with like robotic like creatures.
Yeah, I will say that fucking Enslaved was boring as fuck after a while. Like I got halfway. I don't even think I got halfway through that game before I stopped. I got like, I got to the part where there's like mines. It's like way early on the first stage, man. There's like mines, and you have to get the chick to do something so she can deactivate the mine so you can get across. And I paused it. I remember I had someone called me. Kate may have called me to do something, and I went to go do whatever, and then I came back, and I swear I just put Tekken 6 in or something like that instead. Because I just like, after that, it felt like it had the same syndrome that the X-Men films have, where the intro is so strong, and the rest of the movie just never capitalizes or goes back to that level of crazy. So I couldn't.
It's that I'm sure there's a word for it, but it's the valley type of writing where like you pour everything into like the first 10% and the last 10%, and then everything else just kind of like gets you there.
Yeah.
Like it's not as exciting, it's not as striking. Maybe there's one point in the middle that like kind of keeps you going, to kind of like but the bulk of it, like all the effort, all the energy. I think that's what somebody said. Like game design almost is like when you're running out of money.
Yeah,
it's like you nail the beginning and you nail the ending. It's in the middle, you just try to make coherent.
Shit, man.
And that could have been kind of what they did with Enslaved too. But I think I remembered. I'm not gonna say that I did not. I experienced the same thing, but I think I know what you meant, because there were some rather obnoxious bits in the middle.
Yeah. But did you go back to it? You went back and continued, right? You beat it, right?
Yeah, I managed to beat it.
Yeah, I
haven't even played it yet.
Really? I think I have your copy of it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have your copy. So yeah, if you want it, just let me know so I can give
it to you. This man, like Hadrian, was like, "Yeah, I remember that game. I remember loaning it to you."
Well, he loaned it to me because he said he wasn't going to play it. So I was like, "Yeah, let me try it." And then I ended up doing the same.
He wasn't going to play it at that moment. So
yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll get it back to you.
But yeah. So man, yeah, I hope whatever assets they had for that original Prey 2, which, by the way, I mean, like I said, that stuff goes back to 2011, possibly 2010.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's like, it's old by technology standards now, but I hope they don't completely scrap that.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, even if the tools are kind of like meh, like the not the tools, but the graphics, all that stuff, it's the concepts that, you could always revisit and like amp those up to make things better. God, I remember. Did any of you get to play the original Prey? I know I'm jumping around again, but
no, I never played it.
No, because that was what? That was N64, wasn't it?
No, it was Xbox.
Was it?
Yeah. The
game that is why I never played it.
The game was nuts. I played it. Forgot which friend had it. Maybe it was at my old job, because I remember we had a couple systems there, and it was nuts. Oh no, it was when I went back to Jersey. One of my coworkers, when I was working at GameStop, he had it. He kept talking about it, but he didn't know. He couldn't remember the name. He was like, "What's the name of that game where the guns are breathing and stuff?" And I'm like, "I don't know what the fuck you play. Like, what kind of games are you playing?" And he was, no, you're a Native American guy, and like the guns are breathing, and there's aliens, and they kidnap your girlfriend, and they turn her into some jacked up thing. And I was like, "You just told me the end of the game." And he's like, "Well, dude, she doesn't make it." I'm like, "Are you serious?"
Just like jab him in the face. Like, I just told you to not. Just well, I might as well finish spoiling it for you. So, bum 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 bum.
Yeah, pretty much. I honestly, I mean, spoilers don't bother me because the experience is always different when you, when you actually play it. I just remember it being like I remember it looking bleak, and I didn't want to think that the actual game was going to be bleak. You know what I mean? Like the outlook. I was thinking like, oh, you do save your chick at least. You know, you save somebody. Nah, you save the human race, but you lose your girlfriend in the process. So,
see, that's bittersweet.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's bittersweet, man. Because
it's exactly. It's like, man, like exactly. This the love of your life is no longer here, but I mean, I have a here to go back to.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
pretty much, it's fucked up though, man. I was like, damn. Like when we actually did sit down and play it. I was like a week. We spent a week every day after work, and we played for a couple hours, and yeah, it was pretty dope. But damn, it's a jacked up ending. But anyway, good stuff.
So yeah, that was the first Prey. Like you said, it was a pretty unique experience in that time frame, and obviously not just because of who the lead was, but like I said, just because of the setting and the ending. I mean, that's why people were trying. That was one of those games that people were like, man, like they really should revisit this. They really should go back into this universe again, and hopefully whatever they wind up doing with the follow up like turns out to be good.
Yeah,
and something that we want to play.
Yeah, I hope so. What else? Nier Automata. That looks really cool. I like the first one. I didn't really like the characters as much. I like the soundtrack of the game better than the game. But there were some cool parts. There were some really cool parts in the game.
I don't care for the characters in this new one.
Yeah, everyone looks. It's
tired of that bleach blonde or platinum blonde characters. They remind me of the characters, the two kids from Black Lagoon.
Yeah, those crazy ass Lolly, the like gothic Lolita and whatever the dude equivalent is. Yeah. Yeah, I was not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of that style at all.
You interested in whatever it is, Neo at all?
Nah, fuck that game. Like I don't like. I'm not on this weird the Dark Souls kick. I don't really. It just doesn't do it for me. I mean, I know a lot.
I played the demo. It's structured. It's set up pretty well, but I don't want to punish myself. Like. It's too much work to screw up and then have to start back over again. Like I did that back in the day with Nintendo. I don't need to go back and do it again now.
Yeah,
I'm too old for that shit.
It doesn't look as brutal as Dark Souls.
No, it's brutal.
Right? It's still no. I remember I saw the demo too, and I'm like, yeah, it could be. It's almost man. I remember Strydent, you had mentioned another game that Capcom should dig up. Since they're like going through the backlog now, so I checked out some videos of Red Earth, and I'm like, man, this is really cool.
Yeah, Red Earth was fun.
Like I wish they would like you again with like tech being what it is now, basically because it's like you pick a character and then you go through X amount of like legit boss fights. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Like I wish they would like kind of bring that one back.
Yeah, me too.
Come on, you guys don't want to play the new Crash Bandicoot? Yes, you
Wow. I was never a
That's just
fan of
not.
it.
Yeah, I don't think it's new or they just like repackaging the old ones. Because again, like these games must be preserved for the next generation.
I mean, people do want to play it though.
No, I
I
know.
mean, I don't, but
For a lot of people,
uh,
that was their first, platformer. But that wasn't my first platformer, so I don't really have the attachment. I don't like the design. I think it's a poor design. I don't like the character. I don't really like how he looks. I don't like the music in the game. It's so much in there that I'm just not feeling. So it's not for me. But for the younger kids, it's probably for them. You know. Um,
for the children.
but near Automata, the music is probably going to be sick because that first Near has one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard. Period. I mean, everything works. Everything. There's probably a handful of songs on there that are just not like they fit better in the situation in the game than they would for you to be like driving down the street bumping that shit. But
yeah.
but the music overall, like when it hit, it really hit, and it was really awesome. So I'm definitely gonna check that out. And it looks, I mean, Platinum Games is involved, so the gameplay is probably gonna be sick because they're fucking nuts. We still got to get Mutants in Manhattan, that Ninja Turtles game,
Oh, I know.
because we can at least three of us get three. Actually, Anthony could get it, and then we all four of us could play. So that would be really cool. Red Dead 2, of course. I didn't finish the first one.
I'm not the only person here that beat Red Dead. Red Dead Redemption. Hell, I've beaten every game with Red Dead in it. I think it's not even a big deal. It's only 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a good one. I think this is going to be specific. I don't think, but it looks going back in the
thing.
past.
I'm waiting for them to more before I get like really, I guess, excited to play it. Like I'm down to play, just from the reveal, but like all the people going like nuts over the reveal trail, I'm like, they really didn't show you anything.
Yeah.
They just, maybe they might take a Magnificent Seven vibe. That's the only thing I got from it. But if so, that's cool.
Yeah.
I want to see how the game is going to play and whether they make advancements from the shooting mechanics from the first game, because Rockstar does a lot of things well, but I've played other third-person games with better shooting mechanics than Auto and Red Dead.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, everybody hates on Saints Row, but shooting in Saints Row is way more fun than in Red Dead.
It's really easy.
What was it? There was again, like the same thing with their melee mechanics for in Rockstar games, especially in GTA. But like I said, I played the Warriors.
Yeah.
And they made enough tweaks to that melee engine, and it works. Like everything works. Like the strikes have weight. Like like you can grapple and it feels effective. Like in dangerous. So yeah, I like that. I like the way that handles. So if they can kind of like maybe work some of that into it too, because I imagine if there's going to be some sort of like bar fight thing or something like that, like tweak the melee to where like I actually don't mind having to do it.
Yeah.
But as far as like what else that game brings, I don't know. Like you said, definitely a little invoking of Magnificent Seven. So, but I'm interested. I usually, maybe because there's only been like 2 or 3 games in the series. Like I'm more interested in those than I would be about hearing about GTA 6 at this point.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm gonna play it. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
it's just slow.
But yeah, this seems cool. Like you said, we've barely seen anything, but like I like the fact that they even went back to this. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah. So yes, that is a buy. That is a checkout. That is a keep your eye on, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Yeah, just people just need to ease back on the whole hype train shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Good God, they do.
Like it's okay. You don't really get points for being there. Like it's okay. You can be cautiously optimistic.
I agree.
You talk about God of War.
I'm not feeling it. It doesn't look like Kratos. He doesn't sound like Kratos because it's not the same actor. I don't really care. He doesn't even look like Kratos to me. Like it's like a new. The model is so new and so different. It just does, it's like they tweaked everything to make him look more like, I guess,
like a Viking.
Viking, and it just, to me, I would have preferred him to still have the physique that we knew, and then have like different gear on. You know what I'm saying? Like somewhat different gear to hide that he's from ancient Greece. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be dope. But instead, it just feels like it could have been a whole different character. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me, but I noticed it from the minute he opened his mouth in that first little trailer that we got. I was like, "That's not Kratos. I'm good." You can't do Kratos and not have, what's his name, TC Carter or TK Carter or something like that.
TC Carter, is Carter or Carson? I think it's TC Carter.
Yeah, you can't do Kratos without that guy's voice. You got to have that voice. Otherwise, something will be missing. And I think if people are paying attention, they'll feel it. I mean, I know gamers typically are all about just playing, the game. They don't care about all those things. But me, I got into the whole series because of that. Even the third one, which was my least favorite of the bunch. It had some dope situations and sequences or whatever. But
yeah, the visuals were.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah.
But the plot, I was like, Kratos is not Jason Voorhees. Like, why is he just killing everything? Like, he's killing everybody indiscriminately. He's killing everything. I'm like, and
God of War 3, Kratos goes postal.
Yeah, man, it was like, wow, what happened to my boy? He's smarter than this. Like, why is he so? I don't know. It didn't work for me.
And it would have, and they still could have used him. I mean, to use Carson. I mean, he's like 58 right now, so he is an older man, so you could have him voice an older man. Because, like you said, it's not like, they like Kratos went through some reimagining and now he's like 17 again or something. Like, no, he's clearly old.
Exactly.
And not as angry, apparently. He just, I don't know if he's necessarily the best dad, judging by what we saw in the trailer, but,
Yeah, it was a different time.
But as I was say, he was there, damn it.
Yeah.
He was helping his kid.
But yeah, man, I don't know. I'm a little bit that one didn't do it for me. Like I was more geeked about Uncharted 4, even though we got that already. I'm just saying, like when I saw it and I saw like the gameplay and I saw the little trailer for it and stuff. I mean, I knew they were gonna add a bit of history to Drake that he probably didn't have in the previous games, like the whole, my brother died on a mission breaking me out of prison or whatever. Like, you didn't have a brother before. Where'd that come from? But,
it's like never mentioned.
Yeah, he just never mentioned it. So like the way,
I mean, I didn't know he didn't know who his family was. That was
part of the plot.
A big part of the third game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I get it. What they do with Uncharted is supposed to be it's like a homage to action movies of like the 80s and 90s, where shit just, it happened because you needed a story to get you from one sequence to the next. And, if you're aware of that and you can appreciate it, then you enjoy it. God of War, on the other hand, is supposed to be
action adventure movies where, like, like you said, it's big settings and set pieces and all that stuff.
Exactly. And then God of War, on the other hand, was supposed to be your big, epic, fantasy thing. And like, if they don't, how do I put this? Like, the story is pretty well, like, it's big enough that every piece has to fit. And I keep feeling like the stories that they should be telling aren't the stories that they focus on with the sequels. Like, the story about his brother, I know he shows up in one of the PSP or PS Vita games or something.
Yeah.
But I wanted a full game, like a big game about that guy.
It's funny how... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was going to say, it's funny how it's on Greek mythology, but they kind of dropped the ball on the Greek tragedy aspect of it.
Yeah, like
because of how he goes crazy in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not feeling that, and I thought they would. I thought they'd fix that. I thought they would do more, but it's like the parts I want to see, they turn it into like a side story, and then they don't revisit it in the big games. And if they do, it's just like a mention. It's not the whole thing, And I'm like, I want a mention. I want more than a mention of those elements. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I dig. Like I actually sat there and watched all that shit about his brother in God of War. What was that, 2? I think it was in the end of 2. I'm like, go ahead.
No, what's up with Deimos?
Yeah. And I'm sitting here like, all into it and shit. Like, damn, this is gonna be dope. And then I blinked and that shit was gone. It already happened. I didn't even know. And I was working at GameStop at the time, and then somebody mentioned that it was part of either the PSP or the freaking what was it, the Vita or Go, PSP Go or something like that. And I was like, really? Like that's where this went? Like they didn't do this in a proper, God of War game? Like what's going on? So yeah.
Yeah, I thought the part where he finds his daughter in Elysium, her off of him, and you have to like tap to force her off of his leg because she wants him to stay, and he wants to stay too, but he can't. And I was like, all right, now like this is good, like storytelling. Now I can kind of see why. They keep dangling that carrot in front of him.
Yeah.
In a way, or finding ways to snatch it away, and he never gets what he wants.
Yeah.
And it's so in some ways I understand why he went crazy, but I feel like they still could have handled it a hell of a lot better than they did.
Well, it wasn't a gradual crazy. That's the problem.
No.
It was like instant crazy, like worse than Jamie Foxx as Electro. As much as everyone complains about that, this was like your first boss, the first guy you kill. He went full crazy, and then it was just downhill from there. I'm like, that's not the way Kratos was. And remember, he's been a warrior for a long time. He's a little bit more calculated than that. So, yeah, I wasn't.
Plus, prior to the first God of War, he was already doing the God's bidding for like 10 years.
For 10 years, yep. So it's like because they changed hands so many times, they kind of forgot what was what. And that bothers me, and it doesn't really, I don't know. That's why I'm not interested in that one for some reason. Maybe when it comes out, I will be able to see a little bit more and figure out what's going on,
If they break away from that camera, that fixed camera, I'd be more interested in playing it.
What fixed camera?
It's always behind his back, and it doesn't feel like you can move it around to see more.
It's Resident Evil 4 and on. That's how the camera's set up now.
Wait, it's stuck that way? Because in 3 you could move the camera.
Oh, in the 4 during that trailer.
That's what the camera's like.
Because it's a trailer. I don't think that's like. You know what
I mean? Hope so.
Yeah, I think that's because the trailers, it's the footage, screwed with, they screwed with the camera. They doctored or chose the proper angle for each of the scenes. I don't think that's how it's going to stay, But if it does, hey, I guess it is what it is. What games are you, besides what I mentioned, what games are you guys all, waiting for?
The new Spider-Man game.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, I'm definitely looking forward to it since it's not fucking Beanox anymore.
Yeah.
And it's not a movie game, so they don't have to half-ass it.
Yeah.
It'll actually be a full-on game that I'm hoping, since it's Insomniac, they actually put the time in with the mechanics to make it actually fun again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of tired of Batman holding the crown for the best video game adaptation or whatever.
Well, because everything Batman does, Batman does, everybody just is like, oh, he's so great. Remember, it's what I said before about him on film. People make a big deal about the actor that's going to play him, and it's like, you just need a buff white guy who can fucking scowl and look like he's intimidating. The costume does the majority of the work, and then you have stunt doubles that can do all the fighting for you. I mean, the car, the weapons, everything else, it's just like built in. You don't really have to try. And, if people are being honest, they know that's the case. That's why he gets all the props he gets,
Yeah. Plus, I mean, the Arkham games are kind of stale now. I'm sorry. Like, I wanted to play Arkham Knight, but Arkham City, and it doesn't feel like they added a whole lot that's new, other than the Batmobile. And I could be wrong because I haven't played it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of new stuff, or the game doesn't feel like it's going to be as fresh.
Yeah. I agree. I wasn't feeling the style of the game. It feels too different from the world that we got to fall in love with the Arkham games. Like the Arkham games are all dark and they're gritty and dirty and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a different, uh, slightly different feel. The new one feels too tech and too like Gotham feels different. It feels a little bit more modern. It doesn't feel as old. It doesn't feel as stylized like the previous one. And I know there's stylization, so people are gonna say, well,
Yeah.
because it exists, I'm wrong. But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying that like the feeling of the city itself doesn't look like any existing city in the previous Arkham games. But in Arkham Knight, it looks like so many pieces of existing cities, if that makes sense. Um, so I don't know. It just doesn't have the character. The freaking Iron Man, fucking lightweight, Mark V armor. I'm not feeling that shit. Batman wouldn't wear it. Don't.
I know. You think with how advanced that suit is, it would be able to block bullets.
Yeah, and then you still get
So you
shot.
wouldn't have to unlock the upgrades to do reduction of damage.
Exactly.
That's always been my issue with the Arkham game. The one issue I really have with him, it's like, why would he need to unlock any of his gear? It's his gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're playing as Nightwing or something, sure, maybe like you got to put in a request and he's got to see if he can get it suited to your specs, and then he can get it to you.
Yeah.
But this is Bruce Wayne you're playing as. If he like is about to go out, he's like, oh, those guys seem to have heavy artillery. I should probably wear heavier armor.
I agree.
It should kind of happen like that.
I know, let me flap over to Wayne Tower, hop into my secret base in there, and upgrade my shit. Grab all the stuff I already got prepared for just such an occasion.
Because I just so happen to have this set up.
Yep.
I wonder if the Telltale game's going to be any good.
Yeah, I think the last chapter's about to come out of that.
Yeah, it looks weird.
I don't even care.
Yeah, I'm over the Batman thing. I've been over it for a while. It's just, I mean, he just has the most recognizable everything, so it makes it easy for us to jump into. But honestly, I want to do something different. I want to play a Flash game, or I want to play as, I don't know, Wonder Woman, or I want to play as fucking Blue Beetle and Booster Gold. I want to play a Justice Buddies game. Like, that shit would be amazing. I don't want to play another dark-ass, depressing Batman game where he's the main character. I want to focus on Superman for once. Like a really fucking amazing Superman game where I feel like I am actually Superman. That's what I want to do. And I don't know if we're getting one. Huh?
Yeah, right. He said it's called Superman 64.
Yeah,
no,
right.
No, it's called Saints Row 4.
That's even funnier.
Yeah, something like that.
You can fly through the city. You can freaking hurl ice and fire. It's just they got powers. But I don't know. I'm still looking forward to Bloodstained. I think it's Bloodstained Ritual of the Night or something. I want to see that. I want that to be really good.
Yeah, and the other game, Hellblade.
Yes.
Forgot about that. Yeah, Hellblade.
It's like the follow up to Heavenly Sword. I'm like, that's that. Man, I remember the first trailer for that hit in, what was that, 2014 or something like that? There was a little mini something for that.
They done some mocap featurettes talking about the new motion capture technology that they're using.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the first game was like, if it wasn't ahead of its time, it was right. It was using friggin' current tech, like the best of current tech.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. But Hellblade definitely. I said Bloodstain because I've seen videos of that, and all the progress that's been going on with that game. It's like I want to see games like that still. Just
Me too.
2D side scrollers. I'm still really really into those.
Me too. I want them to amp them up. You know what I'm saying? Like make the 2D, like the way that Symphony of the Night was probably the best 2D side-scrolling game we got back in the day. I want that for all the 2D games that come after, And then there should be another one where you use 3D models, but it's all from, like Donkey Kong Country on steroids. with like the depth and the scope of Symphony of the Night. You know, that's what I want. Or just 2D the fuck out of it, like hand drawn 2D stuff, and fucking flash the fuck out of it. You know, make everything super HD, crisp and clean with dope animations. You know, have the camera do some work, like zooming in and zooming out. Kind of like that hardcore Uprising game, the Contra Hardcore Uprising. That would be cool. I just don't let it be that game. Let it be something else. Don't let that team make the game. Fuck those guys. I don't like their sensibilities, their heavy metal, everything. Like, stop. Like, I like metal. I like black metal. And I don't mean black like black people. I mean like symphonic metal. So like, it's not that I hate metal. I just hate the generic hair metal shit they do for everything. It's like, what year is this? And we're still making shit that looks like that? And people really like that, and I'm like, I just can't do it. Turn me off with their with Guilty Gear. It turned me off with the other game. It just I don't like their style, their approach. For some reason, I can never just like find a character in the game that totally fits my play style and the sensibilities I look for in my characters. You know what I mean? Like in anything that I play, when it's by them. So
yeah, because Axis is stuck in like trying to literally like create that manga anime feel by over stylizing the characters instead of just saying, well, I need to believe that these guys can fight like a straight up one-on-one fight, not an anime fight.
I wouldn't even say it's overly stylized. It's just like
it's generic.
It's like an anything goes design aspect when it comes to how they.
I think it's generic.
Make these characters up.
It's just generic. Like they don't even.
Well, it's played out. We've seen it so much that it's become the norm.
Yeah, because
it's no longer.
Yeah, because they're pulling design inspiration from everything and just throwing it together. It's like literally, it's like I don't know if if original ideas aren't necessarily what they do, so they just try to pull enough stuff from other places so that you can't say, well, they just ripped off this. It's like, no, they ripped off a bunch of shit.
Yeah, I don't understand the character who's he's confined to a bed, so the whole bed is basically his body. Like, what? Like, why is he here? Why is he in this tournament? That doesn't make sense to me. And I get it. You're trying to be out there, but if you can't just be doing shit for the sake of doing it.
Well, who okayed that? If it's a tournament, who on the committee said, "Yeah, this is fine. I okay this. You can whoop that guy's ass."
Yeah.
So him in the bed makes it even for you guys or something like that. It's like, no, probably should just not do that.
Okay, what other games though? In case I didn't mention stuff you guys are actually looking forward to.
I know you don't care for it, but the Final Fantasy VII remake.
Oh yeah, I just want 5. I mean 15. I know it's out. I'm gonna get it, but
I'm gonna get it eventually too.
Yeah, I'm just not. I don't know. 7. Maybe I'll like the remake. I don't know. I just wasn't blown away like everyone seems to be with 7. Like, I mean. Let me back that up. Initially I was, but since then, and even before that, I had played other Final Fantasy games to me that had better stories. So
yeah, totally.
I wasn't completely blown away the way that folks seem to be when they talk about the game. I feel like it's more nostalgia than the actual game. To me, the only thing that was of note in that game was that it was all polygonal characters, and before that, all the Final Fantasy games were sprite-based. So, that was the big jump. That's what was amazing. But, to each their own.
I mean, they're supposed to be changing the engine also, so I'm hoping they take some stuff from 15, melee-oriented and stuff, and plus, I hope you'll be able to switch between characters. I always felt like if they took Final Fantasy VII's engine and Final Fantasy X's and slapped them together, you'd have an awesome Final Fantasy VII game. Because I liked how you could play in 10. You could play as other characters. There wasn't really there was still a wait, but I also dug how you could change stuff on the fly. with 7, you had the materia system, which I thought was really cool,
Yeah.
and they never really touched on anything similar to that again since that game. So I wish they would all the best parts of both those engines, and then whatever is working really well in 15.
Yeah.
Then I definitely plus the characters don't look like a fucking One Direction boy band, so I can get into the characters more.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Barrett looks cool, like that Figure Arts Kai Barrett looks better than Cloud to me.
Oh, the Play Arts Kai, yeah, it does. You're right.
Yeah, if I was in a Play Arts Kai and I had $200 friggin', I would be down to buy those characters.
Now
but
that is a line that I advocate for buying the bootlegs. I don't care what anybody says. Buy the bootlegs because
there are bootlegs of Play Arts Kai.
Oh hell yeah! China is doing it up. China is here, Agent O. China is here. Yeah.
If it exists, China is probably a bit.
Well, I'm definitely down for that. I'll keep an eye out for that shit.
Shit, man, I couldn't believe some of the. I saw a bootleg Wonder Woman from BVS, and I was like, "Yep, I will get that shit in a heartbeat." And it was like 30.
I know it can't be any worse than the legit Play Arts Kai because those come with a host of QC issues.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just there's some builds. Like some of the build of those figures is strange. Those knees are weird, and it's like if you're willing to get over some of that stuff, then it's like, well, who cares? I'm not going to complain. But I like I like the look of some of those figures, and I was like, I could never, for the price, I could never justify paying that for those figures.
Oh hell no!
So yeah,
I especially wish they would start sculpting the joints.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's not like Figma where they hide it properly, Figma's at least try to hide the joints. But yeah, I dig what they. I dig some of those figures, especially like I said, actually they have some bootlegs of the characters from Advent Children also. I think I saw one or two a couple days back of. I saw
Sephiroth and Tifa, or
no, I saw Cloud. Tifa. I saw Cloud. I saw whatever the chick. What's the chick's name with the Zuffy or whatever her name is? Yuffie. Yeah, I saw her.
Yuffie.
And I saw Red 13. I think it is. They didn't have everybody. They didn't have Barrett. If they had Barrett, I would have got him in a heartbeat. I also saw a bootleg Blade 2 Hot Toys figure.
Damn.
It was like $140 something plus I think free shipping. I was like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I'm just gonna wait this out. I threw that shit in my watch list. I'm like, I'm waiting. Let it go down just a little bit more and it will be mine. And I think they had more than one too. They had a lot more than one. So yeah, it's something that we could look into eventually and make a part of your collection,
I may have to do that.
Yeah.
I have to do this.
I know, right? We do. We have to do this. But yeah, man, I agree. The designs in Advent Children are among some of the best that Nomura has ever done. And that alone will make me interested in looking at it. But I'm just not big on Final Fantasy anymore. It's like I've played so many of them that the shtick has worn off for me. I mean, I want to play 15 because it just looks nuts. But I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. It's not like I have to, you know what I mean? Like right now, I got to do it. I need it. Nah, I'll be all right. Until I get a chance,
I might even just wait until, because they're supposed to be adding some stories as DLC.
Yeah.
I might just wait till they're all out and they come out with the King Dingaling version and just get that.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait till they're done releasing the entire game. Yeah.
Much.
Should definitely do that.
Yeah. It's the way to do it.
Because, they just had to get a version out to you now.
Of course, because, the fanboys will cry if you don't do it. You have to do it. They will literally cry. They will complain. They will lose sleep. They will throw their keyboards at the walls and cry, and they will feel, the companies will feel like they have let down their public. And
they said, "No, look at what we've done."
we have to make it right. Movies. So next year we got a bunch of movies, or this year. I'm sorry. Wow, my brain is still in 2016 for some reason. There's a shitload of movies, man. Like a ton. We got Guardians 2, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Justice League.
Transformers: The Last Night, man. It's gonna be.
You did not have to
killer. It's gonna be great.
Didn't have to bring that one up at all. You did not have to even mention that movie.
What are you talking about?
It's like, you said movies we're excited about.
I know.
You're not excited for Transformers: The Last Night?
I like your delivery.
Come on. It writes itself.
Amazing. Mark Wahlberg?
I know. See?
Again? Yep.
Gotta have the source material. I want to see the sweat from your pores.
I know, right? See sweat coming from your pores. Feel it. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 looks dope. I'm not like geek to the umpteenth degree.
See, we were talking about the best movie of 2017, but you weren't having any.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want no parts. Yeah, Transformers is gonna suck. People are gonna be angry, and then they're gonna make another. It's gonna make another $1 billion.
It's like I can't even. I don't want to even be angry anymore. Like I'm just like, you know what? Fine, just go ahead, make it. Exactly. I'm at that point where I'm just like, I want to be numb.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna watch it on bootleg. I'm saying that right now.
Well, isn't that our tradition? We've reviewed every single one of them, watching them on bootleg because I'm not gonna pay. I'm not adding anything to that particular piece of the economy. Yeah. Fuck that shit. They're the worst. They're cinematic excrement. They haven't gotten it right yet. The freaking cartoon episodes make more sense than a fucking full-blown movie with a huge cast and crew. I refuse. Fuck it. I fucking refuse. Because I would love to have one of those guys' job. One of them. I'd love to be there. Be a part of the team to get paid, a couple $100,000 to do the job that they're getting to do. Even if the movie sucked, I would love the opportunity. Yet, and I could make a difference, but this shit's not happening. Shit, we all could. Shit, could you imagine that, Prime, if we were given that kind of money to finish making War of the Gods and make it into a goddamn movie? Shit.
That's the dream.
Shit.
Need to figure out how to make that a reality. I mean, obviously, I don't expect it to happen like soon, like this year, but like we need to start making inroads to like get on that path. We need to find that path. We don't necessarily need to get to the end of it, but we need to find the path.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because, like with everything that's getting made, and I mean, dude, everybody can't be somebody's cousin. But these things are getting made. These things are clearly garbage. They're aware that this is garbage at certain steps along in the process, and they still get made.
Yep.
So, like, this isn't me being picky or, like biased toward my own stuff. Like, obviously, I like stuff. If I do it, it's like doo-doo, and it gets made. I mean, I could write a sci-fi original movie. I could write a sci-fi original movie before freaking 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Shit, I could do it right now. I'm actually working on freelance while we're talking. I can actually do that shit right now and get it ready and have it ready to start shooting tomorrow. Like,
yeah, like if I had to show it to somebody, if I had to write a treatment, like, okay, fine, here's like one scene, like, yeah, I could do that.
Yep. And
especially if it was like, hey, you could make money from this, like right now. Here you go, right here, boom.
Yeah.
Here's your scene. Here's his motivation. Here's the fucking villain. Is the problem they need solving. Bam, 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 right there.
I'm convinced they don't write scripts like that anymore. Like, this is his motivation. Nah, they're just like, badass scene comes in here, stand like this, stand here, shoot this guy, green screen, like you CG.
I don't think like in movies that like use like too much CG and like to the point of like the early like the Star Wars prequels where like entire scenes are CG, so you're just like you're going through the motions in the scene, like walking around, and you have no clue what you're looking at because you're not looking at anything.
Yeah, you're talking about the actors. Yeah.
That's bad directing. Like if the director isn't laying out the scene for the for the actors and letting them know, like, okay, this is going on. This person's going to be over here. This person's going to be over there. We're going to have this guy standing here in the corner with a pole where you guys need to be looking, and this is how the scene's going to play out. So I want these kinds of emotions, or I want this kind of execution. Like, if they look like they're playing pretend, then they fucked up, and the director fucked up too, because he's not doing his job.
And that's what we get, though. That's exactly what we
get.
That's why I'm so hard on films, you know, and that's why, like for instance, and I was not going to do this because I keep saying we should be more positive, but I want to ask this question because I have asked this before, and I think that a lot of people, this has to do with Star Wars. A lot of people who love Star Wars have, like, they see the whole series through rose-colored glasses, and they want to pick and choose, and they pretend like because CG is used, it's bad, and practical is used, and it's better. But, like, what did you guys think it was weird seeing Yoda flipping around fighting in the prequels? Or whichever episode that was, the last one when he fought Palpatine?
It would have been interesting. It would have been. It just came out of nowhere for me, and that's what put it off. That's what made it so put offish for me.
Yeah, because he still seemed oldish. So you figure, like, oh, he's still going to kind of move like he did.
I just
in the original trilogy.
Wait, so
and it's like,
seeing him fight was bad, or was, like, how it was done? Was it bad, or was it good? Did you expect him to be, like, shooting lightning and shit? Or did you see... I mean, he has a sword. You know he has a lightsaber. So, like, Did you expect him to do something else? Because I heard somebody say... I heard a bunch of people say... they didn't... It was terrible. He shouldn't have been flipping around and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, he's 3 feet tall. He's a fucking leg on a chair. How the fuck is he going to fight a 6 foot tall human being? He's going to...
Ultimately, yeah. I was going to say, to make it a compelling fight, like, he'd have to...
be mobile.
Make himself bigger.
I would have, if he had used just the Force to, like, fight with his lightsaber.
I can't believe you said that. Man.
What? Like, flipping around isn't that much better anyway.
You and I mean,
it looked fun.
We've done cool, martial arts for how long?
I was expecting to see.
We watch martial arts films, and we watch them make Obi-Wan and them actually fight.
So we can't incorporate that in none of his attacks or none of his abilities.
I'm not saying
at all.
I'm not saying should he have. Well, he jumped extremely high. He did use the Force to catch things that were thrown at him. He also used the Force to contain the lightning. So he used it. I'm saying, the idea of a tiny guy with a sword flipping around, is that bad?
It wasn't bad. The actual execution of it, because it was nothing. I mean, I guess it happened as a surprise. I guess, again, the buildup of what could Yoda actually do.
Exactly.
But, like, I was not expecting it. I wasn't.
Yeah, me neither.
But it was like bad? I just kind of went like, wow. Yeah, it was kind of like that. It wasn't. I didn't mark out. I didn't, like, freak out like, oh my god. It wasn't that sort of reaction. I was like, wow.
Yeah, because I'm saying to myself, like, if we see a Master Splinter fight, we expect that Splinter looks more fucked up than Yoda, and seeing Splinter fight, we're like, oh, that was one of the best parts of that lame ass Ninja Turtles film. But then Yoda flipping around, I don't understand what the fuck people were expecting Yoda to do. He's not Magneto. You know what was he supposed to encase himself in a fucking bubble and fly around? That would have looked weirder than anything else that's been going on in the film. Was he supposed to, like, grow?
You know what I would kind of have expected?
What?
I kind of would have said that he would have fought, like, you know, I guess what? Something like either Heihachi or like Akira from Virtual Fighter or something, where, like, he doesn't have to move a lot because he's supposed to be so powerful with the Force, right? So he doesn't need to be, like, super agile. Like, you try to find an opening and he's so small. It's like, this is going to be very easy. And literally everything you try to do, and it's just manipulations of space and range. If it's him using the Force and, like, literally throwing you, it could be that, or it could be just you just can't hit him. Like, even though he's standing right there, like, you just can't hit him.
Like fucking Mr. Miyagi, essentially. That's what you're saying.
Like, yeah, it's not like something to that effect. Now, would that have been better? Like, it wouldn't have stuck out to me as much. But I mean, I'm not going to say one is good and one is bad, but that's what I would have. That's the direction I would have went.
I'm asking. I ask this just because I'm amazed to hear people say that of all the things in those movies, that Yoda was a bad part. Like, no one has a problem with Palpatine jumping around and shooting lasers and shit out of his hands. And I mean, we knew he could already shoot Force lightning and stuff, but this motherfucker was flipping and spinning. He did just as much crazy shit as Yoda, but somehow Yoda was bad and he was fine. I'm like, wait up, Palpatine always looked like he was gonna die on screen, like from the get go, and he looked even worse because he's older. When the actor was older in the prequels, I mean, the character wasn't supposed to be, but this is how they were working against themselves with the way they chose to tell the story. But people bought Palpatine flipping. I mean, this motherfucker could barely stand. Fucking Vader just picked him up and threw him. That's how lame he was, and seeing him flip around was fine. I just don't understand I don't understand how folks are getting to this. Like, I don't understand what else we could have expected from Yoda. I don't know. That's where I'm at with that. Like, what else? Like, with all the kung fu movies, like when you watch a kung fu movie and Sam Seed starts flipping around doing drunken style, shit, and it looks all awesome and whatnot, but the actor is old. We buy it because they've already told you he's like the shit. You get it. Why is it for Yoda it's different? This is what I want to know. Like, think about it. The last time you saw Yoda, he was like 5,000 years old. When you saw him in the prequels, he was supposed to be like a couple thousand years younger or 100 years younger than that. So, like, he was still more mobile, which is why we got to see that. Do you think for people, powerful in Star Wars only means like output of power? It doesn't mean skill. It doesn't mean physical skill and ability. That's the way they see it.
It could be like to that.
I mean, what do you guys think for yourselves? Because you both said similar things to what they said. You both said it was weird. And I don't know. For me, I just was like, wow, shit. I kind of expected him to jump up and do something. I didn't know he was going to be that sick. Like, he was crazy. He was like a dervish. Like,
I expected him to be like all over the place.
He was all over the
place. A hard target to hit, but not in the when he hit the sword type of deal. Like, dude would try to strike, he'd be there, and all of a sudden he's just not there because he's fast and he can use the force to literally move his body around. So he's so small.
That's more or less. So again, maybe the concept of having him be so deft on his feet isn't the problem. It's how it happened, I guess. If that makes any sense, it's literally how they chose to show it. Like you said, having him move around like extremely swiftly, like, yeah, he can manipulate the force. He should be able to do that.
But he's also a tiny little person. What would a tiny being? What the
he's fuck? He's to move himself around with the
Why does he need to use the force to move around when he's already half the size of his opponent?
Because he's bleeping old, man.
No. He wasn't as old in the movie. He wasn't as old in the movie.
I don't know.
How do you know he wasn't using the force to do what he did in the movie?
That's true.
I don't know, but you guys jumped to that. That's why I'm asking. You guys said he should have used the force.
I don't know the physiology of whatever race Yoda is.
So and I guess again, that's the thing. Like, the original movies, you didn't see him do as a puppet. So you never knew. You knew he was powerful, but you never knew what he was capable of. The prequels come out, and they decided, make him do what he did. Did they originally plan for him to be like that?
What does that have to do with what you saw? I'm just talking about what you saw.
But
man,
like,
first off, into based on what I saw, like, nothing that I saw previously led me to believe, other than them saying Yoda's powerful, super powerful.
Okay, but then for that matter, then why did you buy
exactly that?
So then why'd you buy Obi-Wan doing what he was doing? Because it's the same exact explanation. You get the same explanation for every sword-wielding character in the Star Wars.
Obi-Wan didn't really do anything that impressed me.
You weren't impressed with any of his fights in that movie. Fighting Darth Maul alongside
that was about it.
Huh?
That was about it. But I mean, the most they did was just jump really high. It was all sword fighting and technique.
It was like kung fu. It wasn't even the same type of shit they were doing in the first movie. It was completely different. I mean, they had lightsabers, but it was
Wait,
like
you mean the first movie is in the first three?
in
like
the previous three before because the prequels came out of order. So the previous three from A New Hope on, you didn't see shit.
Like you said,
that could, and that's the flaw.
That's what I just said.
That's the issue.
What I just said. You didn't see Yoda do anything that led you to believe he was able to do that when you watched the first three original films.
And there was no basis for any of that being capable at any point, and anyone being capable of anything close to that in this series, because you look at everybody's style in the original trilogy. It wasn't anywhere near as flashy. It was like
that's what I'm saying.
Straight like shortest distance between 2 points.
But what I'm saying
is like I must
clearly. Go ahead.
No, so I said, but my reaction to Yoda wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It didn't take me out of the movie. I didn't spend a bunch of time talking about it. It was just, Yoda's a master. He should be capable of something like that.
So like,
that's kind of. I'm like he should be capable of something like that. I guess maybe, like I said, maybe just like it's not the constant twist. Maybe some other sort of like him just literally moving or dodging or literally using the force to throw someone off balance on top of being incredibly skilled with a lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted more out of it, I guess. That's what I'm saying. Like, what they gave me was fine.
Yeah, because I mean, Mace Windu was supposed to be even more powerful than Yoda, but you never saw him do anything.
Yeah, and I had problems with that. I had problems with that before, watching those films. All he did was kill Jango Fett in like one slash. Like, it wasn't even a contest. So I think what I'm getting at is the concept of being powerful in the Star Wars universe doesn't really have anything. It doesn't always strictly it doesn't always strictly adhere to how they use the Force when you're talking about Jedi. It's everything. Because in the Clone Wars animations, we saw Mace do insanely powerful shit that we've never seen anybody do in the films. I don't know if it's because they just don't have the imagination for that kind of stuff. I don't know and I kind of think that's what it is. It's that the directors vary so differently in imagination and writers in imagination level. So you only get certain things from certain groups. Because, Genndy Tatarovsky is like off the fucking charts when it comes to combat and, his fantasy worlds and all that stuff. Even though he borrows from things that exist, the way he chooses to put it together is always pretty unique specifically for his, his stuff. So when him and his team get to do Star Wars, they're going to push those ideas. They're literally going to say, so-and-so is this powerful. They can do all this stuff. Let's show you this. That's the problem I've always had. This is why I'm not a big Star Wars fan. It's extremely convoluted and inconsistent. And you have all these nerds that are like so hardcore into it that they see what they want to see. They come to conclusions they want to come to. And based off what you were given, that's nothing, nothing is concrete. Like, except for the fact that like in the original trilogy, everything was underplayed, either for lack of imagination or lack of ability, or maybe even lack of funds. But
the lack of ability to kind of like convey certain things on screen. So more was implied than shown.
Exactly. So like, for instance, Vader. I keep hearing Vader is the most cinematically, the most evil cinematic villain. No, he's not. He doesn't do shit in 3 films. I mean, story-wise, there's things happening that he's a part of because they say that that's what's going on. But what you actually see, I mean, the most memorable thing he does, and everybody remembers, is him force choking that motherfucker in the Death Star when they're talking about whatever, the big conversation, the classic conversation. Yeah. That's it. What's the most evil thing he does besides that?
Kill a bunch of kids.
No. In the first 3.
I'm like, in the first 3?
The first 3. Darth Vader, not Anakin Skywalker.
It was all just implied.
Everything is implied
that he's so bad.
Was he on the Death Star when it blew up Alderaan? Was that his call? Was that one of the? I think that was one of the Imperial.
It was the other guys. It was the people he was.
Was that Tarkin?
Possibly. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan. So like, I
No, it was
know.
just
Yeah,
like
I didn't know people were even saying that about Darth Vader.
No, if you
I would have quickly disagreed.
look up a list of cinematic villains, and he's at the top of the damn list. He's in the top 10, and I'm like, I don't get it. He looks like a badass, but he doesn't actually do anything badass for 3 films. Then they had to make a prequel to build up to why he's the way he is, and then they had to wait till Rogue One comes out to make him do something badass. And I'm like, and then I'm sorry, Clone Wars also the TV show. He does some cool stuff in that, and there's some cool stuff in what's that game called? Force Unleashed. But besides that, you know what I mean? The movies, standalone movies, he doesn't actually earn the role that they're giving him. Like the way people hold him in this high regard, like he actually, because most people think about all the people that are fans of the films, they may not necessarily be fans of the cartoon or fans of all these games or read all the
all
extended
the
universe shit
novels
and
and the
all that stuff.
comics, and
It's too much.
now
It's
doesn't mean anything. Sorry.
yeah. It's like the way the Matrix tried to do that shit, where like you had the Matrix, but then you had the Animatrix, then you had the Matrix, whatisthematrix.com that had all this extra shit, like these comics, Quran did one of them. There were a whole bunch of comics.
Yeah, but with the Matrix, though, you saw like why Neo's the one. You saw like
I'm not
why everybody's
specifying.
capable of doing
I'm not
what they're capable. It's not just implied through storytelling.
I'm not specifying
which
Neo.
is what Star Wars suffers from.
Yeah, I'm not specifying Neo. I'm talking about the Matrix itself. Because remember,
No, I know.
Like Flight of the Osiris was a vital part of Matrix Reloaded. Because the message that Niobe and her folks are trying to bring back to Zion comes from the Osiris. But what if you're like, I don't like CG movies? Then you just missed out on a piece of the plot that was important. Then Enter the Matrix had more insight as to relationships between characters that you will see in the films. What if you didn't want to play the game because you heard it was bad? Then you missed out on a shitload of information because they tried too hard to market the fuck out of the game and not tell you everything cinematically in the fucking film. I hate when they do that because then to me it takes away from the film. If there's characters in a film that are supposed to be a certain way, you show me it. Don't tell me that it happened. You know what I mean? Like that's what movies are for. But they do too much of this, what is it, cross-platform marketing or whatever, where you have everything happening everywhere at the same time, and it's like, how the fuck does everybody keep up with all that stuff? It's difficult,
It's all that stuff that tied in used to be like a nice little bonus, like the Star Wars extended universe. Like, hey, like they were all what ifs. Like, what if whatever, Han Solo had a daughter with Leia or something like that, and like that child was like force sensitive, and there's a whole big group of books about that character, and about other stuff. But that's less. So literally, there was like the outside things are good for things like that.
Yeah.
Like for what ifs and stuff like that. Not literally, well, I hope you read like novel number 7 or else you're not really going to know who these like major characters are in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, with Matrix, I think they did a better job of you just being able to watch the movies and still get an understanding of what all's going on. Even if you didn't check, Final Flight of the Osiris or whatever happened in the Enter the Matrix game. Like you got enough bits and pieces movies where they reference those things that even though you didn't see it, it doesn't take away from you understanding exactly what's going on. Whereas like Star Wars, the original 3 movies, without showing you a lot.
Yeah.
And that's carried on throughout the rest of in those other mediums and the games and the books and stuff. But when it comes to the movies, you never get to see it. You always hear about it, or somebody references a story, or there's the air of malevolence with Darth Vader, even though you only watched him choke out Homeboy in the apology accepted scene.
Yeah. So I'm saying, well, I pointed out the Matrix just because there's certain things that happen. There's certain scenes that happen where in the movies where both Smith and Niobe and Morpheus, they make references to things that didn't happen in the films. So the only way you would know is to read why is he talking about this particular thing? Oh, because it happened in this piece of media. And like you said, I brought it up just to say this is a problem that other people have done. I know The Matrix did a better job with it, but Star Wars suffers from it, which is why I think they scrapped so much of the expanded universe shit, so that everything you see in the major, like the main arc or arcs or whatever, will be canon, and all the other shit will not. You know what I mean? It'll be other shit. You know, either side stories or, you know, it's not. It's a tale. Like, because they said something about how like all the stuff that was expanded universe beforehand is no longer part of the canon. Because some people, they argue over what's canon and what's not, and I guess they finally were like, nope, it's all bullshit. This none of it's canon.
Because Disney just bought it and they're trying to make a bunch of money off these movies and they don't want to be like tied down to any of that shit.
Oh, no, I understand.
Plus, legally,
it's a business decision from
it.
there, and I completely understand.
I get it. It's
and legally, they don't have to pay anybody for those extra
books,
stuff that they designed or
for those stories. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I get why.
But,
I'm just saying, like, it does simplify it for the rest of us, because for a lot of us, when I watch a movie, I'm not reading the book all the time. There's some movies I'll watch that I didn't know were based on a book. You know, I read. It just doesn't mean that I have to now go back and study up in order to understand what I just watched. You know, it's like when we complained about ergoproxy and shit, where they bring up all this philosophy and all these things from these
psychological
from psychology and stuff. Yeah, and you're like, if I'm not into psychology like that, why the fuck would I know this? Like, you know, maybe I read a book where they mentioned something like that, but that's one thing. What happens if, you know, with all the rest of the different references they make to these psychological conditions and psychological, you know, philosophies on psychology and blah, blah, blah. Like, how is that appealing? And there's people who pretend like they know all that shit, but you just happen to have read all of it after the fact so that you would better understand what you watched. Sometimes that's cool, but I don't think it's necessary. You know, like when you deal with like a legend, you know, of something that existed, and you tweak the legend and you add your own like whatever because there's not a lot of information on that thing. I always think that's awesome because there's not a lot of information regarding the starting point of your story. So that's awesome, you know? But when it's something that exists and has tons of information on it and you just spread the information out over and over and over all over the place, it's like, this makes it really difficult for me to just take in the stuff that's going on in the film. Because like I said, with Darth Vader, I love how he looks. I love his voice. I love the potential for that character. But like up until Soul Calibur 5, I think that was, you never really saw him do anything. It was Soul Calibur 5 and Force Unleashed. You didn't really see him do much. We're not going to talk about Masters of Terras Kasi because that game does not count. But you never really saw him do enough for you to be like, this guy is a badass. So now in Rogue One, he has a scene where he kills a bunch of people that are clearly not his match. And people were like, finally, you know, they've made him evil, like really evil, visually evil. And I'm like, so all those years where you guys were geeking out about how evil and hardcore this character is, and the rest of us are like, what are they talking about? He didn't do anything on screen. Now they finally have a cinematic moment that they can hold up in high regard and, you know, use that as their, you know, their point as to why he's such a badass. That kind of stuff bothers me. I want to see the movie so I can see it playing, but I've already seen the scene because Anthony posted it one day we were talking and he posted it and I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was like that scene edited into the A New Hope, because, you know, like the end of what you call it is the beginning, the 100. It's like it ends right where A New Hope starts.
Yeah, because the New Hope first talks about the team that sends the message
exactly
to the Republic, and Rogue One is that team.
Yep. So I thought that was a cool idea, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think that it's a bad thing that the prequels had like the enhanced, more flashy, because it's supposed to be, you know, Jedi in their prime, because there were still a council, there were still a bunch of Jedi all over the place. So you're seeing Jedis at the height of their abilities. So you're seeing them fight super fast and doing all this cool shit. which is probably, for me, it was the shit I imagined. When I was playing with my Star Wars figures, my Jedis fought like fucking Gordon Liu and all those motherfuckers because I grew up on Kung Fu movies. And I'm watching freaking space monks with light swords. You know, and I always imagined in my head, they should be fighting like fucking Shaolin monks on steroids. So that's how I played. So when I saw the prequels, I was there. I was like, I'm there, 100%. They're doing all that shit. But do you think it's bad that they moved to that style after showing us how like weird their fighting style was in the original trilogy?
That was my issue with them going backwards first.
Yeah.
Or with them going backwards, and then like, you know, 'cause obviously there's a lot of shit they had to explain. There's a lot of elements in that movie don't really jibe with where we were, with where you are years before, and then where you are at the beginning of A New Hope. Even down to like the droid army. It's like, oh, well, we lost the remote control for the droid army, so we had to just scrap them, and then we just started cloning troopers. Like, that doesn't. What?
Make sense.
I'm like, no. Like, what? Like, you really? Okay, you're going to go to like cloning a human being multiple times versus building an army, literally building an army out of raw materials. One of those should be much more difficult.
Yeah.
And we're gonna just like, forget this robot thing. We lost remote control. We're not gonna do that again.
Somebody's gonna correct the shit out of you in the comments. They're gonna be like, that's not why it happened. It's because of this.
And what do I say about YouTube comments?
I know. I'm just saying, it's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, you don't know Star Wars.
My own defense, I was so unimpressed with 1 and 2. I actually never sat all the way through 3. Yeah. So.
And 3,
I'm sure there's some important details I'm missing, and I'm also sure I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, and with good reason, you know, because they're a little overblown.
But that was always the issue. It was like Star Wars was the ultimate show don't tell, because they were never because Lucas was never super interested in the action side of this. He wasn't very interested in the war element of this.
No.
Even though war was in the title, it like the combat was always just a thing that kind of happened. It drove certain moments in the action, certain dramatic bits, certain dramatic like crescendo moments. But it wasn't like, it was never the reason you were there. Fights happened because they needed to, because the story took you to a particular point. It was nothing was ever excessive. You just got an occasional friggin' like X-wing TIE fighter battle.
Yeah.
That was about as like in depth as like those fights got. Other than that, it was the occasional one-on-one lightsaber battle, or occasionally you had to run from stormtroopers, but even like the battle in Episode 7, as far as like stormtroopers, like more of them got pegged in that battle, it seemed like, than in probably any other movie, not combined any other one movie, but. Yeah, so now that you have the technology, you have all the capability in the prequel movies to show so much more of what they're capable of, and then like to have this fit into these other movies. There's even a whole thing about Obi-Wan never once, unless I missed out, never once mentioned Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah.
In the original trilogy. Yeah. Never once.
I agree.
But apparently it was a very, very important part of his life growing up, and his training as a Jedi and all that. Never mentioned it.
Yeah. I agree.
That's kind of strange. Yeah. It could be a small thing.
Well,
I think it's kind of strange.
In their defense, I don't think if he even mentioned that he had a master, telling you who he was, which I don't know if he did.
I think he at least mentioned he had a master. I don't think he mentioned it by name, though.
Yeah, you're right, because they probably wouldn't have conceived the name by then, because that is a little bit of
it wasn't important for the story they were trying to
I was going to say that's a little bit of like extra work, but that's the issue. It's like you're building this story for the prequels, and then you need to end up where you were at the start of 4.
Which is crazy, because but I get, like, how do I put this? Because, like, this is where the problems come in, and this is why I brought this up, just because of continuity, and I wanted to kind of talk about that because of a lot of issues we have with like comics, and like a lot of issues we're having with newer comics versus old comics, and everything has what you would call it. Everything has how do I put this? Every comic, each different comic company and each different series of comics has its own, way of dealing with continuity. Marvel seems to like not really give a shit about continuity. DC tries to jump back and forth with continuity. They're always retconning and, retroactively adding things to their, to a story that already happened, like Batman's suicide thing, or like the Killing Joke, how they can't figure out what to do with it. One minute it's canon, the next minute it's not. But
it's canon, but Barbara Gordon's like walking around.
Yeah, exactly. She figured out something.
Then the story's not canon.
It's not canon.
And the story's not canon.
Yeah, like it's
or
weird.
Bruce Wayne is amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Or they finally gave let Mr. Terrific make something that would have a lasting effect on the DC universe, being that he's like the third smartest man in the freaking DC universe, or on the planet, I think they say.
Would be nice. Would be nice.
That would be awesome, which will lead me to the next part of what we need to talk about. But Agent O knows what I'm talking about. Because he said some shit the other day, and I was like, yeah, why aren't we recording this? This needs to be something we talk about, because I guarantee you people could feel us on this. But so in the prequels, right, they talk about how and I don't even know why I chose to bring this up. It's just these ideas have been floating around in my head for a while, So in the prequels, they tell you it's the height of the Jedi are at the height of their, abilities, it's their prime. But then in, 5, 6, and 7, they're not. They're old. There's no Jedi. There's hardly. I think there's like what, 2 Jedi left, if you want to even call them that. There's Obi-Wan, and there's Yoda, as far as we know. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe all the guys who are real hardcore, you could tell us who else was still alive besides those 2 during those first 5, 6, and episodes 5, 6, and 7. But anyway,
yeah, those Order 66 was pretty thorough.
Yeah, I know they.
I'm going to get some of my nerd cred back for that. But I think what was it? I don't know extended universe, but I want to say whoever survived that, like whoever survived, it was like single digits.
Yeah,
I refuse to believe with as strong as some of those Jedi were, that none of them felt a shift in the Force.
Oh yeah,
or
that
felt
was my problem.
Anything like that coming on.
Remember we said that the day when we saw it at the
feel Palpatine.
No, when we saw it at the midnight showing, when they came out, that was my problem. I was like, how do you sneak up on a Jedi? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
How do hundreds of things with a single, like a hive mind, or something close to it, because they're all cloned from the same thing and they're programmed. How does that one singular evil intent, like ninjas can sense evil or positive intent? You know what I mean? Fighters can sense intent. These motherfuckers are connected to this thing called the Force that's everywhere, and it's essentially the same concepts I just mentioned with ninja, all martial artists, and you guys couldn't feel that shit. But my question is this, though. They tell you they're at their prime, and then in the movies that started everything, there's like none of them left. So like, do you think that it's because everyone's so old and decrepit, it's fine that they weren't really mobile? I mean, like, you see literally Luke with like no skill just whomped on Vader. Like after a while, he was just freaking axe handling his fucking lightsaber until Vader was just like, fuck, I give up. Just fucking, oh my god, you cut off my hand. And it wasn't a display of how amazing a Jedi can be. It was literally like rage versus rage, and then like this guy was angrier, so he won. Do you buy it that like, because there were no more Jedi and it was so long after Order 66 or whatever, that it makes sense that they would suck so bad in a world where we've seen Mr. Miyagi, we've seen Sam Seed, we've seen Master Splinter, we've seen Jackie Chan who's now pretty damn old, he still can kick ass like that in a world where fucking Hiroshi Fujioka, who is fucking Sagata Sanshiro and Kamen Rider #1, he actually came back and was fighting for at least a portion of the movie in and out of his suit. And the man's 70. Like, do you buy it that they would be that sorry with the weapon that they trained their entire life with? Like, and just with the whole combat aspect of it? Because that's the part that, like, for me, when I get into Star Wars, which rarely happens, the part that draws me in is people fighting and how they do it in that universe. How they fight, what they fight with. That's why Darth Maul is my favorite, because he's the most unique of the fighters that the characters they've shown us, you know, fighting style wise in that universe so far. But do you think it's a good enough explanation? Because, you know, this isn't Lucas we're talking about. This is all his guys coming up, all the folks working with him, finally coming up with an explanation as to why there's such a drastic difference between the prequel combat and the original trilogy combat.
Well, the explanation is never going to hold any water. Just because, like, no matter what they say, you know, it's because that was the way Lucas originally wrote it, and this because they a limited imagination when it came to those fights. Like you said earlier, it wasn't their focus. So them trying to say it was because of a lack of Jedi to teach them how to properly fight. I mean, that's a stretch. I guess you could make it.
No. They said they're no longer. They're old, so there's no one else.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking about Luke's ability. Luke was fine. Like, I got it. He's like a rough Jedi. You know what I mean? Like, his fighting style, his whole technique, and he did cool shit when he finally finished his training. I'm talking about Obi-Wan specifically and Vader. When you see them fight and you see them do stuff, it was kind of embarrassing. Like, when you look at them touching swords the whole time, it was like I tried to.
I think for them,
I tried to go back and watch.
I think for them at that time, that was the epitome of action for them. That's why they shot it the way they did. Like, I bet if Star Wars didn't exist until now, like somebody was to be like, oh, I'm going to make this thing called Star Wars. I'm going to have them, I'm going to have them fight, and the fights are going to be like extravagant and, highly choreographed. I think that it would look a hell of a lot different. And a lot of these problems that we have with the series wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Have people who are thinking in a larger scope. I don't think Lucas was thinking very big when it came to those aspects of the story, and that's why we ended up getting what we're getting. And that's why I don't think they can come up with excuses or find clever ways to write that it's to explain away why things are the way they are, but it's because they just didn't come up with that. They had something that was plain Jane, and that's what they ran with.
Yeah.
They could do anything else.
I agree. What say you, Prime? Same thing?
Yeah, I'm kind of on that the same side, because, like I said, I don't think it was authority. It was more or less using what they had to using what they could as filmmakers, as storytellers, to place value on these characters.
Yeah.
And like I said, I assume you're limited by, by who you have, what they're actually capable of doing in the suit. So, I mean, if you literally couldn't have the actor playing Darth Vader doing a whole lot, then you couldn't have him doing a whole lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, if they could have played up something to where, like, about like the lightning back then. Well, maybe not the first movie, but it was there. Like, could have had him do something sort of like that, but for whatever reason, I'm like you said, they were in complete control, so they knew, like, this product, the product we got came out. We had the special editions, but for the most part, this is pretty much what he wanted to put out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And as far as like how the characters were depicted and what we saw, I'm like, what he to his intention. But I would have rather, again, since the whole point of these men, these women, of nature, basically is like they're like you said to a certain like they are monks, they are serene, they are warriors, scholars. It's like, but to a certain extent, if pushed, most of them are much more capable. That was my understanding. Watching Obi-Wan fight in the original trilogy, I'm like, and then like you said, we get like the later movies where you get the where the choreography gets the extra attention, and it's like, okay, fine, we're gonna have Darth Maul have a double-bladed saber, and he's gonna be allowed to showcase the skills and like really like put the heroes on their toes, and then it starts to become more important.
Yep.
Early on, like I said, I just don't think that was.
Damn it,
like, but as far as being older, maybe. Well, look at it as maybe it's even as simple as so the beginning of A New Hope. It's like, well, again, the Jedi have been, like they've been hit.
Yeah.
Can't just practice openly anymore.
Yeah.
Like, the whole way that the galaxy would respond to you is different. So
yeah.
It becomes sort of an underground type of thing. So maybe you're literally not that sharp.
Yeah,
and does that start to affect the opposition too? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. These are all things that bothered me. Even when I was a kid, some of these things bothered me because, like I said, I grew up with martial arts films. Like, from day one. My first film wasn't a martial arts film, but it was a film that had better sword fighting and lots of swords. And that was it was Conan. And I'm like watching people get their heads chopped off and, seeing people actually defend against a giant warhammer and axes and stuff. So I'm like, I get it. You could even do that. You know what I mean? And I would be like, okay, I can still tell which guy's a badass and which guy's quick with his sword movements and blah, blah, blah. And which guys are slow and powerful because you have different types of swords, Broadswords are bigger, so you got to move a little bit slower, but even for your size, you could be fast with that thing, Smaller swords like scimitars and rapiers and such, those kind of you're a little bit faster, lighter hands, it's a lighter weapon, you should be fast and you're very precise, Chinese straight sword, same deal. So I come into it with a different understanding, and I just don't buy some of the BS excuses that they give us for why things are so disjointed in that universe. And that's part of why I could never get so into it. And then The Matrix almost was my Star Wars until they fucked up with the third one, and then I was just I couldn't get into it. But anyway, all right, enough Star Wars talk, because in the end, I don't care. I asked this stuff just to see what people think, but in the end, it doesn't, it's not going to make it or break it for me because I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. Maybe with this new stuff, I will, because they're going to take it a little bit more seriously, I guess, they're going to have a bigger picture. Maybe now it will be better and easier for me to more palatable for me, but I don't know. That's just, these are just random questions. I mean, it's off our brains. I figured I'd ask. So let's talk about what the hell.
Oh yeah, and on the AFI list, what Darth Vader's only behind what?
Who?
So
what happened?
He's only behind on that A under Heroes and Villains. He's only behind Norman Bates and Hannibal Lecter.
There you go. See?
So he's numbered. He even beat 3. Out what's the name? The Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
And Castor. I know, right? Castor Troy is probably not even on that list, and he should be.
And number 20 is Man in Bambi.
Wow.
So
yeah, there's your list, guys.
It's jacked up in that movie. Well, there was the hunter, and then I kind of get what they're doing with that, but
okay, so first off, has anybody watched this season of Supergirl?
No, that's next on my list. I just now got caught up with everything else, all the other CW superhero shows.
What about the Flash? Have you watched
Flash and Arrow and Legends?
What about you, Prime?
Clan.
Have you watched?
I don't know. I still don't have much patience for Arrow. I don't really know why.
Yeah, Arrow's pretty bad.
Like Flash, I'm good with. I did get behind, but I can watch Flash. I get enjoyment out of that.
Have you watched it? Like the majority of it?
No, I only catch episodes here and there.
Okay.
I think there's something else on it that same night that I watch, but
gotcha.
And Supergirl, no, I did not.
Oh, you got those sites we gave you. You can always check up there. That's how I got caught up.
Yeah, I may have to.
So we can talk about some stuff like in Arrow. Agent O, you do it. Take over.
All right.
Take over.
Yeah, Arrow's got like this season. I finished last season. But
you started talking and it just cut you right off, like entirely. God damn it! So annoying.
All right, yeah. This season was better than last season.
Better than the last like 2 seasons.
Do what?
It's better than the last like 2-3 seasons. It was much.
Yeah, even still, it has problems.
Yeah.
Their motive, like at how they've portrayed Mr. Terrific, and I'm not even talking about him being a homosexual. I don't care about that. That's fine. If you want to go in that direction with that character, okay, fine.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
You know, it's everything else. Like, he's easily the weakest person on the team, and he's smarter than technically everybody there.
Yep.
He's supposed to be.
Yep.
But he's the weakest one there physically. He's not as smart as Felicity. Mentally. And he's supposed to have he's been in the Olympics, so he should at least have, physical conditioning, and he doesn't even have that.
Yeah.
Like, when Vigilante had him at gunpoint and he pulled the trigger, I was hoping he would die. Like, that character just is. It's like they give him. He's not even funny either. It's like they give him all of Felicity's throwaway lines, like quirky lines and shit.
Yeah.
And they never come off as funny to me. They're
awkward.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that's supposed to be what his character is. He's supposed to be kind of awkward, and Felicity's supposed to be funny but awkward. But his, it's awkward, but it's like cringe-worthy awkward.
Yeah, he's annoying and awkward. Like it. And then let's talk about the team.
They all look like real life superheroes trying to be like superheroes. Like nobody has like an official costume. Like Mad Dog looks like he just threw that shit together one day and went out and started straight gatting fools. Which I get it if that's direct, but he should Arrow should have at least given them all costumes. Like why are we still using grease paint on Artemis?
And Mr.
You stopped that like 3 seasons ago.
And Mr. Terrific
changed his mask a little bit, but it's still shitty.
He's got a grease painted face. It's no fucking mask. There's a T painted on his face. Like they didn't even.
No. In the later episodes, the T is kind of raised. It's coming off like at the sides of his head.
Really? I didn't notice.
Playing something on top of his face.
All his whackness was drowning it out. I couldn't tell.
I know. It's totally terrible. Like he gets hurt the most. I get his relationship with his dude. Like it's exactly how you would script a relationship between 2 heterosexual couples.
Yeah.
They just made it between a man and another man, and that's fine. Whatever. Okay. It works.
Yeah.
It's paint by numbers, so I don't have a problem with that. But the rest of the team is just like when Ragman is your best character, you got fucking problems with your fucking team. It's fucking Ragman. Character that you would see in the Wizard magazine where they have the Mort of the Month section because that's specifically for shitty characters. That's where Ragman would be, but somehow he's the most thorough character, and that blew my fucking mind. Because he's blocking bullets, he's got that he actually looks intimidating, and it's Ragman. Like, they don't need the rest of the team. Just let Ragman handle it. He can block bullets.
I'm gonna have you say Ragman. I'm gonna take
Just,
every time when you say Ragman, I'm just gonna repeat it a couple times. Just Ragman, 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 because he's so corny, but they made him the coolest character on the show. Like,
yeah,
I don't
blows my
understand
mind.
that. I don't understand it. His team, it's. I don't know. Go ahead, Prime. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I watched it. Well, I watched it, and then watched his first.
What the fuck? Apparently,
like kind of.
Apparently, Google doesn't want you to say bad things about this show.
So you're talking. Wait, hey, this isn't WB, or does WB own Google? Or does Google own Wait. No, hold on. I don't want to hurt my head.
They own it all.
No, just go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
But no, and then I remember the episode where he first showed up, and then I remember the episode. Unless it was all the same episode, and I'm just.
Wait, what happened? You broke up again and disappeared. Like, what happened?
What?
Fuck! It just keeps on cutting you out like completely.
Yeah.
God damn you, Google. There, did you hear that?
Yep.
Yeah, they heard it.
Like, I remember the episode where I ran into Ollie, and then there was another episode where he wanted him to be in the team, and he didn't really know if I could be a team player, blah blah blah. And I'm like,
I know, womp.
But I saw, so obviously you can see how. I swear, if that shit just went out again, I'm not saying that again. Fuck it.
Here's my other gripe.
How's that?
I know, right? That worked. That came through. What were you gonna say, Agent O?
I was gonna say my other gripe with that show is, okay, Vigilante shows up and he's just straight killing people, and they're like, no, we can't do that. We're not about that now. We have to stop him. And they do bring up that Ali was killing people beforehand.
Yeah.
And they say, what? There can only be one psycho in the city or something like that. But what doesn't make sense is like nobody, like Spartan is killing people, because when he's shooting people, those aren't darts coming out of that gun. Those are bullet sounds. And that dog is doing his best Revy Two Hands impression and just straight murking people. Like, he has, like, those nines look almost like the nines that she uses in that anime in Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
And he's not using darts.
Yeah.
Like, the only time Spartan used darts that I know of in this season was when they tried to stage the bank robbery.
Exactly.
And he was darting the guards. I was like, why don't they have him do that all the time if they're not trying to kill anybody?
Yeah,
like, it doesn't make sense that
it's extremely selective.
And he doesn't want Vigilante shooting everyone.
Oh, I'm not trying to kill people.
Oh, no, I'm just killing people.
I am.
Straight killing them. Just killing them. Ooh, I'm killing them. I'm killing them. Oh my god. Straight killing them. You need to look that shit up, Agent O. Look up "Ooh, I'm Killing Them," Black Dynamite. You're gonna crack up.
All right, I'll look that up after this.
No, look it up right now so you can know what we're talking about.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah, find it on YouTube.
It's just "I'm Killing Them"?
Yeah, just put "Ooh, I'm Killing Them" on Black Dynamite. That shit is so funny, man. Some of the best animation I've ever seen. Yep. If you put "ooh," it'll be the first thing that pops up. Because there's a little kid. There's a little kid who does it in real life, and then to a song, and then you'll see it's this little fat kid who's doing this dance, and then if you put in the Black Dynamite part, you'll see it. You'll be like, "Ooh, I'm killing him." Shit is hilarious. Sorry, guys.
Just "ooh, kill him"?
Yeah, put "ooh, I'm killing him." Little orphan Terrio kill him scene. shit is awesome. uh,
This already looks funny.
Shit is so funny, man. I was rolling. I just gotta. We have to get this in here so that he knows where this comes from. Cause man, this had us rolling.
Brad would just threw him right in the water, in the chocolate, or whatever the fuck that shit is. The whole material was dead.
Oh, that shit was so good, man. I swear, it had me rolling so hard. My God. Ooh, killing him.
Why is that not a GIF on the internet?
Oh, it is the real Terrio, the real kid that was dancing to that is. If you just put in "ooh, kill him" by itself, you'll see just that kid. It's like one of the first couple things. That came up. Yeah, it's just hilarious, man.
Oh, damn.
Oh man. That's pretty bad.
No. No, God, no. They keep feeding that boy. They're gonna kill him. You should just have that kid dance from morning to night so that he can lose some weight. If I ever have a child, they're never gonna be this fat at that size.
Oh my God.
You are awful laughing at a child like that.
Hey, he knew what he was doing.
You knew somebody was watching.
I know, right? The way he's popping, man.
He's got a Vivo channel.
Who? Terrio?
He has a Vivo channel.
Wow.
Of course he does.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, Internet.
Because this is what fame is.
Oh
right
my
now.
God. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I just
Ooh.
I know, right? Killing him. I'm killing him. So when we're playing, what you call it, Rainbow Six, and you hear me saying that, you know exactly what I'm killing him. That's gonna be our call sign.
That's our clan name.
That's our clan name. Ooh, kill him. You're gonna hear us doing that, like when you hear that coming in the background. Just ooh, kill him. Ooh, killing him. You know we're coming. You know we're coming. But
you already know.
I know you know what time it is. But man, I don't know, man. Arrow pissed me off so much. I mean, like, I like the fact that from a directorial standpoint, they started like pulling back so you can see everything. Like when he fights now, you see it all. There was a fight between him and Prometheus, and the way they were like countering each other and stuff, it was nice because you actually got to see what he's capable of. It wasn't like the usual shaky cam pillar. You know, camera moves behind a pillar. Like, who the fuck said that's a good idea? Let's move behind this pillar while they're fighting. Like, what? What's wrong with you? It's a fight. We want to see it. You're supposed to have the God eye, the God view of a fight in a film. You're supposed to be able to see all the intricacies of this fight because that's the entertainment value that you're going for. The action, you want to see that. When people are talking, you don't want them to be obscured. You want to be able to see them, you know? So
no, that's crazy though. This is new age directing.
I know, right? Exactly. But they
You don't
finally
need to see shit.
they're being creative too with how Ollie uses his arrows and stuff. Like in the
man,
first
that's
episode
the
of this
best
season.
shit I've seen in that whole series.
Yeah, man, it was nuts. It was nuts when he crossed the stream and then just shot the arrow into the he shot it past the dude and then it like fed the USB thing, the drive into the bomb, and then what's her name was able to defuse
the
it.
bomb and stop it.
Yeah, that was awesome. Or like when he did the front flip off the building and then shot a grapple arrow and then just
on the helicopter.
Yeah, man, that shit was nice. Like there's a lot of moments where he's now mobile the way that Oliver is supposed to be. You know, the way the comic book character or his Justice League Unlimited counterpart was. I just wish they would.
Yeah, that first fight in the first episode was slick.
Yeah. It was some of the best directing in the whole
fighting
season.
to some dude.
Yeah. He's fighting Anarchy.
Oh, that was Anarchy? Oh,
Yeah. The dude was using the segmented staff or he was using nunchucks or something. Yeah. Which that they need to stop. They need to stop borrowing Batman villains. Like he has a whole bunch of villains that are specifically his. A lot of them are like either assassin themed or, you know, like they wield arrows just like him, you know, but you can tweak them and turn them into, you know, characters that carry guns. But a lot of them are like martial arts people because that's the world that Oliver runs in, you know.
I think Stephen Amell secretly wants to play Batman, but because of Warner Brothers, he can't, so he settled for Arrow.
Exactly.
During the crossover, during the team up,
they did that episode.
He took on the Batman role of like leading people and strategizing.
Yeah,
mentioning how he's the dark, brooding one or whatever, and it's everything that Batman does that Green Arrow doesn't do.
His whole episode was a Batman episode. It was the episode with the Mad Hatter from the animated series.
That's true.
Bruce Wayne wakes up.
I remember that one. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? He wakes up and he sees Batman.
I watched some of it.
What'd you guys feel about the crossover? Did you both of you watch that?
Nope.
I did. I watched all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was cool. I felt like they kind of shat the bed at the very end.
Yeah, it was real underwhelming. I was like, the idea is awesome because they've never done this, and I like it. But what you actually did with it is kind of whack because, like, nothing.
Yeah, they're like, time's almost up. Wrap it up real quick. We're done.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what it felt like. Like, they got all their ideas in there, and then they didn't go any further. And it was like, you guys could go further. Like, we would like to see more. You know, the Dominators were real throwaway bad guys. The little twists in the story were kind of like, I don't know. Like, and I'm not trying to hate on it because it's still awesome that we're getting superhero shows. We got like four of them, you know. But it was like, of course, Supergirl got turned bad because if she wasn't bad, she would have beat all of those guys by herself. Like, you know what I mean? Of course, she chases after Barry because he's the only person she can't catch. So, of course, that's the way it's going to go. Of course, you know, all the human characters, the regular human characters got kidnapped because they're regular humans. So, of course, that's the way you're going to play it because you don't use your imagination. But it was
even the method that they used to stop the aliens, I thought was a little lame. Like they put the little nanotech on every alien on the planet. Then the aliens just ran away. They're like, "Oh my god, you couldn't just reach up and pull it off?"
Nope.
Nope.
They never seen anything.
They didn't know what was going on.
Nope.
Like, why are they touching me?
Yeah, it was visible too. So like, it's not like it was so small that they wouldn't notice it was on their body. Like it was visibly on their necks. Like there's a light blinking and everything.
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Oh my god, ow, oh, it's coming from my neck. Oh,
shit's hot,
I'm gonna scratch it. I'm gonna pull it the fuck off. I'm gonna start gatting these humans." Back to kill all humans mode. Like they just ran off of it.
I know you're gonna kill him.
We'll be back.
Kill him.
We're gonna.
Humans. I'm gonna kill them.
Oh my god, that is like the perfect fucking man. You're gonna hear that a lot from us. You can hear that a lot from Ooh, kill him. Straight killing him.
It's like tangos. Ooh, kill him.
I know, right? Oh my god. It's just funny because like some of that shit, I just want them to push it just a little bit farther. Like it just feels like whoever it is that's writing the majority of these stories only has like a passing knowledge of what's actually going on. Like they don't fully get the various universes that these characters are in. You know what I mean? Like Supergirl, just trading Superman stories and using her as the you know, as the Superman. It's kind of lame, especially now that you have Superman in your universe. Like why do that? That's dumb. You kind of invalidate Superman. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make sense. Why would you make like if you have Superman, then obviously Batman's on his way. So why make Oliver so much like Batman to the point where it's almost annoying, and then still talk about having Batman in there? You know,
like are they really gonna do Batman?
They're probably gonna do it. They're probably going to. They've probably been working on a way to do it forever.
And, I don't know. They've been really resistant to putting him in a TV show.
Yeah, but remember he was in Birds of Prey, and that shit was terrible. He was in Birds of Prey. He guest starred on an episode of Smallville. It's just that he wasn't Batman yet. Bruce Wayne did. And they weren't like super, they didn't call him by his name. I don't think his full name. So like, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, I don't know, like, why diss such an important character? You know, like it just, I don't know why cheapen such an important character by giving his whole shtick to a different character who actually has their own shtick. You know, like Green Arrow is Green Arrow. He has all kinds of things that are very specific to him. Like bringing back what's her name? How did Laurel? Like how do you fuck up that relationship? Like it's so simple and it's so straightforward that in every incarnation those two end up together and you fuck that up. How? Like they're one of the couples, you know what I mean? Like you got to keep those couples around. So what are you going to do? Have the evil Laurel fall for Ollie? Because that's what she just popped up. Mm-hmm. So the evil one is going to become the good Black Canary because she has the canary cry. That's what we're going to do. Mm-hmm. I mean that
in Flash.
No. She's on the very last episode that just happened of.
No. I know Laurel shows up in Arrow, but I'm talking about when the evil version of Laurel showed up in Flash. During the Zoom arc.
Yeah.
I could have sworn she bit the dust.
No, I don't think I think they sent her back. But you could be right.
Because wasn't she fighting with Evil Vibe?
No, he came at her. Him and what's her name? Him and Killer Frost came and tried to recruit her. They used her to knock down that building, and then Johnny Quick helped them stop it. So I don't think she actually, from what I remember, I don't think she was killed.
Okay.
But
then how would she know where the Arrow Cave is?
Because what's his name? Because remember, Reverse Flash, Merlin, and Dark are all working together.
Dark.
So it's possible that somehow that's how she ends up getting. I mean, because everything's connected now. That's possibly what they could have done. I could be completely off too, because they tend to come up with very weird.
See, I thought.
Huh? We can't hear you. Were you talking or did you stop?
That sounds like you got cut off.
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was I thought because I did see the last episode of Arrow where she shows up at the end. Mm-hmm. Then, like in Legends, White Canary's been trying to kill Damien Dark, so I wonder if the next episode she actually does it.
Yeah, I don't know. Supergirl, you guys need to check that show out because they've been doing a lot better. Well, you need to check it out, Clarion, because Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they're doing. I mean, even though they've done a lot of the whole like, let's just make her do what Superman did, and make her fight Parasite, and then make her fight, you know, freaking Hank Henshaw, which he's already part of that story. Um, excuse me, they did a really good. I don't know. They're doing a fairly good job making twists on some of that stuff so that it fits in the narrative they've created for this particular show. It is annoying sometimes to see, Superman plots so poorly utilized, like, because sometimes, man, they really just destroy Superman plots. Like, they just snatch them up and just turn it into a Supergirl story, and it's like, ugh, this is pretty bad. But
I did hate that line where Hank Henshaw is like, I'm not Hank Henshaw anymore. I'm Cyborg Superman. I was like, come on.
I was like, really? You just decide to call yourself that?
Yeah.
Like, ugh. Yeah, that was pretty
It's
bad.
like so you had an analog for Batman and Arrow, and you had an analog for Superman and Supergirl. So yeah, why do you need either of the two actuals to show up?
To get people to watch the show. Because the show, up until then, I'm telling you, the show was trash. Like, even the first episode of, I think it was the first episode of the second season, it was still boring. And then when Superman showed up, it's like all of a sudden the writers gave a shit and like started trying. And it felt like there was something going on. It was funny to watch her and whatever the dude's name is playing Superman. I always forget his name. Tyler Hoechlin, I think his name is. It was cool seeing them bounce off each other because it felt genuine. It didn't feel like, here's this guy trying to act like Henry Cavill. Nope. He straight channeled Christopher Reeve. And it fit.
You have to start watching it.
It fit perfectly, man. It was like, this is what's missing from the movies, And that's a whole nother argument. This is why I don't care about the when we were talking about movies and stuff. I don't really care. I'm scared for Justice League. I'm not even gonna lie, because I feel like it's gonna be like they're gonna miss something that's extremely vital to getting that right, and it's gonna be something real simple that should have been at the forefront. And a lot of people, it's going to be divisive again, and then a lot of people are going to hate it, and a lot of people are going to fight over it, and it's going to be the same shit we always get with these DC films. I hope it's not. I hope I'm completely wrong, but I just have the distinct feeling that so far, 3 times they've done this, I have a feeling that, it's going to be the same way. 3 times. Man of Steel, Superman broke Zod's neck, and a lot of people were like, what the fuck? You killed Zod? Like, what? I mean, I get it. I know why he did it. I also get it was his first day. Made sense to me, but it still seems like...
Yeah. It's my first day.
Yeah, at Superman's core, his first day on the job, he wouldn't have killed somebody.
And it wasn't like he enjoyed it. Like, he was like, oh my God, what have I done? And he screams out.
Yeah. But
most people, and he didn't want to.
People aren't seeing that because you know how the internet is like teenage hormones. It's like either it's good or it's bad, or it's the worst day ever, or it's the greatest day ever. Like, there's no in between, no gray area. So, automatically that's a problem. So that made that movie divisive. Then we get Superman, Batman v Superman. And the whole movie was just kind of like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck, guys? You're adults. How did you do this? Why did you do this? And then they make the Blu-ray, and they fix a lot of the issues, but the core ones are still there. And it's just, why are they fighting? How come Superman didn't just hold Batman down and say, look, they kidnapped my mom? Why didn't he just use his, when he said, go, we're gonna kill your mom, or we're gonna, if you don't do what we said, we're gonna kill your mom. Why didn't he just be like, hold on just a second, just like in the How It Should Have Ended, and then go back and go like, this woman right here, like, this is who you were gonna kill? Seriously? And then the movie would have been shorter. Batman wouldn't have had to fight him. It would have been a completely different type of film if they actually understood Superman and they weren't just sucking Batman's dick. But we sat there and we watched
if he really loved his mom, shouldn't he have had LoJack on her like he did Lois?
Yeah, exactly.
Like they threw Lois off a roof and he was able to swoop in and grab her before she hit the ground, but didn't know when she got kidnapped in the first place.
Exactly.
Whatever, it's not perfect. But
then you have Suicide Squad, where it's just like all kinds of jacked up nonsense in the film, and there's people trying to say, oh no, it's not a bad film. It's a bad film. You just like the kind of culture that they're trying to promote. It's a bad film. Their characterization of Harley Quinn was still wrong. Their characterization of everyone except for maybe Captain Boomerang was wrong. Everybody wrong. Freaking what's her name? Amanda Waller, wrong. She just had the right intonation and inflection and delivery of her lines, and she looked the part, but she didn't act like Waller. Waller is not just gonna kill everybody just because she can. Like, no. She's not heartless like that. She gives a shit about people. It's just on the surface. She gives you the cold exterior so you don't fuck with her. So you believe that she's capable of doing what she does. But apparently they wanted her to be borderline villain. So, you know, whatever. Rick Flag, still wrong. You got the wrong idea about Rick Flag. Joker, wrong idea about Joker. I mean, like, literally, we could go down the whole list. Every character was fucking wrong. Every single one except for Captain Boomerang, which I don't understand how that happened. Jai Courtney, he's literally one of 3 clones of fucking what? Sam Worthington or something? Or 3 failed clones of who?
Like Sam Worthington, Jai Courtney, and the guy from what's?
No, Kinnaman.
Friggin' Joel
Kinnaman. He's the other one. He's one of those clones, but they all are. Except I think Kinnaman's not Australian, right?
Oh yeah.
But they all seem like clones of like some Australian somebody that, as they cloned them, they got farther away from the original. So with Kinnaman being the last one, you know, of the 3. You had 2 of the 3 of those guys in this film, and somehow Jai Courtney came out on top. Like, typically, Jai Courtney sucks in everything. And in this, he was on point. He was actually fun to watch. But everyone else, who knows what Slipknot was like? You killed him off as soon as you showed him to us.
He had a line or 2.
I know. Ooh, he got killed. Slipknot killing him. But they got Captain Boomerang.
That was almost to the point of like, why would? Well,
yeah, like why was there a name like a?
Because that's what happened in the comic. I'm like, but you also have like a shit ton of people in the comics. That's why every so often you can kill one like that because you have freaking like 20, 30, 40 more who do the same exact thing.
Well, like, why did they get Michael Beach to play him?
Yeah.
Like, why not get some stunt guy who doesn't care because he just wanted to do the stunts? That's what he does. Because, I mean, he didn't really have any acting.
And it wasn't like you didn't already know what was going to happen to him.
Yeah. So, yeah, that movie, straight fail. And that's 3 for 3. So I refuse to believe that 4 is going to be any better. I mean, maybe
I'm going to check it out.
Well, yeah. I'm going to check it out. You know, I'm probably going to go
out before or after Wonder Woman.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're right. Because Wonder Woman will be 4. So, we'll see. We'll see.
Pretty sure.
I do want to see Wonder Woman. I think Wonder Woman stands to be the best of the bunch because the whole cast and crew is completely different from all the other films, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you have Gal Gadot, but you still have like your director, completely different style, take, your writers, completely different writers, and Jeff Johns is actually involved in this one. Not to say that Jeff Johns was ever my favorite writing. The thing I think he did the best was Flashpoint. Everything else, and maybe Darkest Night, Blackest Day, blah, 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 that whole Green Lantern thing. But like everything else, I don't typically like his writing because it's like he only likes the Silver Age of comics. I think it's the Silver Age. You know, when Hal and Alan Scott not Alan Scott, I'm sorry, Hal, Barry Allen.
Alan Scott's Golden Age.
Yeah, he's Golden Age. No, Barry Allen, Hal Jordan, obviously your Batman and your Superman, but he doesn't, like, he likes the corny Superman, the one that doesn't really, they don't spend very much time on his characterization because you just know who he is when you see him. Who else? There's some characters from the JSA that always pop up in his stories because he just loves certain characters. I just don't, you can tell he likes Green Lanterns and he loves the Flash. He always has Hal Jordan trying to punk Batman, and I'm just like, no. As much as I'm annoyed with Batman, Hal Jordan I don't care if he's not afraid of things. Like, literally, that should be some kind of fight, even though Batman could not win that unless he snatched his ring.
Yeah.
If he snatched the ring, then Hal Jordan's going to die that night. Like, I'm sorry.
but he's Batman. You know, if he wants to do it, then clearly it's going to happen.
Yeah, apparently.
That's what being rich does for you.
I know, right?
You just get what you want.
I mean, I like the idea of the Green Lanterns being able to will the ring to them so that people can't, you can't just snatch it from them. Or if you could, maybe by will, you could keep it on your finger, and resist somebody snatching it from you. So it'd be harder for Batman to do that shit since Jeff Johns got to him. But Jeff Johns also dumbed down the Green Lanterns and made them all do the same shit. So for me, that's like, it's kind of an example of the kind of writing the guy does. He doesn't understand the individuality that's necessary within a unit. With Green Lanterns, we talk about this all the time. Hal was the straight up, like, I need a tool for the job, and he didn't have the imagination to come up with very, elaborate tools. So it was always some shit that was like laying around his house that he would use as a construct, a boxing glove, a baseball mitt, a fucking folding chair, you know what I mean? A baseball bat, something like that. It'd be something very simple and like just lame. But he wasn't
like concrete.
Yeah,
like it was concrete. Whatever he needed, like you said, whatever fit.
That's what he used.
He would just use,
and it wasn't.
That's what came into his mind.
It wasn't very imaginative either. Freaking John Stewart would come up with constructs that practically were the real thing. That's the way his mind worked. Probably OCD. That's why they did that. He sees every detail, and when he thinks of creating the construct, it has all the details. Kyle was the one with all the crazy imagination, so he would make mech suits and spaceships and all kinds of crazy shit, and it'd be fairly convincing because that's the way his mind worked. You know what I mean? Like, it was cool to see this. The aliens all had very alien, like, abstract constructs because and they differed in style. Because they're alien, and that's the way that you visually express that concept. Now, all of them make spaceships. All of them make, drills and guns.
Mini guns and
it's like,
airplanes.
It's
and
fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Like, how does that make them, like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make them interesting.
Yeah, there's no uniqueness.
Yeah, they were already stupid in the sense that you have a ring that literally tells you how to be a superhero. Like, okay, so the fuck? Why? How do you lose? How do you lose? Unless you forgot to charge your fucking ring. Like, how do you lose? Like, that's the only thing you could do to lose is not be able to charge your ring. And these motherfuckers lose. I'm like, everything. You could ask the ring, how far is it to this solar system where so-and-so was last seen? He could tell you, and he could be like, oh, would you like to warp there? I will warp your ass there right now. And you'll go. And he'll tell you where to go and where you shouldn't go, where they like humans, where they don't like humans. Like, literally everything is laid out for you because of your fucking ring. It's just as bad as the Power Rangers fucking morphers. Like, hey, guess what? When you're in trouble, call upon your giant, robot fighting machines to help you. Oh, how do you do that? He's like, how do I do it? Don't worry. When the time is right, you will know. And then they do a whole kata and call the fucking Zord. And it's like, wait, you've never done this before, but you were compelled to pull out some kind of superhero kata to call your weapon? Like, what? Your morpher told you to do this? Or made you do it? Like, hey, whatever works, I don't like those kind of MacGuffins. That shit always bothered me. But that's Jeff Johns. So for some reason, that works for him. Simplifying to the umpteenth degree,
That's why, like, everybody who did it, like, just focused on one Green Lantern. That's also why they really didn't write books about the entire Corps, because it would take that to make it compelling.
Yeah.
Because what's the point of writing about a group of people if everybody's capable of the same damn thing?
To the exact same degree. Like, it just doesn't work.
Even if it's an army, if they're a fighting force or a police force or whatever, like, they still bring different things to the table.
Exactly.
But Jeff Johns' table.
Yeah, I don't know. And maybe he's gotten over that. Who knows? Maybe he's been growing as a writer. I mean, I don't see how, considering...
I doubt it.
Considering the kind of workload he has now, I don't see it. But, it's possible. Who knows?
Like, I like the concept of Green Lantern, but, like, I still never really super got into much of it. Like I said, I didn't read that last big Blackest Night, Brightest Day, whatever the fuck storyline of, like, the Rainbow Wars or whatever the hell.
And I read some of that. I read a lot of it, actually, because, at the time.
Not that it wasn't interesting, but yeah, the concept in and of itself, I'm like, huh.
Well, it
So
was.
now
It was.
Yeah, I mean,
every you get a ring, and you get a
Yeah, it was
ring, and
like
you get a ring.
it was good, but it was like, very. Of course, that's how it works. You know what I mean? Like, of course, if there's green lanterns, there would be pink lanterns and blue lanterns and orange and yellow lanterns and white lanterns, and like, of course, you would go with the spectrum because there's a red ranger. So of course, there's a green ranger and a blue ranger and a black ranger. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you go into that territory, of course, you would go with all the rest of the colors. There were people who were doing fan art of that shit way before he ever even wrote that story. So it's not like it was this big, awesome revelation. It was more like, of course you would do that. Like, that makes perfect sense. Obviously, you would play with the rest of the spectrum. But you know, some of the concepts inside of that were pretty cool. I won't diss like the whole thing. You know, I had fun reading it for the most part. The art was pretty good, almost across all the books. So you know, I had no issues with it.
That's cool.
Thor 3. I'm really.
Yeah, the crappy thing is we're probably not gonna get Stewart in the films. It's gonna be Hal since Jeff Johns is involved.
I heard their movie is gonna be the two of them. That's what DC.
Yes, well, that'd be great, but
yeah, DC said that the Green Lantern movie that's slated for what 2020 or some shit. It's slated for the year or 2018 or some shit. It's slated for the same year, I think, as the second or Justice League movie. It's supposed to be a buddy cop film, and it's gonna have Hal and John. So maybe that'll be dope. Maybe that'll be dope. Who knows? I am excited for Thor 3. I know we're on the subject of movies, and we spent a long time on the DC stuff, but I'm excited for Thor 3. It's not too much to go into because I haven't really been trying to look for shit. I've been trying really hard not to look for stuff. But
it's nice to be surprised.
Yeah.
I do wish though they would leave Planet Hulk and that alone.
Me too.
Ragnarok is to deal more with actual Ragnarok as it applies to Thor and his world. I don't understand how you have Ragnarok and then you're throwing in, Planet Hulk in there as well.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be elements from Planet Hulk because, you don't know where he's been. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I don't know. I just hope it's good because it feels like they're going in a whole different direction as far as like the style of writing that their writing team and their director has. It's more quirky. They're making more jokes. They're making Thor seem more like a fish out of water. So I think if they're going with that kind of shit, it'll be more interesting. It'll be more fun to watch. Because the problem with the Thor films is that it's like we don't get what the tone is of his movies. And then the villains never seem to have a shtick. Their shtick is like, I want to kill everything. Okay. That's it, Or I want to fuck with you. Which is Loki. And it's like everybody likes that, but he's not really a compelling villain because in the end he will give up. He'll be like, okay, it's not fun anymore. I don't want to fight you anymore. I'm done. But he's the best they've done. He's pretty much that's the epitome of the Marvel villain right there. Is the guy who fucks with you. What about Spider-Man: Homecoming? What do you guys think of that? I know we talked about this. At least you and me did, Agent O. And something. Yeah. Did we talk about it in the last one? In the last Off Our Brains? I think we did.
Yeah. I mean, I want to see it because I love Spider-Man. I guess I just have to wait and see how it all unfolds. What I saw so far looks good. I'm not super duper like, oh my god, out of the seat of my crap in my pants because, it's the movie looks promising. It looks like it's going to be a good time. I don't know if it's going to be better than all the other Spider-Mans that we've seen already put together, but I do dislike how they basically ripped Genki from the Ultimate Universe, but then they just called him Ned Leeds.
Yeah.
But it's whatever. I mean, I guess they can't have the mixed Spider-Man. They can't let him have just one thing.
Like, nope, everything from Spider-Man. Just pull it all in.
No, I read somewhere that they're going to do a spin-off with Miles Morales somehow. And I'm like, how do you do a spinoff with Miles Morales when his whole story revolves around Peter Parker being dead? Like,
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
See, I heard it was animated. It was going to be animated.
Oh, that might be cool.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if the same people that worked on Big Hero 6 worked on that, I think they could. Actually,
yeah, that should work.
It's definitely going to look good.
Yeah, exactly.
I just, I don't know. All that I've seen so far, it looks good, but I'm one of those people that didn't have a problem with Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, me neither.
There's nothing in that I've seen so far, and that makes me feel like it's any better than what we've already previously seen.
Yeah.
Maybe and doing everything a Spider does, maybe they'll throw in some elements that we haven't quite had before. They'll take what we already have and keep it looking fresh. I mean, that's possible, and I'll be okay with that. But to the point why they changed it, I liked what's his name as Peter Parker.
Andrew Garfield, yeah, me too.
And everything he was doing was dope. I mean, the whole using the webbing to sense where things were, like how a real spider does. Just the action, the way they choreographed that he was doing. That whole splash page scene with Electro flying after him.
Yeah.
I mean, something that looked as fun as that and as dope as that, then in this new one, then I mean, I don't know. It's still going to make a shit ton of money.
Of course.
Sit there and tell me that it was better than what we already got.
I agree. So they're making a Venom movie also. And I think
understand that.
I think it's funny that they got Bokeem Woodbine playing the what you call it, Shocker. Like that's hilarious. Of course, he would be playing a thug.
I know. I could see him as the Prowler.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to do that. You know how that is.
No.
I don't know. What about John Wick 2? I'm so happy.
I don't know about that one.
I'm so happy that they're
there wasn't enough shooting in the first one.
I know, right? He wasn't killing them enough.
John, John.
Kill him, John. Kill him.
You're John, you're retired. You can't kill him. You're retired, John. You can't kill him.
I know, right? God.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that.
Hell, I don't even need to see a trailer. When I saw his training regimen, his gun training for the second film, I was like, "Yep, I'm going to see this movie."
That was enough.
I didn't even see it.
I was like, "Yep."
I didn't even see it yet.
Oh
yeah, it's been up for a long time, but yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm going. I'm good. I'm going to go see this film.
And that's something else that I like that movie does that not as many action movies do now. And a couple other reviewers on YouTube bitch about it, and I kind of bitch about it too. It's like there are a lot of just like single takes of action scenes in that movie.
Yeah.
Instead of it just being like, one move and you have like 2, 3, 4 cuts of the camera.
Ugh, yeah.
I'm like, just let me see. Like, you trust these guys to do this, right?
Yeah.
So just set the camera up and let them do it. The first John Wick was great at that. Like, you just freaking break a dude down, fucking gun to the head, tap, tap.
Yeah.
Like, run up to the next guy, tap, tap. And I'm like, and it was all just fluid, and it wasn't just like crazy editing. It just happened. They filmed it. It happened. It looked great.
Yep.
And there's even a couple scenes like that, like the scene where he's walking down a tunnel and just like, freaking walking with the assault rifle, just tap, 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 tap. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yep. You know what's funny?
So
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm thinking too much.
No, it's like I'm looking forward to that. Like, so that's another one high on the list.
Me too. And the team they got directing it looks fucking amazing. And I'm ready. I'm ready. I remember the day, it was funny, the week that the trailer dropped, I just saw the Fate of Furious trailer, and I was like, thank God, this is dope. And then the next day, fucking John Wick dropped, and me and a dude at work were just geeking out because we're like, finally, we're getting some good shit. I think one of them comes out very soon. Fucking, it might be John Wick that comes out next month or something.
Yeah, John Wick comes out in February or something like that. You sent me one of them, didn't you? You sent me one of the trailers.
You both of them.
Might have been Fate of the Furious, I think.
Yeah, I'm so into both. I was gonna say, remember what happened?
No, because every time we mention Fate of the Furious, you know what I'm gonna be thinking about right now. Freaking Hobbs and that stupidly awesome line.
Oh yeah. I will beat you like a Cherokee drum. Yeah, that shit was perfect. Perfect, man. I'm so glad that he said that shit. What I was gonna say is, what about? Isn't it kind of weird how, for a while, everybody was pissed off that they were gonna have Zendaya play, what's her name? They thought she was gonna play Mary Jane.
Oh.
And then in the movie, it turns out
she's Betty Brant or something like that.
Yeah, she's someone completely different. So it's kind of weird. It's like
I didn't even know people were hinting that.
That's what they said. Like when she first got cast, that was the first thing they said, and they were showing pictures of her with red hair and stuff, and you're like, oh, cool. She's gonna be Mary Jane. Like, okay, I could see that. That could work. And then it turns out that's not even who she was gonna be.
The internet said, no!
Keep her white.
Yeah.
It's like, make Mary Jane white again.
Make Mary Jane white again.
So wrong.
But yeah, that's what I'd heard too. I heard like her name was. That's the first bit I heard when her name was being brought up of a role. It was like Mary Jane. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool, interesting. See what they do, and I'm like, I didn't read up on it. But so no, it's not going to be Mary Jane. Oh, well,
nope, she's not.
Now I'm not going to see. Now I'm not going to see the movie.
Oh man. Yeah, it's kind of strange, when you think so. It's like wow. When you think about it, it's like okay. Well, if that's what you want to do, I don't know. I just find it weird, like that's the way that people. I don't know. The way people react to some of these things just frustrates me because it's not really even worth all the being pissed off and all the rage. Like, it's going to be what it's going to be, regardless of if you like it or not. You're not making the movie. Wait till the movie comes out and then say what you got to say. Instead, you have this culture of people losing their shit before the film ever even is released, before even, a full synopsis is released. So it's like, what are you getting mad at? You don't even know what the fuck the movie's going to be about. Like, you know what I mean?
Or getting hyped up about.
Yeah, people, it's all hype culture, and then it's fucking, what would you call it? Like rage culture, being just raging at shit.
It's this obsession with getting there first.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of what your reaction is, I'm going to be the angriest. I'm going to be the friggin' happiest. I'm going to tell everybody that they got to see this, or I'm going to tell everybody this is the worst thing since ever.
Yeah. Since the last worst thing.
Like you said, they released a 30-second teaser. Like, how could you possibly know everything that this is? Really?
I know, right?
And I mean, it's this thing that keeps happening. It's not like, oh, it's only about the biggest things. Like, no, it happened with a bunch of movies that came out this year. It happened with TV shows and everything else. I'm like, can't you just watch something and just enjoy it, or watch it and don't? I mean, it exists.
Yeah.
Some of it, and you know what? I'm not up for telling people they're wrong for enjoying something unless it's literally causing other human beings pain or suffering, like Transformers. But but other than that, I'm like, it's good. Just let it happen. Even if, like you said, if it's not out yet, if we're still a month or a year away, just wait. Just pump the brakes.
Exactly. Exactly. There's no reason to lose your shit over something that you really can't control.
Yeah.
But
for good or ill. It's just wait.
Yeah.
It could be awesome. It could be terrible. You might not even be interested in it by the time it comes out.
Exactly.
I'm like, that happens too. But yeah, but that's the culture. I don't know if the internet adds to that. I don't think it create. I don't no. Rather, did it add to it or did it create it? I don't think they created it. I think it just blossoms in that because everything on the internet is instant. It's like I put a tweet out here, I put a Facebook post out there. Haha, people are gonna read it, they're gonna react, and blah blah blah. And like I think that has just caused it to like germinate into this thing that just will not die. Of this like this just reactionary culture that we're in is like I have to have thoughts about something, and I have to let everyone know my thoughts about something because people care,
and everyone has to care. Yeah, nobody really. Yeah, it's like we don't care. It's like get over yourself.
Yeah, not saying it to be rude or anything, but for real,
no, for real, get over yourself. Let shit be.
You don't. Yeah, like you like something, you don't like something. All right, I may like something you don't. I may not like something you do. Guess what? I still got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like life goes on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What was I going to say next? The Mummy.
What about that new Kong movie? Oh,
I don't know. He looks insane. He's huge.
Yeah.
I'm
good
huge.
with that. I want to see it. I'm interested. Definitely interested.
Yeah, I'm interested too. I've never been a big King Kong person. I never really.
Yeah, me neither.
Never really gave a shit about King Kong. I'm like, okay, they're making another movie. I'll watch it, but I don't really have like real, like a perspective. Other than it might be cool.
Well, people were like, all. I don't know. Was that made as? I don't know. I'm trying to think if Pacific Rim had like some sort of effect on that, or the recent Godzilla or something like that. I guess maybe they think there's a market for big monsters again.
They're gonna do a Godzilla versus King Kong.
Yep.
So, but there's gonna be a Rampage movie. How are they gonna do that at the same time?
Oh, I didn't know there was gonna be a Rampage movie.
There is gonna be, and guess who's gonna be in it?
Mark Wahlberg.
No, even better.
Who?
His Pain and Gain buddy.
The Rock?
Yep.
Was he playing a gorilla or something?
I have no idea what his role is going to be, but he's been tied to that project.
Wow.
So I'm like, we'll see.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna have giant monsters coming back together on screen. We're gonna have like classic movie monsters in a big interconnected universe again, and this is
jeez.
I know we have such a long time to wait before they do their legendary Godzilla versus King Kong.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not gonna lose any sleep.
I do like the look of Kong Skull Island, though. Definitely looks cool.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Freaking like Sam Jackson, John Goodman, like Tom Hiddleston. Like, it's definitely a solid cast.
Yeah, it's just...
It can't be any worse than the Peter Jackson version.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, we just had that one, and it can't be that, it can't be worse. So...
See, I think because I didn't see that, it's not in my... Like, it's... but now that you mentioned it, I'm like, I forget that was practically the same thing.
Well, it could be.
Whoops. Except this one has 100% less Jack Black though. That's about it.
Yeah. And it's weird. He wasn't terrible.
He wasn't even the worst thing about that film.
No,
it was just a film in general.
The film just didn't have like a very distinct like direction. Like it felt real serious and scary in some scenes, and then it was just goofy in others, and then it was just meh for a lot of it. It was like it went on for way too long. Like it didn't need to. It could have been an hour and some change, and they made it like a 3-hour movie, and it was just like, what? Why? Why are the people on Skull Island illin? You know what I mean? What the fuck is going on?
Why am I watching this guy shovel coal into the furnace on the boat for like a minute?
Yeah, like why?
I get it. His job is to shovel coal. Move on.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything just took too long. It was just too much.
You need that second establishing shot of him shoveling coal. You need to make sure you understand his struggle. His you need to hear his voice.
We need to know that coal is hot. Like the shit, like I don't know. It just it felt like it was the kind of direction. It was like overblown, bloated direction. And then there's that fucking scene when they get eaten up by the bugs that was just fucking gross. I was like, oh, the little bit of sound that was in that scene because it was real silent. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that shit made my skin crawl. I was like, oh.
Oh yeah, especially when the worm looking thing was eating Andy Serkis head first.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And you can tell he's suffering the entire time.
Yeah.
Because inside his mouth is just rows and rows of teeth.
Yeah, it was gross. I was like,
yeah, it was like,
what
yeah, it was horrifying. Like, but then like, running from dinosaurs, like from the TriStar Godzilla.
Yeah.
You know, dinosaurs are falling over each other like slapstick comedy and shit.
Yeah.
Velociraptors are getting squashed and holy shifts, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. It was really weird. It was really, like I said, bloated and just not. The tone was not consistent. But I don't know. Whatever. What about what do you guys think about the new Power Rangers movie? It's weird. I was talking to my brother, and my little brother, and he was saying it all seemed too like opposite of what we know from the cartoon or from the TV show. And then I had to bring up the fact that the TV show, the American TV show, is too opposite the Japanese show. And then the plot that's in that show that Saban added, if they were to take it seriously, would feel more like a Kamen Rider show because Power Rangers Super Sentai is not supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be kind of like, you know, Avengers Assemble, goofy superhero type stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's not dead serious. It's just, it's like, it's lighthearted. So now for them to take all the lighthearted shit out and then play it completely straight is like fucking Showa era Kamen Rider and shit. Or I'm sorry, the Neo Showa era stuff from the 90s, like Kamen Rider Shin and Jay and Zoe, where the shit was creepy and just like some stuff was definitely not for kids. Like fucking Shin, Kamen Rider Shin, if you ever look that shit up, fucking violent as I don't know what. I mean, obviously, you know, like the blood effects were like Kung Fu movie blood, where it was like red paint, literally. But I mean, he beheads one of the enemies he fights, and I'm talking like Mortal Kombat style. He chops him 2 times about the chest, and then like the body collapses, and he just pulls the head and spine out of the body of the monster that he was fighting. Like, it's dark, and you're like, wow. And it's like, this is what they want to do somewhat with Power Rangers, and it's kind of like, I get it, but you got to know that Americans making Super Sentai serious, that already exists, and that's Kamen Rider, or at least it used to be Kamen Rider, because now it's all weird and shit. But I don't know, I like the fact that everything's alien. Like, I dig that.
I just wish the designs, I don't know, I'm not
You're not blown away by the designs.
They all, I mean, I get it, they're trying to make everything look alien and kind of out there, but none of it feels, I don't know if that's the only way I can describe it.
None of it feels what?
None of it feels like it belongs, or I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, because they're redesigning borrowed shit. That's the problem. Like, if it was their own ideas to begin with, I think it would work better. And I think that's what you're getting. That's why it doesn't feel like it belongs, because this is the second or third time you're seeing this content being reimagined. You know what I mean? Like, they did it in the TV show. We reimagined Zoo Ranger. Then they did it in the movie, where they reimagined Zoo Ranger again and added Kaku Ranger in there. Then they reimagined it for a third time when they're making this. So it's like, you're reimagining something that wasn't even meant to be this in the first place. But I like their plot points. I think the idea of Zordon being a ranger, good idea. Makes sense. Like, he was a ranger back way long ago. Rita was a ranger way back long ago. So this conflict, whatever it is between those two, been a long ass time going on. So I think that's dope. I like the way the Zords look. I don't know about the Megazord. The Megazord is kind of weird, but I like that everything doesn't look like some shit that we could buy in the store. You know what I mean? Like, nothing looks like anything else that's out there, if that makes any sense. The closest thing is their costumes. Their costumes look like Kamen Riders to me. That's what I think of. They look like Kamen Riders, and
There's a Kita Amemiya series called Jesus, what is he called? Mikazuki. He's this big ass giant robo-looking monster with a crescent moon on his head, and there's this team that's kind of like the what were they called? The Earth Defense Force. Is that what those games are called?
Mm-hmm.
The EDF, yeah.
EDF, yeah. They kind of look like they kind of operate like that. Whenever monsters come, they deploy these guys, and they have these cool suits, and the suits kind of look like the tech version of what the Power Ranger suits look like. But the crustacean design and shit reminds me of like SIC Kamen Riders. You know, where they have like all the cool shapes and stuff that build up the armor, and then the weird texture that looks like a shell, and the prismatic colors and stuff. Like that all feels like SIC. Somebody looked at a SIC and said, how could we do this with Power Rangers? And SICs are like, remember that one Christmas, I think it was, or maybe it's a birthday, Clarion, you got me a 2-pack. It had Kamen Rider Stronger and Tackle. You remember that? The chick with the like ladybug motif, and then there was a dude with a stag beetle motif. He was like red and black, and he had like
really big shoulder pads,
white gloves, and huge shoulder pads.
Not at all. That doesn't ring a bell. No, I remember.
Yeah, it's that. It feels like that's what they saw, and they were trying to capitalize on that kind of design. But I don't know. I'm not super excited, but like nothing that I saw was like, ew, that's stupid. When everybody hated the Rita design, I thought it was dope. I actually think, and
I dig that a lot.
Yeah, it looks good. I'm like, wow. I think she looks better like that than she does in regular life. I mean, because normally when you see her, she just looks like every other blonde chick in Hollywood. But like the dress up, weird, the dark hair, the weird serious ass like expression and shit, it works for her. But yeah, I think the designs aren't so bad. I mean, yeah, it's weird. I'll give them that. This shit's really fucking weird. But we'll see. I'm sick of this, like, let's make everything dark and depressing,
Yeah.
We're the Breakfast Club if it wasn't even remotely happy. You know what I mean? We're misfits and we don't fit in, so we're going to have to become, superheroes. That I wish they would stop with that. Try to excel at making a hopeful, kind of mesmerizing superhero thing instead of always making the dark, depressing Batman Begins of insert superhero's, name. I hate that shit. Like it's getting so played out. Like it worked with Batman because that's his shtick, but it doesn't work with everybody else.
It's like everything doesn't have to be that. It's like you can gain success and make a quality product without literally having to reproduce either whole cloth or steal significant elements from something else.
Exactly.
Like everybody, like you said, everybody doesn't have to be dark and brooding and just my parents are dead. My parents are dead.
No parents. Darkness.
It's like, isn't there some other motivation for people to want to do good?
Apparently not. And it's funny because people would make jokes about this when Kung Fu movies did it all the time. You kill my teacher, why? You kill my parents, why? You kill my brother, why? Now every superhero. You kill my teacher, why? You kill my parents, why? Like they need another shtick that just has to happen at some point. What about Return of Xander Cage? Triple X 2, 3, 3, right? 4. It's the fourth one, technically.
3, because it was 1.
Oh, you're right. There was only 2 before this, so it is 3. Yeah, the third one. What do you think about it?
You want to go first, Agent O?
Agent O.
Oh, that good, eh?
I know, right? It's so good he disappeared. All right, what do you think, man?
I'm interested. I don't know, I don't totally love the concept of Triple X. It's not awful.
Yeah.
But I'm not I wasn't dying like, man, they need to make another one of these. Man,
I
if
don't
only
think
like Vin
anybody
Diesel
was.
would do another one. Maybe a couple years after like State of the Union came out, I was thinking that, but
Yeah.
it just kind of faded like from my mind for a while. And heard this came out, I'm like, okay, this could be cool.
Yeah.
50-year-old guy doing extreme stunts and everything, you know. But Vin Diesel looks like he can pull it off. I'm not gonna front.
Yeah.
But I do want to see it. Like I said, I'm not gonna line up day one of the theater to watch it. Maybe I go to the theater to watch it. Maybe I use alternative means.
Yeah.
But I want to check it out.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to check it out. What about you, Strydent?
I think it looks cool. It looks interesting. I mean, it just feels like old action films from back in the day, you know, and I dig that. Like along with, you know, your Fast and Furious and your like the current Fast and Furious and John Wick. Like we need those movies. Those like old school, you know, shoot 'em up, blow it up, you know, beat the shit out of everything type movies because they don't make them anymore. You know, you hardly get those
Yeah.
anymore. We don't even have stars that can pull that shit off in as much abundance as we used to have. You know, like the Expendables, like they're spending too much now. Like if they had made Expendables 4 this year, I would have been like, cool. It's getting like kind of late for them to make another Expendables. You know, they're getting old. Like, and I don't mean that as a diss. I mean like they're literally getting old, and I don't think like the kind of action that they're doing. I'm impressed that they even can do it because they're all in good shape. Don't get me wrong, but an injury is an injury, no matter how old you are. It's just that the older you get, the worse the injuries become. So,
Yeah.
seeing the shit they
Yeah,
did,
you can only relive the glory days for so long.
yeah. Well, I mean, like for some of them, I mean, you have to admit, being an actor, the life you live as an actor versus the life you live as a regular person, it's not as hard. You know, like if an actor gets hurt, there's 50 people that are going to put them back together. If we get hurt, we're gonna pay out of our ass to be like okay when it's done, and we'll walk with a
Yeah.
limp for the rest of our life. You know what I mean? Like it's that level of care. Um, so like for them, they'll be able to do this shit for a while, realistically. I mean, then you can have stunt doubles to do the shit they can't do, but they can look like they'll be able to look like they're capable. I mean, like you said about Vin Diesel, dude's about like he's isn't he 50?
He just turned. I think he's 50. Yeah, he turned 50 this year or
It's
last year.
nuts. It's nuts. Like he's old and he's making these movies like he's a young dude. It's like, dude, you're up there. But clearly he doesn't feel like it. Because being an actor is not that as difficult as being a regular person, you know?
Yeah, or being a Hong Kong stuntman.
Yeah, definitely. Those stuntmen, like the amount of life that Dick Way lived, you're like, holy shit. And then you just didn't see him anymore because he probably got broke. He broke enough shit that he just couldn't do it anymore. That's typically what happens with them. But I
mean, the last thing I saw was of him was in that I think it was the Project A on the second one, or is it the first one where he was the pirate?
Yeah, it was the first or the second one. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's one of those in the Hong Kong Legends DVD. Like they go to his home, and he's still pretty capable. I guess I just don't think he gets parts. Like,
yeah.
You know, he's old.
I always mix those two movies up because I've had them when I had them on tape. It was a double tape set, and then when I had them on DVD, it was a double DVD, and now I have them on Blu-ray, double Blu-ray. So I always kind of watch them either back to back, and I just pick whichever one. But yeah, I know exactly the interview you're talking about. But yeah, like some of those guys, they beat themselves up to the point where it's like, yeah, they cannot do anything afterwards, you know. So seeing the fact that like we're getting a bunch of them this year, that makes me happy. It's just I would like to get new ones. Like there needs to be new guys to pick up where that shit left off because I hate the stigma that reviewers have put on action films. Oh, it's a big dumb action film. If that's how you review an action film, then you need to stop fucking reviewing action films because you clearly don't respect them. You don't like them as much as you think you do. Because by saying that they're stupid, it just makes you sound like you're trying to convince yourself that what you're doing is intellectual and you're above this in some kind of way. Which it's not meant for you to take seriously. It's just fun. You know, either they were successful at making a fun action film or they failed. It's that simple. You don't have to tell us it's big and it's dumb and it's loud. Isn't that like most movies in general? That's why you go to a theater to watch them. They're big and loud.
sometimes they're really fucking stupid. Even the ones
Those
that
are
are
the,
trying to be serious.
I think those are the movies you most want to go to the theaters to see. The ones I most want to go to the theaters to see. Like, I want to see like Fences and Hidden Figures and maybe Manchester by the Sea or something like that. But I don't need to see those movies in the theater because there's nothing that the theater experience adds to that.
Exactly.
So I will go see action movies in the theater because they're like, with the surround sound and the large picture, like it's that's an experience.
Yeah, it's a spectacle. You want to go and take part in the spectacle. That's why you want to see it in the theater. I always hate when I listen to like Movie Bob and like, Chris Stuckman and those motherfuckers where they like, I love Movie Bob's reviews, but I hate the way he talks about action films. I used to really like Chris Stuckman reviews, but then I noticed how snobby he is about action films. Like, they're all stupid. I'm like, if you're going to an action film for Shakespeare, then the problem lies with you, not the action film, because they never told you they were going to give you Shakespeare. They told you they were going to give you action. So
the story simply exists to guide you to the next action scene.
Yeah, and they're not ashamed of that.
Yeah, it's like keep motivations clear.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. Like, it's not like you said. There's very rarely is there subtext, and if there is, and you see it coming from a mile away, slow clap.
Yeah.
Congratulations! You knew that guy was going to turn on the hero. Wow. I guess you're just smarter than the rest of us, or maybe we all knew and didn't give as much of a shit.
Care, yeah, because we came for the action.
And like you said, that's just what you want to get out of it. It's like, that's why I feel, like I said, if you're just going to keep saying that every time you review an action movie, and like you said, stop reviewing action movies.
Yeah, review the intellectual shit. Review books.
Yeah. Prove you're an intellectual and just review books.
Yeah.
I know, not to say movies are not art, because they are.
Some are,
but
I'll say.
Some are.
Yeah, I mean, some is just slog.
Films are
is
art.
An art is an art form.
Movies are not.
Some people, no. I mean, because like some people think that inherently it is art. Just like they'll say, "Oh, it's subjective." Not everything is subjective. If I'm telling you that this happened, it's not subjective. I'm telling you what happened. So if this movie is supposed to play out as an account, a first-hand account of what happened, or second-hand account or whatever, then it needs to tell me a story. There's nothing subjective. The only subjective aspect is, did I like what the story was telling? You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't give proper reviews because they already perceive what's supposed to be reviewed the wrong way. Oh, it's art, so it's subjective. No, that's not true for everything. If I read a book about someone's life, the style of writing might be, particularly artistic and nice, and there might be flourishes and shit. And you could be like, damn, this guy's command of the written word is fucking amazing. But am I going to say, oh, what I get out of it is subjective if it's an account of his life? No. Because it's an account. He's telling me what fucking happened, That's why I hate when I watch a visual medium and they don't tell me what they need to tell me. Everything's not clear. You know what I mean? And like, I have to be able to see what you want me to see. You did write this story and you did direct the story. That's the difference between a good director and a bad director. That's not subjective, So I don't know. It's like people don't know how to review films because they go into it, like I said, with the wrong idea. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense what I'm saying.
I didn't like it. I'm like, okay. Sometimes I want to know why. Sometimes I don't. Other times it's like you said, if you just disagree with something on principle, I'm like, well, then I don't really have to listen to whatever you say next.
Yeah.
Or reviewers need to acknowledge when they're letting certain storytelling aspects slide that they usually wouldn't let slide because of, say everything else about the movie works, but actors about the film that are debilitating, but because everything works, you kind of let it go. Yeah. Whereas you'd have another movie where maybe they didn't do everything else as well, but because they made the same mistakes that the one you like made, if that makes sense.
I didn't even hear the last part. You cut out completely.
Basically,
now it's jumped to you.
Yeah, basically, reviewers just need to acknowledge when they're letting certain things about movies slide.
Yeah.
don't for other movies, like Grace Randolph when she.
Oh, don't talk about Grace Randolph at all.
I'm just saying when she wanted to boycott
like
Deadpool, but then she gave like a thumbs up for like Transformers 4.
Oh God.
If not more, because all the female lead was eye candy and a damsel in distress. So it was like the basis of
she was a little
character
girl.
Tropes.
Yeah, there was a little girl to begin with. She was
underage. It was there for underage jokes.
Yeah, like that was awful.
Like that shit. Guys like young girls.
Apparently, I missed that memo.
I know, me too. I mean, I missed that boat, and I'm not trying to get on.
Yeah. I still love the CinemaSins joke about that too. It was like, oh, I still remember like when you were born after graduation. Do you mean from medical school? Like, because putting on a backwards hat does not make you 17.
Exactly. Yeah.
What makes it gross is they were pumping.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so not cool. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, why? And that's the thing. Like, why did she have to be? Oh, so you can make reference to some law that exists in some states that pretty much just means you're a pedophile.
Which is just a long, drawn out, bad joke. Like, it's just terrible. But there's people who dug it.
And see, is like, and that's what I have to put up with in those movies too. How did didn't I? I think that's the one I did see for work.
Oh, you took the kids, yeah.
Yeah, it was that or something else. I don't know whether a Cars movie was out at that point or something like that. It was like, oh, and they say Transformers won the vote. And I'm like, can I stay behind? It's like, no, you have to go. I'm like, oh. Ugh. All right, let's go. I sat there and I was amazed.
Yeah.
We'll just go with that. I was amazed what I saw. And now there's going to be another one. And like, I don't know, what did they threaten us with? Like 7 more?
Oh, Lord.
And the spinoffs.
Like expanded universe and all this stuff. So somebody's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, I know. What about, sorry, it's Transformers. I got to move away from it. It's just too much pain. What about Valerian in the City of 1,000 Planets? What do you guys think about that? I think it looks nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm totally down to see it. I know nothing about that storyline. I never read any of the books, but I'll go check out that film.
Me neither.
Yeah, the same thing with me. Like, I'm not familiar with the material, but that trailer had me. I'm super interested now because that was just intriguing.
It's like, this shit looks crazy, man. It's Luc Besson, so it's gonna be at least something in it is gonna be well done.
Yeah,
something.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people hated Lucy, but I liked it.
Me too.
I liked it a lot.
I didn't think it was as bad as people said it was.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd like it that much. Just going into my own impressions, checking out.
Google's shutting you up today. Google is like, nope, you're not going to say anything, sir. That's not right. Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's not saying anything, or it's cut him off. I don't know because he's still in the chat.
Yeah. God, this has been really wonderful. This keeps on happening. I hate that.
I know Google. You got all the money in the world, and you can't make a decent streaming chat program.
Yeah, we're gonna have to try Curse so that we can see if that works, or we'll do this from the Facebook chat next time.
All right.
But yeah, I'm interested. I want to see Valerian. I think they did a good job with the effects. The effects look insane. I was like, wow. There's just so much shit going on, but not in a bad kind of way. Oh, it just kicked him out altogether.
Yeah, but you're gone too, but I'm still talking to you.
I'm gone? How?
Like your icon slid off the screen at the same time as his.
Really? I'm looking at mine right now, next to yours.
Oh, there he goes.
All right, cool.
Cool, you're back. What were you trying to say, man?
Did your computer go to sleep and it kicked you out because the computer went to sleep? Because that's what it did to me.
No, I reached over the side of my keyboard and hit where the headphone is plugged in, and it just disconnected me.
Oh.
Okay, what were you trying to say before you got cut off?
What were we talking about?
Valerian.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, shit. It was something else. No, the bulk of it was, like I said, I'm not familiar with the source material, but I did like the trailer. Like,
oh, you were talking about Lucy, actually. I'm sorry. We
Yeah,
started talking about Valerian.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't think I'd like Lucy. I wasn't sure if I would, and then I watched it. I'm like, yeah, it was a really slick story. And then they went with like the Akira ending.
Yeah, I know, right? The weird, like, what the fuck kind of ending.
I am Tetsuo.
yeah.
That's what I thought about when it came down at the end. Like, holy shit, she is completely transcended.
Yeah,
Like,
she's
that's
like
awesome.
everything. But
I don't know why people can't wrap their heads around the idea that we haven't unlocked everything that the brain is capable of doing.
Well, because you have people who they want to believe that they know everything about everything. So because there's a couple scientists that want to say, like, carte blanche, this is exactly how it is. Like, you don't know that. There's no proof that anybody has used all of their brain. So like,
Yeah.
if sci-fi wants to imagine a different ending for that, then we can, because it hasn't been proven or shown yet that we're wrong. You know what I mean? It could be a whole bunch of shit that can happen that, it'll blow your fucking mind, So, they're probably gonna get mad at us for our example of 100% of your everything being used. Remember, Clarion, in our book. You still there?
Oh, where?
Rock.
Where? Which?
Rock.
Where? Which part?
Rock.
Oh, yes. See, that's what happens when you're able to
Like, access
like
everything.
I'm like, because like you said, if you're saying no, not you, but if someone is like objecting to it, then it means, well, then you know what it
What it
means
should
to
be.
use 100% of your brain.
Exactly. Tell me what it is. Show me. But
He's like,
why don't you show
he's
me,
like,
show?
yeah.
What's your style? But no one knows. So like to be arrogant enough to say no, it couldn't possibly be blah 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 blah. It's like, oh, come on, guys. And it's not like they said this is based on a true story. So for you to go into that mode is kind of dumb of you in the first place, because it's not a fucking true story. It's just sci-fi, like Alien, like everything else. Like, when you think about Alien and all the dumb shit people do just to allow for a gory ass kill, it's like,
yeah, no.
it's like, come on, if you can wrap your fucking head around that shit and just take it as it is, then you could easily just wrap your head around this stuff, But people will come up with their excuses for all that stuff because they don't get it,
Like, it's theory. It's all science. It's all theory, which means, hey, based on evidence that we've collected and factored in, we think this will happen. We think A, B, and C will occur given the right circumstances. That's all science is.
Yeah.
Until you can literally prove a thing beyond the shadow of a doubt. That's why they call most things theory.
Yeah, theoretical.
You prove
science.
it becomes a law.
Yeah.
Because even like Prometheus, and speaking of like the new Alien movie, like they both do the one thing that I really don't understand, and it's I don't know, it's part laziness. Well, I'm sure in the movie there's probably an explanation to it. It's like, you have no idea what's on this planet.
So you take
Why
off your gear.
in the blue hell are you taking your helmet off?
Yeah, you take off your gear. It's like, really, like, you wanted to die.
You can breathe the atmosphere. Dude, there could be microorganisms that like will like literally kill you in 24 hours.
Yeah.
It's like if you breathe it in, like you don't know, but like, oh, whoo, oxygen.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't wait. Thank God I got that helmet off. I'm like,
I mean, there was a lot of things they did in that movie that don't make sense. It's almost
like
it's almost not even worth mentioning, because it's so, when you start to think about it, it makes the genre like really, really dumb.
A lot of horror movies are like that, and people don't acknowledge them, yet horror movies are like a huge genre, A lot of horror movies just don't make any fucking sense. Like, no one would do the things that lead to the horror.
Yeah.
No one would do that unless you're really fucking stupid. And for you to buy that there are people enough people that stupid to populate your dumbass slasher film, and and they can all die systematically, and you're cool with that. Like, come on now. And
I know, if I hear a sound in the house, like coming from the basement, I'm not going to go down to investigate. I'm going to call the fucking police.
Yeah.
No, cops, you need to po-po.
Or if
I'm going to handle my business.
Or if I'm going down there, I'm not going to pick up a Nerf gun.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna be like, hey, let me grab this wooden stick. I'm gonna grab my fucking sword, or I'm gonna grab some knives, and I'm gonna go to work if there's something down there. But more than likely, you know, it's not what you think it is. But in a horror film, it's like, really? Let me go grab this fucking noodle from the pool. You know, this foam noodle, because that's gonna help me. You know, like,
I got a candle because lights went out. I gotta fix the breaker.
It's just like,
just heard something.
Yeah, have you seen Don't Breathe? Any of you?
No, I read about it and I was like, I'm good. I'm not even gonna bother. It sounds stupid.
Yeah, like my thing is this. Okay, I'm pretty sure because it's not a period flick. It takes place in the here and now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, the electricity gets shut off in the house, but nobody has a cell phone with the flashlight app.
Of course not.
That they can turn around to get around.
Of course
I know I don't think their cell phones work.
Yeah, but they could have used
battery
the light.
power to at least turn on the main screen to get some light.
No, because there was a scene. Something happened to somebody's cell phone. Because I think after he killed the thug kid, I think like he dropped his book bag or something like that, and then I remember the phone went off and he shot it.
Oh,
so that could have been, but that I assume was his
only
phone.
Person's phone.
Like,
you know, like
all
of them should have phones.
Everyone over the age of 10 has a cell phone, so it's like those two should have had one.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, unless, like you said, there's a contrivance where, like, oh, my mom took it because she called me.
Nah, it's because they didn't write that shit in there. They didn't write that in
Patty
there.
Jenkins, so I can't have my phone now.
They didn't write that shit in there just so that they could get, you know, make it more difficult for them. That's all. And that's the problem with a lot of those films. But yet people will nitpick the fuck out of a superhero movie, but they'll totally buy a fucking horror movie. And that's why I'm just like, most of these reviews are bullshit, you know? But
do like anything unless it's like the aftermath of some like disaster, and I don't necessarily mean like a zombie thing. I mean, like, if there's like something just happens, like a giant tidal wave or something like that, and something else gets washed up on shore, or something to that effect, a setup like that, that's fine. There needs to be something where, like, a giant, you want to call it a contrivance, you want to call it a plot device or whatever, that literally limits your ability to communicate with the outside world.
Yeah. Something
that's
plausible.
That's why cabin in the woods type things are popular. It's like, oh yeah, out here there's no signal, although I doubt there's anywhere outside of the state of Montana where you can actually not get a signal now.
Yeah, I know, right? But, you know,
whatever. It has to be really rural to not get a signal.
But whatever works for them. It doesn't work for me. That's why I can't get into the horror movies. I usually like the ones where people can fight back in the first place, and it frustrates me that there's so many of them where that's not the case. You know, I'm like, how especially when they're set in modern times, how is this a thing? You know, how is this an issue? But whatever.
How is this still a thing?
Exactly. But I think that's about it. There's a World War Z 2, but I didn't really care about this first one because it didn't follow any of the stories in the books, so I was kind of like, meh. And I watched it I tried to watch it 2 different times. It took me 2 different times to finish that whole movie because it felt so just meh. I was like, oh.
I saw, I guess maybe 90% of the movie. I think I missed the very beginning, or I missed a chunk in the middle or something like that. And it was
in World War Z.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't named World War Z, it would have been better.
Exactly. It could have been a brand new thing. And then people would have, you know, had more respect for it. I read the books. I read a couple. Actually, I read whatever the first book is, the one that has like the stories of the dude in the apartment complex, the story about how the shit actually started, and how the cat in Africa, the soldier or general in Africa, came up with the awesome, you know, strategy to deal with all the attacking zombies and shit. I think it also had the story of how it started in like China or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. It started in China, and they tried to keep a lid on it, which is like, see, at least they went over that part. Like I said, most zombie stories, like, to me, like, the thing that ticks me off is they skip step 2, which is like complete fall of Western civilization.
Exactly. Resident Evil, we're talking to you.
But here they tried, and it's a whole lot of denial and a whole lot of, like, you know, like denial and suppression. And China's like, no, we don't have a problem. You know, like, we don't, like they thought they could contain it, and of course, when you think you can contain it, you don't.
Yeah.
And then all of that time that other people, other countries, other like areas could have had to prepare for something, like, you know, what to look for, or what they need to do, was like, now that window is gone, and now other areas have a problem, and then other areas have a problem, and it's like that's how it spread. But eventually they were able to turn it around and, you know, like, stop the spread. I'm like, that's what I liked the most about that. And then it was like the fact that the movie was literally a dude going around and getting, you know, accounts from people and how different areas combated, like, how they dealt with it. I'm like, that was cool. Like, I would rather seen that as like an HBO series, or like maybe if the movie focused on like maybe four.
But what they should have done was
stories.
The stories that were in the book. They didn't even do any of those stories, and that's what frustrated me. Like, the book is set up in that way, where like literally these are accounts of people who either were involved or like in the main shit breaking, or they were people who just were affected by it, and how did they come out of it, or how did they deal with it, you know? And he didn't even talk to those people. They made up brand new stories. I'm like, what was the point of that? You could have just followed what was written in the damn book. You just find a different way to get to it, you know? But yeah, I mean, it still had some cool effects. I'll give them that. But I don't know too much about the second one. I think I saw. Did I see a trailer, or did I read about this second one? I think I read about the second one. That's why I know it's coming out.
I think I only read about it.
So, yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I've been over the zombie thing, because I used to like zombies way back in the day. I used to like those kind of stories. And then, like, everybody did it to death, and it was to the point where I was just like, I'm good. I don't really want to.
Really, they really beat this down.
Yeah.
Like, everybody had their piece in that.
I know, zombies aren't even a cool,
plot device.
Jacked up. You know, they're just visually jacked up things to look at. I wouldn't take enjoyment in killing people that were formerly alive but are still moving. That shit just bothers me. I don't know. It bothers me.
It's fucked up. I agree.
But coming from, I guess, what they're an entity, or I guess an adversary that, like, you know, you won't need to worry about their rights.
Yeah.
Or, you know, how people, or whether they're, you can call them an analog for something if you want, but no, they're undead, and their only thought is to, like, you know, consume the living. So, you know, gotta kill them.
Yeah.
And you won't really run into like they'll forever be a safe choice for an enemy in a movie or fiction. So that's why they work. But you're right. It seemed like over the last 10 years, they were in everything possible.
Well, like, if you think about it, like, people love zombie apocalypse stories for whatever reason, but would you really want to live in a world where almost the entire population is dead and are either dead or are zombies? I mean, what if you win the zombie apocalypse? Like, how do you it's gonna take some work to rebuild civilization.
Yeah.
The ratings of The Walking Dead would point to an answer to that question.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's the thing. I'm like, yeah, dude, this is just like, it goes from one shit situation to like, I'm like, all right, fine, we're in a safe place. Oh, this is good. Look at everybody's happy, and all of a sudden you realize something, and then again, and then things really go shitty, and I'm like, because this is how it would be. I'm wondering how people are still wearing like actual clothes.
Yeah.
It's like, let alone like still driving in cars. Like at some point, like after like a certain time frame, like if you're not pumping fresh gas, like you can't siphon gas out of a tank anymore because it eventually just rots.
Yeah.
So like eventually, like nothing that runs, and plus that also means that the gas tank of a vehicle would rot, so that car will also not work.
Yeah.
So
it's bleak.
No cars are moving. Yeah, and it's like so you're walking everywhere. So you're limited in where you can go and how effectively you can get there, and you can get other people there. But I mean, it's like I like the whole like the ship of fools, like theories, stories like that, where you literally like especially the later George Romero's the remakes of the Dead movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like where it's like, okay, you take people from different walks of life and you pit them up against something that doesn't give a shit about any of your differences. Yeah. It is going to end you regardless.
Yeah.
If you don't work together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the hook of that type of story, because that's what zombies are. They don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, if you're a fucking Christian or a Muslim or a Jewish or atheist. They don't care.
Yeah.
Like, you're not one of them. They're going to try to eat you.
Pretty much.
Like, so things that separated you in society and fall, or you can realize that there are things more that they're for right now. We need to band together, if at the very least for right now.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's
so you see that happen. It's, don't forget. So the zombies are never the star of what they're in. It's the people, and that's what got lost in these last 10 years.
I agree. That was what drew me in when I realized that's what was going on with the Romero films, watching them in college and shit. Like, I was like, okay, because I had seen them a million times when I was a kid, and just zombies in general bugged me, but I didn't get what I was watching. Like, what's the full point, you know? And then as I watched it again, we watched the remake of the 90s remake of
Dawn of the Dead?
No, of Night of the Living Dead.
Uh-oh.
Dawn of the Dead's remake came in the 2000s. That was Zack Snyder's like first big thing. The remake was cool because at the end it had this montage of showing like people fighting. They weren't even fighting the zombies. They turned it into like cockfights and stuff. It's like pretty much at the end of Night of the Living Dead, they kind of have a handle on things, but they've turned it into a joke and they're making fun of the zombies. They're hanging them. They're putting them in a ring and having them fight and stuff. And like the one survivor from the group, it's this redhead chick or I think she's a redhead. I can't remember, but she's saved by these hillbillies or something, and then she sees what they're doing, and it's like you realize that the zombies are killing and eating out of instinct because that's what the only thing they can do to survive, and the people are killing and playing with them and making it into a joke, and they're doing way more. Like, there was some guy stripping the girl zombies and running them off into the forest and like shooting at them and blah blah blah. Like, they're turning it. They were just being fucking bad, like evil human beings because
depraved.
Yeah, it's no longer about
depravity taking over.
Yeah, it's no longer about your survival. Now you've turned it into your domination over your opponent. Whereas they had an instinct and that was it. It's survival. So it was like, who's really worse in this situation? Same thing with like 28 Days Later. Who's really worse in the situation? Those who are fighting to survive, or those who want to survive over the backs of those who are also trying to survive? Or are the crazy, whatever they call them, the infected, are they actually the monster in this fucked up new world that's happening? And that's always what was dope. There was always some type of subtext, man. A lot of the new stuff, and this is why I got tired of The Walking Dead, is that they took the Ship of Fools thing and that's it. Like, there's nothing else. There's just people fighting, screwing around with people. There's zombies. But the zombies, it's so far gone that the zombies are like almost second-class citizens in a show named after them.
Yeah.
Whereas
and
back,
then it's, yeah.
when it first started, they were actually part of the attraction because you didn't know what was going to happen. But then it gets to a point where clearly they don't know what to do, and they're milking it because Kirkman said there wasn't going to be an end to the story because it's literally real time. So they're just going to keep doing shit as long as people read, So I don't know. To me, that's where it lost its steam, when it became just a device, a generic device. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully World War Z will be decent. I mean, that's one of the ones I'll wait and I'll watch it when it comes out on like DVD or something, or Blu-ray. Or maybe I'll watch it, through alternative means when it comes out. Well,
it's like, no, don't ask us what that means in the comments.
I know. What about...
You already know.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's like, don't act like you don't.
Kingsman.
I am looking forward for the Dark Tower movie.
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect. I gave up on Stephen King films a long time ago. I think
The Mist was pretty good.
Yeah, God, that was fucking weird and messed up and kind of like, what the fuck? Like, that's all I was left with when I was done watching that movie.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what the serious?
And then that like swing music starts playing at the end during the credits.
Swing music.
Or yeah, it was like swing music, like because you have that song by I forgot what the song is called, but it's done by the group Dead Can Dance.
Yeah,
and that was during like the end when
when you see that crazy
all the
ass
jacked up shit, all the monsters and stuff in the mid, and then you see what happens at the very end, and then aftermath, and then right when it goes to the credits, this like jazzy kind of swing music starts to play during the end credits.
I
after
missed
the
that
screen
shit.
goes by.
I missed that completely. But I liked. You're right. That one wasn't. I mean, I won't say it was like a great movie because it was kind of like some dumb shit.
I think it was one of Thomas Jane's better films.
Yeah, it was one of his better films. You're right. But The Dark Tower, I read one of the books. I think that was a comic book of it, and I read, was it 3 or 4 parts? How many issues was it? I know I read a bunch, like 4 of them.
I don't remember. I remember Marvel was doing them, but I'd already read the books by then, so I didn't bother to read the comics.
Yeah, that's all I saw. I think Jay Lee did the artwork. I can't remember, but I mean, it looked interesting, but it didn't keep my interest. I don't know how to describe it. Like,
it looked interesting, but I wasn't interested.
Yeah, it's weird because it's supposed to be Stephen King's like magnum opus. I think it contains everything that you've got. Like it starts off with a old school Western feel, but then it dips into magic. There's even some references to what is it? Follow the Yellow Brick Road, Wizard of Oz. It feels like it's all over the place, but it even gets self-referential because there's a part in the books where Stephen King actually shows up in the books.
Wow. I'm good. I'm just going to have to learn about it from you. I mean, I like the way...
when I read it, it works. I'm telling you, it does work. As batshit crazy as I'm making it sound.
No, I mean, it's Stephen King. Typically, I'm not a fan of Stephen King. When I went back and when I watched his movies when I was a kid, fucking scared the hell out of me. Watch them as adults, and so many of the movies are fucking stupid and poorly executed, and just not really that like. It's like, so what? Like, I would just kick the thing, or like, just don't be a follower. You know, like a lot of times that's the thing. Everybody in the neighborhood acts like this, and then everybody goes along with it, except for one person. Moral of the story: don't go along with everybody else. Do your own thing. You know what I mean? Like, don't trust what the majority is doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you constantly run into that theme, or band together with your friends to overcome your fears. Okay, fine. Or I don't know what Cat's Eye. Cat's Eye. I think that was what it was called. Cat's Eye was the one with the little gremlin in the walls, right? That was stealing the little girl's breath, trying to steal the kid's breath, and the cat saw it.
I think so.
I don't remember.
Cat's Eye was good. That one was cool. I like that one for some reason. Because that's another.
They made that into a movie?
Yeah, it was a movie. That was it was one of the ones because Channel 11 used to have like a Stephen King week where they would just play nothing but Stephen King films around Halloween or whatever. And Cat's Eye was the only one I watched. I swear I watched them all. I remember when the Langoliers came on television. I remember when Tommyknockers came on television. I remember when what was the other one? There's another one that was a long movie, like a long series of films.
The Stand.
The Stand.
That was one of the ones. He had it. Yeah, because that was like a couple nights on
ABC.
It was either
I think it was
TBS or USA or something like that.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about when it first came on. It was on regular television. It was on ABC.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it did. It was
a made-for-TV movie series.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Then I watched what was another one that he did? The one with the shapeshifters that turned into cats. Remember?
Skinwalkers.
Skinwalkers. Was that what it was called?
No. Shit. What was that called?
It's not Pet Sematary, is it?
No. This one, it was like a mom and a son, or a guy and his girlfriend.
Oh yeah, wouldn't the son feed her by like having intercourse with her?
I don't remember. Oh. I just remember somebody getting stabbed with corn, and I thought it was funny as hell. I was like, "Are you serious?"
I just remember somebody getting stabbed with corn.
I promise you, like someone got stabbed in the eye with a cob of corn. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, jeez. That's jacked up.
But yeah, I gotta find his. Let me look at his Wikipedia, and I'll tell you the name of the movie. It was called. What are your movies?
Like that sure was corny.
I know, right? I know, right?
Like I'll buy that for $1.
Where is the movie? It's called. I remember fucking Salem's Lot. That shit terrified me when I was a kid. I watched it as an adult.
It bothered me too.
Yeah, but when you watch it as an adult, it's not so bad. It's pretty stupid. It's pretty stupid.
I would have just shot.
No, I mean the events are stupid and they don't make sense. Like a lot of things that happen, you're just like, really? This doesn't really. I don't know. It just doesn't really fit.
See, he kind of talks to series of YouTube videos called Blank on Blank. No, because that's what it is. Yeah. It's this person talking about this topic. So it's a goofy name, but I'm like, I get it. And one thing he was like, they had Stephen King on there, and he was talking about his work and about almost the nature of horror. And he talked to what you said just now kind of speaks to how he writes, what he writes. It's like, because obviously when you're an adult, your thought process is totally different than when you're a kid. And like, I guess he tries to kind of like stay in that mindset of like, because again, it's like,
shit.
Describe the stuff that's just out of the spotlight, like just in the shadow, the stuff you can kind of make out, but you still don't know.
Yeah.
So like he tries. So like that's how he tries up, and I'm like, all right, I can see it. So like you said, when you watch this stuff as an adult, especially after seeing it as a kid, like I can imagine like that's why you're like, huh.
Yeah.
It's like this like scared the crap out of me before. Like I'm not scared anymore. Because like the way you process it's totally different.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. God, what is this fucking movie called?
The Green Mile was good.
Yeah, I mean Shawshank Redemption was good, but like I'm just not a fan of his movies. I don't know, or his stories. Like it's like aspects of them work for me, and then other parts just don't. And I'm not much of a horror person. I've never been like that.
Yeah, me neither.
I've never. I mean, I don't know. I guess my influences are all over the place because there was a point in time when I was like, coming up with my whole the God, I don't want to say I have this Devil Hunter epic thing that I wrote, and I was watching all kinds of crazy, like horror movies from the 80s, from the 90s, and like current ones, just to see if there were ideas that I just ideas of things that I just didn't think of, for this story, because it kind of draws from a lot of horror, but there's an entity that fights all this stuff, or entities. So like there were a lot of stuff that I noticed, that I watched that I actually kind of dug what was going on, even though it falls into the realm of horror. But that's not my genre. Like I don't really like it. I mean, I know some of the stuff that could be. I know what could make a good horror story, but I'm not a big. I don't know. I'm just not a big horror person. Cat's eye.
Dude, the only thing harder than scaring people is making them laugh.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm like those. So I respect those who can do either of those two things. And
Sleepwalkers.
It was Sleepwalkers. Okay, so it wasn't Skinwalkers. That was
Skinwalkers,
different.
yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah, that's a werewolf movie.
Yeah, Sleepwalkers. You're right.
Yeah, I had to literally find a list. He did Thinner. He did Apt Pupil. Good, that was a fucked up movie.
Yeah, it was.
He did Firestarter. He did The Mangler. He did.
Cat's Eye was like an anthology too. So
Yeah. I think one of them. He did The Cell. No.
no,
That's a
I don't
different
think so.
Cell. That's a different Cell. Yeah, it's just Cell, not The Cell. And they did a movie on it too.
The Cell with
No.
J-Lo?
Cell. Just Cell by itself. Some movie came out last year with John Cusack and Samuel L. Jackson. God, he had a lot of TV movies. Good God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good. But yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. I guess I'll have to hear what people think about it and hear what's actually in it first, or see something in the trailer to make me be like, yeah, let me go check it out. Because as it stands, I'm not really interested. I know Idris Elba's in it, and they made him the gunslinger instead of a typical, country, like Western white guy or something. So, it's got that going for it. But at the same time, it's like, there's got to be more to it. I just didn't dig any of the things that I saw in the comic when I read the comic. So I'm hoping if I'm going to get into it, it'll have more stuff going on in there. What about Kingsman 2?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Yeah. The first one was fucking amazing, and people didn't really talk about it like they should have. The first one was...
I think it was a sleeper hit. I don't think people really knew what to expect because Americans didn't know what the hell that was all about. I didn't even know.
I had the comic.
Yeah, I never had any of the comics. I knew it was a comic, but I never read it.
Yeah, it's fucking good. And it almost follows the comic beat for beat, man. I was like, wow. Matthew Vaughn wasn't playing.
That was the main reason why I went to go see it anyway, was because it was a Matthew Vaughn project. So I knew it's got to be entertaining to watch.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's
over there, Lego Batman movie.
Yeah, I'll watch that one. Nico wants to see that, so. What's up?
That movie has the best Batman joke I've ever heard.
What? The one about with him and Joker?
No.
What?
But what was it? I think somebody had wandered downstairs. I guess it was Dick Grayson, and he's like, "Oh, Batman lives in Bruce Wayne's basement," and he's like, "No, Bruce Wayne lives in Batman's attic." I'm like, yeah, because that's way more accurate.
Yeah, that works though. The way they take all this goofy stuff, man, it's awesome. But yeah, man, I guess so. I don't know. I guess that's it, man. We've already put this is about to be 3 hours, man.
You didn't even talk about Logan, man.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Logan. Wolverine's another person I'm on overload with. I've been on overload with. I don't want anymore. I'm kind of surprised that it took this many X-Men films for them to finally say, we don't want to go in the direction that Bryan Singer has been trying to go in. They finally said that. They actually said they're going to try to reboot the series again with a whole different set of, directors and writers, and just nothing to do with Bryan Singer's universe. Again. I'm like, really? Like, you really needed this many, examples? I'm surprised. I'm really, flabbergasted that it took this long for someone to finally be like, yeah, you don't really get it. Like, we shouldn't.
I'm not. They were enjoying all that money.
But the movies didn't make that much money. That's the thing. None of them, they progressively made less money.
Right. That's why they broke away.
Yeah.
And that's the reason, Transformers movies, because they still make money. As soon as they stop making money, then suddenly executives are hit with the need to want to change things. That's pretty much it.
Strange.
Didn't even talk about Baywatch, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
I want to kind of I'm still holding out hope that the King Arthur movie is going to be at least watchable.
It probably will. But
Guy Ritchie stuff is it's
weird these days. Weird.
Yeah, I'm I like Charlie Hunnam. I want to at least go to a movie he was in, and this looks interesting.
I don't
Great,
know.
probably not.
I'm tired of the weird spins on these, literary characters and stuff. Like, I'm not saying limit your ability and limit your what you want to try to do with stuff. Limit the imagination used for these things. All I'm saying is some certain things, like somebody should veto some of these things because it's getting annoying how everything, like, why do we need another King Arthur film? You know what I mean? Like, how many times are you going to do King Arthur where you leave something out and that's what separates?
Same reason we need another Beauty and the Beast movie.
Yeah, like,
exactly.
come on. Well, I mean, at least that movie has the whole, we're going to do aspects of the cartoon in live action. That's going for it. And there's kids that are going to go see it anyway. There's a built-in audience for that shit. But for King Arthur, the sword and sandals people aren't even going to like the way the movie's directed. Because it's not directed like a traditional fantasy film. You know what I mean? So it's like, nah, someone in the boardroom should have said, Guy Ritchie and fantasy, like epic Shakespearean fantasy. Yeah, no. I mean, Arthurian legend? No. Like, that's, no.
Because you have to ask the question, like, who is this supposed to appeal to?
Yeah, like, you want it to make money, you need to tell the story of King Arthur. You don't get to make your own version of it unless you're really going to go in balls deep and fucking rewrite the story so that it's in a different setting, a different kind of what?
No, I was thinking, what if they did a live action version of the King Arthur cartoon?
The Knights of Justice? Shit. Shit, I'd be right there watching that shit.
See, now you're sold.
Yeah, see, they could let Guy Ritchie direct that.
Yeah, because at least there's the modern angle to it, so his editing would fit. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's that thing that's lost these days in like everything. Form follows function. I mean, I may sound like some kind of German art director or something, but it's the truth. Like, everything in nature, you look at everything. The form follows the function. If an animal has powerful hind legs, it's because the motherfucker jumps or runs really fucking fast, If he's got an exoskeleton, it's either to protect itself from more powerful predators around it, or it's a bug. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason for everything to be the way it is. It's not like when you look at, characters in video games these days and they just pile shit on them. There's textures and fucking, like every texture on one character and every type of armor and, skulls and horns and blades and spikes and fur on one character. You know what I mean? That's like Soul Calibur.
Don't talk about War from Darksiders like that.
I know, right? There you go. There you go. I fucking hate that shit. And then they put a gun. At one point, he had a gun for a hand. I'm like, stop. Come on. That doesn't even make sense. Like, I'm not saying don't be imaginative. I'm saying make it work. Tie it together. Don't just throw shit on top of each other. That's why the best characters, the designs come off fairly simple, but they work. The pieces work. Everything works for the benefit of the whole. The same thing with movies. The weirdest fucking films can work because they pick parts that complement everything in the film instead of just saying, I'm just going to do something really fucking weird, That's why a lot of the directors that are stuck on that weird shit, their movies stay in the cult space because people at large, you're not appealing to anybody because nobody gets what you're fucking trying to say, Like, you don't even know what you're fucking trying to say. You just got a lot of things to say. You got to find a way, like a way to make it palatable so people can get it, because there might be something there, but,
I won't be surprised if I see similarities in the way the King Arthur movie is shot. Because, like, the reason why I think they chose Guy Ritchie was because of how...
he did King Arthur? I mean, sorry, Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes, yeah.
Yeah. I think that he was still a little bit more true to the time period.
Yeah.
With the way that he did stuff, the way people spoke, everything. It wasn't a whole lot of like, this just looks like, remember Beowulf, the Paul
the CG?
The Paul W.S. Anderson Beowulf with what's his name? With the Highlander.
Oh yeah,
I'm Beowulf. Yeah. I'm Beowulf. That movie didn't work. It was fun for me because I like those kind of old, like, I like B movies, and that's what it felt like an old school, like the Action Pack back in the day on UPN or whatever that was, where they had what was that show called with William Shatner, Tech World, and it had Fucking what was the other show that was on that? Vanishing Sun and all that stuff. Like it's just B movies, but I liked some of the stuff that was going on in those. This was like they took all the leftover props and shit from Mortal Kombat and made a film. Like that's literally what they did to make Beowulf. Bad CG and everything. Like when people talk about bad CG, I'm like, we had those movies, those Mortal Kombat Annihilation. That's bad CG, not Star Wars, but fucking.
And that was a theatrical release.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like that. Was, it's like someone was adults looked at that and said, "Yeah, it's good enough."
Yeah, like even for the time, it was bad CGI for the time. Because remember, this is a world after Jurassic Park. And Jurassic Park CG is still on the top. Still some of the best shit that they've ever done. And people talk about bad CG now, and it'll be something modern that doesn't look nearly as bad as that stuff. Remember Hercules and the Legendary Journeys and Xena? You want to see some bad CG? Watch those shows. There's some bad CG in those shows. But people, a lot of these kids, they never see that shit. They don't even know it exists. But they want to talk about bad CG, and then they'll name something that's like really good, but they just don't like the style. You know,
or they'll point out something that had maybe one thing that kind of stood out and was noticeably CG, but they didn't notice everything else in that scene or in that shot that was totally CG because
it wasn't.
It actually was seamless.
Yeah, like in Mad Max: Fury Road.
Yeah.
There's a lot of CG in that movie, but it's not for the things that you would think it was. It's not mostly for the cars. It's mostly for like backdrops and stuff. But people didn't notice because that's how it works. Or
like they always intermix real fire with the CG fire.
Yeah. Or debris, because there's some shots you couldn't set it up, like the camera being facing an explosion. Like there's that shot at the end of the big chase when the guitar goes flying at the camera. You know what I'm talking about? When the big rig explodes and all the parts go flying at the camera. 95% of that shit was fake. It had to be.
Yeah.
There's no way you could set up a camera to get that perfect of a shot. Like, there's no way. That's like a 1 in 1,000 chance that all the debris would fly perfectly past the camera and only the guitar would hit it. So, yeah. But
or even BVS. Like, I watched the highlight reel of all the effects that went into a lot of those scenes, and I mean, you can't really say it's bad CG. There's times where you see
Batman's whole suit is CG.
That looks like CG, still looks dope.
Yeah, Batman's whole suit, that whole big-ass Iron Man suit was CG. You know what I mean? Like, for the majority of the fight. There were a couple scenes, because they said there was a big one. I seen, behind-the-scene footage of what's Affleck walking around in the big suit, but, like, most of the time he's fighting, it's him doing the moves in a portion of the suit, and the rest is CG. I think the chest and the headpiece is real, and then the arms and the legs, everything else is all layered on top of him. So it's like, people don't know, but they keep on throwing that around. Oh, it's bad CG. It's bad CG. I'm like, stop. You don't really know bad CG, homie. Just like a lot of them don't know what a bad game is. They don't really make bad games these days. Like bad games, they make games that aren't fun to you. But bad games, we live through bad games,
Make a lot of
if you go to certain review sites, you would think that like I one will remain nameless, but like they see the grade on a scale of like 7. Like nothing gets lower than like a 70 or a 7.0, and I'm like that's probably not accurate.
Yeah.
Because some of these games are some games are broken.
Yeah.
Some games are just not fun.
Yeah. Well, like
some
I should
games
say,
are
let me
terrible.
rephrase it. If it's a mainstream release, you typically don't.
Oh yeah. I don't mean
games.
like Steam stuff or
that's bad.
What's the name?
Those are bad games.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't know. I think we have run the gamut tonight.
You missed something, man.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to find out what we missed because it's too much. I'm done.
No, I was just gonna bring up one more. Because I'm like just looking like so. Ghost in the Shell, nothing. Anything?
I don't care. I was never a Ghost in the Shell fan. Never. I like Shiro's art. That's what I knew of Ghost in the Shell growing up. I never really cared for the movie or the like. I don't know. It's not my thing.
Movie.
No, go ahead.
Like they give off the idea that they're gonna stay really close and give fans what they want, but I have a feeling that's not what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's going to be scenes, but
because
not
they're
the
really
whole thing.
that aspect of the film and not the story or the characterizations. Like visually, we're going to get a whole lot of that was in the movie, that was in the manga moments, but I have a feeling the as a narrative is going to fail.
Hey, you never know. Supposedly these guys they've been working on this shit for a long time. I've seen like some of their test footage from years ago, and they were ahead of they were ahead of Lucasfilm with some of the shit they were trying to do, like to recreate some of the shit that you saw in the anime. Like you can find it on YouTube and on Vimeo. They had some like, and there's another person that's trying to do a fan film that's really, really, really nice looking, like crazy looking. But yeah, these cats they were really seriously into this. They were really, 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 really trying to recreate the anime in live action for years. This has been their thing. So you never know. I just, as dope as it looks, it's just I don't care. Ghost in the Shell's universe was always boring to me. Like people, they have the Star Trek affect, the original Star Trek affect, where everyone's just like blah blah blah, Captain. Yes, Captain. We should blah 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 blah. And I'm like, where's the emotion, man? I know you're robotic and shit, but you're supposed to be robotic that it could fool us that you're human. You know, that's the whole point. But I don't know. It's kind of a dull universe. It's fucking awesome to look at. Don't get me wrong, but just the characters are dull. Everybody's dull, except for in the TV show and what's it called? Not Second Gig. Well, he's in Second Gig too. What's their boss's name? The old guy, the real old guy.
Oh my god,
I like him.
Aramaki.
Yeah, I like him. He's funny as fuck. But everybody else is just so bland. It's like no personality. Or if they have personality, it's so understated that it's just like blah. You know, I want personality in my characters. But everything looks fucking amazing in that show.
Well, like their personalities are a bit subdued. I know what you mean. Yeah. Like in Second Gig, in the second season, I dug the main villain. Even though he kind of gave his delivery a little bit deadpanish, you could see when he was cracking jokes or when he was trying to say something to get under somebody's skin.
Of course.
Demeanor was always like that of somebody very serious, but those little times, those little things were poked through.
Yeah.
They get that with the Major and with Bateau. I think Bateau, wears his emotions more on his sleeve a bit more than the other characters. Him and the sniper dude, especially. The sniper dude, I think is like he's the focal, or when the camera's on him, like you see the most reactions from him.
Yeah.
Than some of the other characters.
Well, you
remember, definitely not Bulma.
Remember when we went to see which movie was it? Because we saw both of the movies that they did in the theater. What was the
Innocence?
One? Innocence, I think it was. That was the
one. That was the second one.
Yeah, that one had a dope ass soundtrack, like really dope soundtrack. But the movie was boring as fuck. You fell asleep twice.
Yeah, I did.
You fell asleep 2 times. And it was his idea to see the movie. I was like, shit, I'll go. We went, and they were talking in soliloquies and shit, and quoting films or quoting philosophers and shit. And I'm like, who talks like this? In a world where everybody could just download the knowledge, why don't you just mention who the fuck you're about to, reference? Or just make the one reference, and then tell us what the fuck is going on. Have a conversation like people. Don't just quote. I was so annoyed. I was like, why? You're really going to just sit here and quote all these philosophers and shit? You're not going to even try to have a regular conversation? It was not, but like animation wise,
definitely
and like
better than the movies.
Yeah, like animation and shit that was in the film and all that stuff was insane. Like that big festival that was happening in the city. I don't remember what it was specifically. My God, fucking insane! Like just the layering, the layers of animation on that scene, nuts. But it just was such a boring ass movie. Boring, so boring. I was like, ugh.
They shove all the personality into the visuals.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like no voice actor sounded like they wanted to be there. They all sounded like this was the worst shit they ever read. I was like, man, but maybe it'll be good. Scarlett Johansson's not a terrible actress at all, so she could probably pull it off. I mean, and somehow they're getting her to look the part. much to the detriment of a lot of anime fans and a lot of Asian people. When you watch the anime, she does not look Japanese, so they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one.
Yeah.
And a lot of the people who worked on Ghost in the Shell said they don't even care that they've got Scarlett Johansson.
A lot of Japanese,
yeah, because they want to get that money.
A lot of Japanese people, they want to just ask Japanese people on the street, and some of them said they didn't care either.
Yeah. They said they don't care.
So they're not bent about it. We seem to be ones who are bent about it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I gave up. I literally do.
I did it at first, but now I just don't. Like I feel like arguing the point is pointless because people are going to think what they think, and they're going to justify it however they want to justify it. Here to prove that they're whitewashing, like say Akira, if they cast like Chris Evans, talk about Johansson and Ghost in the Shell as the major.
Mm-hmm. You broke
up. How the drawing style is definitely like these are definitely Japanese people.
That's what he said
in Akira. No, I'm talking in Akira. Like it's they're definitely Japanese. Like in Ghost in the Shell, I mean, they're in the manga, I guess. Makoto Kusanagi was an alias apparently, so they're trying to say that it Japanese at all. But the thing that makes it Japanese to me is, especially when you watch like Second Gig and those series and like all those animated series, is everything about like of the way the city works. You have a prime minister. Yeah, it's all very, very Japanese.
It is Japan. Isn't it Neo Tokyo or some shit?
Yeah, it's Neo Tokyo.
It is Japan, but she might not necessarily.
She I don't think is Japanese.
But I mean, if you call somebody by Makoto Kusanagi, I would be led to believe she's supposed to be Japanese.
Yeah, it's a Japanese name.
Just because it's an alias doesn't mean it's an alias for a person that's not Asian or not Japanese. It could just be another Japanese alias for a Japanese person who didn't want you to know her real name.
All I'm saying is the way that they draw her, she's not. She's European. That's the problem. That's the problem with the European fetish that Japan has, and no one wants to admit. Is that they have a fetish for Europeans. They draw a lot of Japanese characters. Like a character will have a straight up hardcore old Japanese name and look like fucking Rugel Bernstein or some shit. You know what I mean? With blonde hair. Yeah, like get the fuck out of here. You can't pick and choose. Either you make them Japanese, you do the features and then bleach their hair and shit, or you make them look Japanese all the way. There's no half stepping, but they want a half step. And then when people interpret it exactly the way you presented it, you want to tell them they're wrong. Like, you don't get to pick and choose. It's art. Especially in sequential art, you tell us a story and we're supposed to pick up what you put down. You can't put it down, I pick it up, and then you tell me I'm picking it up wrong. When you actually gave me something. You gave me a redhead white kid named Naruto Uzumaki. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm supposed to believe he's Japanese? Fucking red. He's got red hair. How many of them grow like that in Japan?
He's special. That's how you know he's special.
Yeah, whatever. Same thing with Ichigo and Bleach. Same thing with Goku turning blonde and being able to destroy a planet. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's like you can't pick and choose. Blonde hair and fucking aquamarine eyes. Get the fuck out of here. You guys have a fetish and you don't want to admit it, and then you want to pick and choose when we should interpret it as such. Like, oh, he's not European because we didn't make him have, this particular type of nose that some artist likes to draw on his European people. Get the fuck out of here. Like, for those of us who draw, that's like not really cutting it. Because all you have to do is actually reference a Japanese person. Like when you watch movies like Perfect Blue, whatever that studio is that does those films, you look at their characters, you can tell they're Japanese. Not just because the hair color is right, but their features are right. They look like Japanese people. Not only are the mannerisms correct, or the clothing, or the location, but the facial features, and they give you so many variations. So they just looked around and they referenced people that live in Japan, so you feel like it's an authentic story taking place in Japan. Not the bullshit where these guys don't want to draw realistic faces or even take, aspects of like a typical... Actually, it doesn't even have to be typical. They don't even use a Japanese model for reference. They just make this generic ass face that doesn't even reflect them at all, and then try to tell you that we're supposed to, interpret it as such. Like, that's bogus. It's almost insulting because so many people say it. Like when they did that with Kyo Kusanagi, it's like, I get it, his name's Kyo Kusanagi, but you drew Tom Cruise. I'm sorry. Like, you can't pick and choose. Same thing with Ryu. You draw Ryu.
Yeah, looking like Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, he looks just like Charlie Sheen, and you're going to tell me he's supposed to be Japanese. What on him tells me he's supposed to be Japanese? He doesn't look it. Like, other than you telling me he's from Japan, like, it's just strange. Like, this weird, I don't know. And it's actually something that can be easily fixed, Just find a guy who has the features that fit what you've been thinking of that happens to be Japanese, and then add those things so that we can get it. But they don't want to do it. They just want to tell you you're wrong. And then you have a fan base that is so brainwashed that, like, they want to argue against you as if the proof isn't in the pudding right there, Like, when I look at Wolverine in comics, he's white. They can say he's from Canada, they can say he's from France, they can say he's from Australia, but he's still white. He's European looking. It's not me giving it my own, perspective. It's a fact. He's a white guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they drew. That's what he's been drawn like for years, Storm is African. Granted, they take a lot of liberties with that character, with her blue eyes and her flaxen blonde hair and shit, but they still make her brown. Like, and a lot of artists like to actually give her the thicker lips and the rounder nose and stuff, and it fits. It looks the part. She's still brown, So, yeah, there's some things you just can't, like, you can't pull that shit. Jubilee is Asian. She's Chinese. She's supposed to be Chinese. Chinese American.
Yeah.
You can't tell me she's not Chinese. Like, her name is Jubilation Lee, and she's drawn Chinese. Like, they always draw her with Chinese features, because that's one thing. I shouldn't say specifically Chinese. I'll say Asian features, because she could have been Korean, and that could have still worked. Jim Lee is good at drawing Asian features. He's so good that sometimes his white characters end up looking Asian. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's a thing, because his Superman looks so Korean, it's ridiculous. Like, he looks like the handsome Korean stereotype you see in manhwa comics. That's exactly what he looks like. And nowadays we're seeing it in a lot of the those games that are coming out of Korea, those like MMOs and stuff. Their models look so awesome because they actually reflect the region that they come from. You know what I mean? Like, Japan is afraid to just mimic Japan. Fine, that's okay. But everywhere else seems to be like, we want to put ourselves in this work so that people know this isn't Japanese. This comes from somewhere else. And if you look at the games, there's one game called Assassins Online or something like that. Fucking insane animation, insane character designs and everything. There's a dude in, like, white and gold armor with a big shield and everything, kind of like the tank in League of Legends, one of the tank characters. And his face, it's straight up like several of the characters we saw in Arahan. He's like 100% Korean. Even the main female character in that trailer, she's like the Scorpion, I think is what they call her. She looks so Korean. It's ridiculous. But it works, It's like they referenced some pop idol or something like that, and they took those features and they streamlined them, and it's like, there's no mistaking this is coming out of Korea. I don't know. I hate that argument, because I've heard and I've watched videos where people defend anime and say that anime characters don't look like anything. And I'm like, no, bullshit. It's bullshit, because you're picking and choosing. Like, people definitely don't have eyes that exaggerated and that big with that much space between them and blah, blah, blah. But the features that they do have are not Asian. And it's so, like, ingrained in that medium that you can't even deny it. You know what I mean? Remember that one woman came to CCAD and she had wrote a book about this shit?
I asked her at the end of her
symposium during the thing.
That very question.
I asked that question during the fucking thing. You don't remember that? That was the one question I asked, and she gave me I asked about Dragon Ball, and there was something else. It was Dragon Ball, and maybe it was one of our fighting games. And I said, why is it that the Japanese artists enjoy or try very hard to mask the nationality of their characters. Like, why do they tell us one thing but draw something else? And she came up with this elaborate bullshit answer. And then I asked, I was like, what about Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball is a perfect example. Why the Ubermensch thing? Like, why the blonde hair and blue eyes and you're super powerful, but when you look almost Asian, you're not as powerful, you know? And she gave this long, drawn out bullshit answer that dodged my question entirely. And I couldn't really say anything because it was literally like, there's hundreds of people. So I could only ask my question and get an answer, you know? I didn't want to hog up all the time. And I bet you she wouldn't have let me. She would have been like, next question.
It's like, can I get a follow-up? No.
It's just bad, man. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me with these dumb answers. I mean, it's okay. If that's what they want to do, it's okay. Just admit it, you know? Don't sit there and try to tell me what I see is not what I see. You know? Like,
yeah.
That's not fair to your audience. We're literally people who consume this stuff, and now we're asking a question about it, and you want to tell us like we're tripping. You're imagining things. Like, are you fucking kidding me? There's people who put their whole life into this, and you're gonna tell us that what they see is not what they see? Like, that doesn't make sense. But anyway, that's it for me. I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you definitely didn't have a lot to say about Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah. Nope.
Absolutely. Yeah, done.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm done. That was the only thing I could think of. That's my only area of issue with that whole thing. But I think a lot of people are gonna dig it.
No, you're right. I remember liking the art and the concept of Ghost in the Shell more than, I guess, actually watching it.
Yeah.
If that's accurate, I'm like, this seems like such a cool world. Why are we watching this part of it? Was a lot of that.
Yeah. I just got bored. But we have hit, I think, 3 hours and 25 minutes. So I think this is a lot. So
there's going to be some paring down.
that is gonna. Yeah, I know, right? I might just put it all up just as is. I don't even care.
You should just cut out the Ghost in the Shell rant and make that like Ghost in the Shell, like larger anime
issues or
analysis rant, and just like have that be its own thing.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I think that's it.
So that'll cut 25 minutes off.
I know. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Hey, I mean, but it's just one thing that bugged me, so I had to throw it up. But
no, that's why I said don't get rid of that shit. No, because you're absolutely right. Everything you said was 100% right.
Cool. So on that note, good night, everybody.
Done.
I know, right?
Later.
Killing them.
Ooh.